Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup. The round of 16 is about to start here in Resort Rio in Goa. 206 players started this journey. We lost a lot of big names along the way. Last round cost us Keimer and Pragnanda. But luckily, we are left with 16 great players. And of course, the tension will only get higher from here on. I'm Jan Gustafsson. But we have a new team here because everybody else abandoned me. The legend, Peter Leko, Vice World Champion, famed commentator and coach is here with us. Peter, before we get to you, we also have to mention Kitty abandoned us as well. And Angelika Volkova will join us to give highlights, analysis, segments from stuff we have missed. Welcome, Angelika. How are you today?
I'm doing great. It's amazing to be here after the midpoint of the event, and it's a pleasure to work with you, Jan and Peter. I always loved your duo commentating. I'm looking forward to hear all your insights. And as you were mentioning, we had so many favorites coming out of this event being eliminated. And basically, we have only two top players, Wei Yi and Arjun Erigaisi, out of top 10 stake. What are going to be your predictions from today?
That's a great question for Peter.
Yes, well, when I hear top 10 players, yeah, and we are not mentioning Levon Aronian, it just feels crazy, yeah, because, okay, Levon has been one of the very best for the last 2 decades. And Arjun plays against Levon Aronian. That's the match of this round. But of course, we have already seen so many great surprises, and all the players who did make it to the last 16, they actually played brilliant chess. So they are there because they deserve it.
I truly would love to have this match actually for the finals, but unfortunately the brackets are so that we're going to have this match today, but I fully agree it's going to be the game of the day. But all the other players, they are not disappointing us.
I'm deeply disappointed we lost all these big names. Now I had to Google new players. I had to find out everything about Aleksey, Grebnev, all my Gukesh prep, all my Prague prep, my Keimer prep. It's useless now. They can't do this to us.
It's, of course, I mean, this is not how we expected it to go. I mean, every other World Cup earlier, we had so many favorites still till quarterfinals. But this time it's so different, and we'll see new names, and maybe Blue Baum will not be even last seed of the candidates. Maybe it will be even 6.
He's rooting for all the underdogs for sure, but we'll see if he gets his wish. Thank you so much, Angelika. We'll hear from you. Before our breaks, you will update us on everything that went on, and we'll switch to highlights. Do we have any highlights? Let's show them. Welcome back, everybody. Round of 16 will start in a couple minutes. But Peter, before we get to today's matchups, I have to ask you, you got eliminated yesterday by Arjun Erigaisi. How was the World Cup for you as a player?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank everyone for their amazing support. It was really like playing at home. Whenever I was coming to the game, whenever I'm leaving from the playing hall, there was so much cheer. That certainly gave a tremendous boost. I'm very happy and very proud of my performance. In the classical portion, I finished with +3. Gained 16 rating points. Okay, already rating points I don't really calculate. It's more about the feeling, yeah, that it was really nice to feel that I'm still capable of playing very good chess. And yes, against Arjun, I knew that if we get to the rapid phase without any experience, the last 6 years I have been commentating all the events, all the champion chess tours and so on. I knew exactly how strong and how good Arjun is in the rapid knockout format. But the classical portion ended with 1-1, and then finally, yeah, it was a little bit heartbreaking that in the first rapid game I just threw away a very promising position. In like one move I sacrificed the pawn, which is not even my nature. Yeah, I was thinking like 7-8 minutes that should I push it or should I just go for a slightly better endgame, and I decided, but what if I miss this chance and I should have sacrificed the pawn? I convinced myself to do it. Of course, it was the wrong decision. Arjun took it, never gave me a chance to fight back in that game. And after that, basically the match was over because I was in a must-win situation and he was very convincing in that game.
Still, I think you can be very proud of your performance. And for all us older people, it's inspiring. You're still up there and fighting, representing. So great job. We will switch to Charlize in the playing hall. What's going on there?
We are back live in the playing hall for another classical game day here at the FIDE World Cup. And unlike the tiebreak days, it usually is a lot calmer. Players are a little bit more relaxed, not showing their cards, not going too aggressively. So let's see if that's the case today. The games are starting soon, and we only have 3 players in the hall. And funnily enough, behind me, we've got Donchenko and Quang being the only players to, both of them sitting at the board kind of looking at each other awkwardly, not talking, but I wonder what goes on in their minds before the game. The classical is also a lot calmer as, players come, they kind of meditate before the game starts. We've been seeing that quite often. Of course, you can't do that with tie breaks. So today, so many interesting matchups, only 16 players left. Our poll today is asking you to decide between Levon, Aronian and Arjun Erigaisi who you are rooting for. They are 2 of our only top players still left in the competition. And now behind me you will also see that there seem to be a lot more tables than usual, and that's because the FIDE World Corporate Championship has also kicked off today. Some more exciting chess with some of the biggest companies like Google, UBS, Microsoft competing in the morning, of course, but you can check those games out. For now, let's stay tuned to the World Cup, not miss any of the action. Back to the studio.
Thanks, Charlize. And I think it's time to have a look at what we actually have. We're down to 8 games. Do we have pairings? Here we are. Peter, anything that you look forward to in particular?
Well, of course, Arjun Erigaisi against Levon Aronian, that's the very big one, but there are so many interesting new faces, at least for our audience, yeah, because we are experts, we kind of know them.
Speak for yourself.
For example, okay, Esipenko against Grebnev, for me a very interesting clash because 2 Russian youngsters. Esipenko used to be the big youngster and then suddenly Grebnev is even younger. Yeah, he's just 18 years old. He has a narrow repertoire but a very solid one. The MVL was unable to crack his Petrov. And he knocked him out. And if you just want to see one game from Grebnev from this tournament, then I encourage everyone to check his game against Navarra, because that was some sensational stuff. Absolutely super class play there by Grebnev. That will be a very tough match. But also seeing Gabriel Sargissian, the Armenian legend, and also Pentala Harikrishna, the Indian legend, still very much fighting here. I'm getting emotional when I see all the guys still doing so well.
Absolutely. I will be wearing my German hat, of course. Frederik Svane, maybe somewhat surprisingly, made it further in the tournament than Vincent Keimer, but at least Germans, we have known how strong Frederik is for a while now, and he has very, very tough matchup against Sindarov. Donchenko, also with a very tough pairing against Quang Liem. And it's going to be a topic we'll talk about later maybe, but the bracket breaks very strangely. That in one half you had all the big favorites, now they even lost Pragnananda and Keimer, but there you still have the Wei Yi, Aronian, Erigaisi, all in the same quarter even of the bracket there. You see it, whoever wins between Aronian and Arjun will face the winner of Wei Yi against Sevian. And that's, yeah, I think our three last top favorites. While on the other half, it's a lot more open. I mean, I can't even tell you. Is Sindarov the strongest there? Is it Quang Liem? Does Frederik have a chance? Yakubboev look very strong. Martinez look very strong. It's completely unclear to me what's happening there.
Yeah, exactly. Basically, everybody has a chance, and everybody will be feeling like this is a chance of a lifetime. Yeah, because you can get some incredible fame for yourself, playing a great World Cup, maybe a potential qualification for the candidates that just life-changing. And all of these players, for me, will be looking for their chance. The big question for me that who will keep his nerves? Because now that they are getting closer and closer, they might be already thinking about, wait a second, I'm just few steps away from achieving something historic. And I think whoever keeps his cool might benefit.
Yeah, there's the cool and there's also the health, because people have been here for like 2-3 weeks now in the same place with this constant nervous tension. World Cup is a special tournament. I mean, it gets to you both on a nervousness level, but also just the body can get fatigued, yeah, with the constant concentration, preparing. It's a rough tournament.
Yes, well, I felt it myself. I kind of, doing all the preparation for the Arjun Erigaisi match, I felt like slowly I'm feeling like I can't take it anymore. Yeah, I had really this feeling because Arjun plays all the openings, so in order to compete, I have to repeat, rehearse, and analyze so many positions.
Or none of them, because you don't know what's happening anyway.
Yeah, but because I have been inactive for kind of 5-6 years, it's not like everything is in my blood. Yeah, because I haven't rehearsed it for like ages. That was a real challenge, and I felt like I spoke also with other players. They were also saying that we are very exhausted because this uncertainty, yeah, that you never know if you make one mistake and you are out. Will you continue the tournament? No matter how strong you are. If you are like a favorite, then you have extra pressure because everybody kind of expects you to qualify for the candidates. And I believe that in World Cups, it's very important to feel as little pressure as possible because there is already enough challenge on the board from all these players.
Yeah, one challenge on the board will be to make the first move for our celebrity guests. I think it's Gunnar Björnsson, the Vice President of the ECU, I hope I got that right, and Grandmaster Aloise Jankovic today, who will compete for who can make the first move for Arjun and then for Levon. How's this as a player? It's a bit strange, no? They make a move, then you take the move back, you make some other move. It's a weird dynamic.
Yeah, actually, I was very honest. I said that it's going to be e4. I know that sometimes people are tricking with their moves. Let's see how Arjun will react to the situation. D4, D5.
Solid. D5. Unlikely.
Well, you never know. With Levon, he is capable of doing anything.
He's very capable of doing knight f6.
Let's see if this was just a show, because Levon had such a smile on his face, like he was enjoying this moment. Let's see the truth.
Yeah, there we see Arjun Erigaisi, our top seed. Not the only Indian left in the field, Harikrishna, still going strong. But we heard a lot from the Indian fans. They are rooting for Arjun. They know Prague is already in the candidates. Gukesh is the world champion. So Arjun is the last one of the big three. They want in there. D4 played, and now...
Yeah, now it's the big question.
Oh no,
wow.
You were right. They were honest. They did not lie to us.
Well, what a fair play, yeah? D4, D5 on the board.
Amazing.
C4, and now C6 or E6? It's going to be E6.
Yes,
Yeah.
E6.
Carlsbad. Knight f3, declining the invitation to go knight c3 immediately. And
Oh,
knight
knight d7, cunning move order. He's saying, I know you like the Catalan, Mr. Arjun, but are you sure I won't take your pawn on c4 then? After knight c3, knight f6, we're back to a main position. Normally you get after knight f6, knight c3, and then knight bd7.
This is already modern chess, right? And queen c2, wow, okay.
Small surprise, but not an unknown move. However, Levon might take a second now. Arjun, of course, very good at picking the third, fourth, fifth, sixth computer move and knowing it very deeply. Normally, surprises come later. Here, queen c2, this is still early.
D takes c4, yeah, already blitzed out.
One knows, and of course.
So e4 is to be expected, yeah?
Yeah, e4, c5,
Yes.
and some old stuff.
Well, Levon used to play the Vienna, so this very much resembles those positions.
No, he doesn't
but
go
knight
c5, he goes
b6.
knight b6. Very greedy. Covers the pawn.
Wow. These are the
That's a
moves that
counter-surprise
normally...
from Levon.
Yes, normally if someone does this who doesn't have very high rating, we are very harsh that no, don't protect your pawn. You can't play like this.
Knight on b6 is always bad.
Yes, but if Levon does it, it means that he certainly checked with the computer. And finally, Arjun is taking a pause. I played against him. I couldn't make him pause. Yeah, he kept on blitzing all his moves.
Yeah, it's unpleasant.
So this is already...
He's shaking his head. No, I'm not sure that was. But knight b6 here, not a move you normally see here. It does cover the pawn. My theory is, and this might be... Okay, it doesn't take too long a break. Yeah. This might be wrong, but sometimes Levon, when he gets surprised, he's capable of just blitzing out some move and then he gets up and acts like, I prepared the next 30 moves as well.
Exactly.
Maybe he's freestyling, because computer doesn't like this knight b6 move.
Could easily be, yeah. Or he, well, basically he's bluffing it, or he has some incredibly deep preparation. Yeah, we never know. For example, did you have a chance to interview him after his incredible rook sacrifice against Radek? That was this all preparation or inspiration?
No, that was inspiration also. The idea was great, but some details were a little off. But now we'll see a4, okay, a5, you can blitz. It's the only sensible move. You don't want to get kicked. But then we will see. No, he was bluffing. No.
Okay.
It's so hard with Levon. I can't read him after all these years. Okay, this is our big matchup. Levon Aronian. Yeah, he fell a little outside of the very top in classical chess, but he's had a very good year, not just in freestyle chess, but wherever he played, he was more than competitive. So
yeah,
he's feeling himself.
But I think that this freestyle victory in Las Vegas was a tremendous
rejuvenated
boost.
him a bit.
Yes, for his confidence. Yeah, it also not just that he won, but the way he won. Yeah, he won some nerve-wracking tie breaks against Magnus, against Hikaru. Very impressive performance, and you can always take these feelings with you. Yeah, also with Vincent. Yeah, that he had this incredible run this year. Actually, it all started with the freestyle event in Weissenhaus in February, and then Paris, and all the tour was very successful, and he was getting, I think, mentally stronger and stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. And my theory is that chess is very much a mental game. Bishop e2 played, is that good? Because bishop e3, I thought, looked maybe a little more natural to stop c5.
But when the knight is on b6, do we really consider black having a good option of going c5? Yeah, because this knight on b6...
But the knight is there anyway. Don't we want c5 when we get the chance? Not the guy with castle, rook d1, what do we ever
castle,
do?
rook d1, yes. If, for example, black just plays the most natural bishop e7, let's put it on the analyzing one. Yeah, castle, rook d1. This is the position that Arjun is aiming for. This is what you wanted to avoid by asking the question, why not c5 as quickly as possible, right?
Yeah. So, I don't know, it looks ugly, but we're pawn up. And we
but
have
he went bishop
b4.
b4, wow. But this does not solve fundamentally the issue that you were raising.
I think he's freestyling completely.
Yeah,
I think he was surprised by this queen c2, and then he decided, okay, I'll blitz out something, not to give Arjun the mental initiative. I could be very wrong, but I get that feeling. Also, he's sitting there now, checking the position. Anyway, we'll get back to it. Let's move on to the matchup we just saw there between Javokhir Sindarov and Frederik Svane. That is our top board because Frederik Svane eliminated Gukesh, and if you beat Gukesh, you become Gukesh for the purposes of the tournament. So Frederik Svane, as long as he's in, will always be at the top board.
And wow, we have Italian.
Finally, one Italian.
We have a good, classical, nice Italian. Okay, with this B4, A4, A5, B5 construction, the black knight heading to G6. Yeah, let's take it one by one. Castles, castles, D6, B4.
Big speech about any move order choice here, castles or D6 first, A6 or A5 first. But you can only pick one line. B4, A4, this has never been the main line. Sometimes people try it, but
wasn't this that Fabiano tried against Firuz? No, against Ali Reza in St. Louis, this very important game that actually then Fabi lost, but he got an interesting position, which was so important for the Grand Chess Tour last year, I believe.
Yeah, Fabi had some ideas here,
yes, some pawn sacrifice.
Yes, a brief phase. Interesting to see Sindarov.
Yeah, knight b2, knight g6, d4 already happened.
Yeah, okay.
Is the typical way, and I guess we should say a few words about Frederik because Sindarov is probably already more known. His trademark shaking of head. What does it signal as a Bundestrainer? What do you read from Frederik whenever he is shaking? Because I see it, he's doing it quite often.
At this point, I still don't like it, but I learned it doesn't mean so much about his position. He normally finds something to be unhappy with, but very often it has nothing to do with the position. Frederik, I think, I mean, I'm biased obviously, but I think he's a tremendously strong player. He works very hard, he has a lot of knowledge, calculates incredibly well, but he also needs confidence like all of us, and he had it a year ago, then it vanished a little bit. His rating went from 2670 down to 2640, and you could tell when things aren't going well, he's shaking his head a lot, he's taking a lot of time, and he's not being himself. But now he's had some decent results in the European Team Championship and here, and feels like he's more or less back to normal. And when he is, he's a rival for anybody, even the very top players.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's absolutely fearless, and I love his ambition. Yeah, I would really call it like this. So basically, when you hear that Frederik was the one who eliminated Gukesh, yes, it's a surprise by itself that Gukesh is eliminated, but if you know Frederik, you know exactly that he's capable of doing that. Yeah, that
also the style. Yeah, it's not like he made some draws and then in tiebreak things got out of hand. He outplayed him with black, yeah, in a classical game.
In a very big fight, very tough strategical battle. Yeah, does it signal to you that here wasn't that black has the chance of going bishop g4, h3, bishop h5? There was somewhere, I recall, this move order being played that you can sacrifice the piece, but if your opponent kind of invites you to do that and it's his preparation and you haven't rehearsed it, then you might have the tendency to find the neutral move instead.
Yeah, I have two questions. First is bishop g4, h3. Can't I just take on f3, or is that too greedy?
You can maybe...
Knight takes and knight takes e4.
Knight takes e4.
Sure. C3 is also attacked, so
yes,
doesn't look too bad. My second question is, can I play e takes d, c takes d, and knight takes e4? My guess is no, because then knight takes e4, d5, and something will happen, but those are like the two typical ideas.
Exactly. Yeah, these are typical. But this one feels very shaky.
Yeah, because this is with the tempo. This could be with the tempo.
Yes. Also, some knight g5s are in the air, and then who knows? Yeah, this one feels very shaky. For example, knight fg5, isn't it winning? Or normally whenever I sacrifice something, it's wrong. I shouldn't be sacrificing. I should just play. Yeah, it's wrong. I just wanted to highlight that this DC knight h7, if you take king h7, then it might work. Yeah, this one wins. Yeah, queen h5 or knight g5, and then rook e8, queen h7, king f8, bishop h3 check. Just wanted to show this to our audience that there are all kinds of crazy lines like this, and it's checkmate. So obviously this is not the right way, and he goes for bishop g4. That's it.
Yeah,
That's
more
the move.
principal move.
It's a big game.
And now, yeah, I think if h3, as far as I can see, we can just
You can
take,
just
no?
take, yeah.
Queen takes, we take, and knight takes. Knight takes doesn't look too scary. Like,
Yes, you have this, and otherwise you are setting d5.
Yeah.
I cannot really. Wow. And do you have access to a database that how was this Alireza game with Fabi? Was this?
I don't have a database
you
here.
don't have-
You're as
okay.
close to a database. as
Yeah,
we will
normally
get.
yes, but this
did
is
he
the
play
problem.
d4? I don't think d4 is the common move here, like bishop b3 and then knight c4. I've seen some games. But d4?
Yeah, but those were the old classical lines, no? Which Black was, I think, doing fine. This d4 is the fresh one. And we're going to
Queen
get an
c2.
answer.
He will cover the pawn here.
Queen
Queen
c2.
c2, unpinning, stopping this threat.
Protecting the pawn in the center.
Another thing with Frederik is he knows a lot of theory, but sometimes it doesn't stop him from thinking for a long time, which I'm normally not a fan of, but he likes to not just show that he knows, but also to understand. And sometimes during the game, he thinks, okay, but what about this move? I don't know, and then so blitzing out.
Yes, now also
Preparation, he
I have
takes a
some
break.
deja vu feeling, like isn't queen d7 and insisting on this piece sacrifice like h3, bishop takes h3, also in the air, because White's play is somehow very provocative.
Also, he knows. You could see his hand was already above the queen.
Exactly.
And, so he knows, but now there's something that's bothering him, and he will think for a while.
Yeah, I would like to just add this very important little detail that, like you said, he knows a lot of openings, but because he is being ambitious and he is also moving around with White, he's also experimenting with d4, he plays main lines h3 and so on, that sometimes by knowing too much makes you know less in a sense, because you are not as deep into your stuff, which you are non-stop because you are ambitious. You are trying certain things. You also want to surprise your opponent. So very often you rely on the fact that did you anticipate this line? Did you check with your computer your file? At least for sometimes for just a minute. It's not like going through all the lines because those are deep inside you. But what was the move order? Was it like this? Just to be sure. At least I know it from myself as well. That I know a lot of stuff. But very often I'm confused that is it really like this or not?
Yeah. Now you can see here with Frederik, he's taking a moment, even though I would bet any amount of money that he will play Queen d7. And sometimes I think, okay, you know, just make the move and then see what the opponent wants, and then you can think. But that's how he does it. Okay, let's move on. Maybe it's always interesting to see if the Dubov game is still going, but Dubov is black, so probably this game will go for a bit. His strategy so far in this tournament has been the white games, whenever possible, make a quick draw in classical chess. With black, if the opponent wants to play, you play, but tiebreak is always welcome. Could change, but I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, but wait a second. This is anti-martial territory. Again, we are supposed to be quite some experts. This was the a4 bishop b7 line.
And knight to a3, sort of rare move. That was Sam's planned surprise. Like the main lines are bishop d2, knight bd2, and so on. But knight to a3.
But wait a second.
Common.
What did he play after?
He played queen to d7.
Queen d7 and c3, or what did Sam play?
c4.
Ah, c4. Wow.
New concept, or at least new to me, from Sam Shankland.
Yes, Sam is always coming up with some surprises, and I just don't really understand how he is doing this. Yeah, look at this. Could he have anticipated a4 bishop b7? maybe.
I mean, the
Maybe-
marshal you more or less know you get, and then, okay.
Yes, and
Because anybody at d6, you have to reckon with a4, b4, a4, rook b8,
And
but still small territory.
yeah, and Daniil is not the one who goes into the very big a4, b4 jungle, yeah? So basically, yeah, that was probably Sam's anticipation that, wait a second, if black is not playing the main line b4, then a4 is kind of a clever choice. Rook b8 was the move that Team Magnus prepared against Jan Nepomniachtchi in the World Championship final in 2021, but that's a slightly passive move. It's typical for the match you are trying to hold. But clearly Sam already had some idea how to put pressure. And again, bishop b7, normally I would say like you play a4 if you know that your opponent will play bishop b7, because that's kind of the best anti-marshal that you can get.
Yeah.
Of course, now every anti-marshal is kind of absolutely fine according to the
of course.
computer. Yes,
Any
things are
line is
changing.
fine, it's more where you can find ideas, and maybe here there's a little more margin for finding something than whatever in the Berlin or in some other martial lines. But what is this knight a3 about? So he targets the pawn, queen d7. I mean, the pawn is not attacked yet, because you can't take. And now pawn to c4.
Yes, and there was, you missed it, there was a small glance there. He was staring at Daniil like, you don't know this move? Did I surprise you? Yeah, normally this very rarely happens. Yeah, and I don't think that Dubov is happy by getting surprised the opening. On the other hand, maybe he just likes his position anyway. Yeah, sometimes I'm getting surprised, and I'm very happy that I'm getting surprised, because the lines that I know them because I'm more afraid of than this one. But yeah, Sam is playing this psychological game, which normally Dubov does.
Yeah.
Very interesting. It's
Dubov is a very confident guy. Normally he will
Yes.
think, okay, if I don't know this, it has to be nonsense. I know my position is sound. But he might be annoyed. Ugh, I have to think already. I was going to make a draw and go to tiebreak. And Sam is showing him it's not happening. Yeah, like there will be a fight. So I guess before you think about, knight goes somewhere. And then, okay, the white knight jumps around. Yeah, like,
well, honestly, I also feel like if you are keeping a track of the tournament, and there we see Dubov's road in the tournament so far, all tie breaks, which kind of signals that, wait a second, this guy really enjoys tie breaks so much, he has an incredible track record, then let's try to put as much energy and effort into the classical portion, because actually in Rapid and Blitz, Daniil is a clear favorite. Almost against anyone. Magnus is not here. Who else can stop Daniil in Blitz and Rapid? I don't know.
so you're saying Daniil is the second best Blitz and Rapid player in the world?
Could easily be. If you look at his results in the World Blitz, every time he takes a medal, every time his consistency is just insane, and sometimes even he got forfeited
Producer,
against...
can we fact check if Dubov takes a
please.
medal in every World Blitz?
Exactly. Yeah, please check it. That's how it happens. And he also has this incredible confidence. Yeah, and he goes knight a5.
That's the main thing. No, of course he's incredibly good there. I think people have tried to beat him when they had white. I mean, in the classical games, people have always played. Georg Meyer put a lot of pressure. Prague certainly tried, but almost lost. And I don't recall the Baijin Shi game. But it's also not easy. Yeah, he's saying, okay, one classical game with black, I have good openings. He probably won't beat me. And then let's go.
Yeah, and Sam will blitz out his move. Yeah, he cannot really just play a move. Otherwise, then he looks strange. Yeah, he goes for a b5.
Also, by the way, knight a5, after such short thought, sort of sacrificing a pawn, maybe he does know, no? Or you think this is just feel?
Good question. Well, for Dubov standards, I feel like he spent quite some time, no? he's not blitzing it out at all. But he just loves this light squared bishop. Yeah, he plays the martial spirit, like I can always give a pawn if I have the light squared bishop as a long-term compensation.
So what do you do now? A takes B. Yeah, A takes B plays. Knight can't take.
And C takes b5.
Pawn. Queen takes. Okay, didn't do. So let's look at this. Now what? Pawn to C6.
Yeah, big question.
Rook B8. Or maybe some Aronian plan. Bit slow. Dubov thinking about it, yeah, this doesn't feel like it's just comparing analysis.
No, not at all. This is a very serious position because, yeah, Black definitely knows that, yes, I have the right to play like this because I have compensation. But the big question is, if you don't know the computer's evaluation, that is this now full equality, or maybe this is the type of compensation where actually engine claims a 0.20, 0.30 kind of advantage for white. Yeah? And if you haven't checked it with the computer, then you are completely unknown kind of territory, and please try to figure it out. Even if you think for an hour, you cannot understand if this is full compensation or not. In this regard, I fully agree with you that it was a little bit light-hearted kind of decision, right? This pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, because it's not your typical marshal where the compensation is sort of obvious. I mean, you have the two bishops, but this guy is blocked. d5 is hard to manufacture. So I'm not sure if you will try to win it back somehow. Also, the queen can go away, so you're not getting that pawn.
Yeah, I'm a little bit puzzled. And I want to give credit to Sam Shankland for having an incredible tournament. And that's the reason why I don't judge anyone by their ratings. Yeah, this rating system right now, I think, is very, very crazy because it cannot just keep track of all the things that are happening in the modern chess world. But certainly Sam Shankland has shown in this tournament that he's a 2700 plus player, and he has been a 2700 plus player for a very long time. And yes, his rating dropped now, but he's just very well prepared. He's very hungry. He's very motivated, a very tough player to fight in this format.
Yeah, absolutely. What about Dubov? Is he also a 2700 plus player?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. But he doesn't really have so much practice in classical chess, but...
Or so much rating.
I'm pretty sure... Well, actually, we had some conversation with Hans Niemann in Las Vegas, I think, and he was also saying, yeah, this Dubov guy is just crazy. He's probably one of the absolute best in Blitz, yeah? They had this crazy Blitz match against each other. So yeah, no, Dubov in tiebreaks is amazing. He's also a great classical player, but he lacks experience in classical compared to Blitz and Rapid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, he gave this pawn. Now he's taking a moment. I don't think he's that concerned yet, as long as he believes in the soundness of what he's doing. But it does look slightly risky, especially given his approach. Be solid, make draws, and get the tiebreak here. He's not solid. Still, how bad is this? King here.
Wow.
Back.
And f5, yeah? Well, if you get that, then you get very nice counterplay, but do you have time for all this, yeah?
I don't know.
This is... But yeah, it's very important to highlight. Kudos to you that you are not just focused on this b5 pawn, but also looking for...
We need to wake up the bishop, huh?
Yeah, Levon would play king h8, knight g8 for sure. You know, I almost suggested the move bishop g5. That's how I lost to Levon so painfully. My very first game to him in 2006, Linares. Yeah, the last round. The very famous, one of my most painful losses ever that yielded Levon the victory of the tournament and basically started his incredible journey in the top chess world. King h8, knight g8, and then create this f5 counterplay.
Yeah, it's still probably better for white, but it's a plan.
Yeah, you want to break with d4, yeah, and then this d4, f5 kind of craziness you very carefully need to calculate, yeah?
Yeah, I'm not sure I like it that much here. I mean, maybe. There were some other moves, or just h6, and if you take... we change plans, but it doesn't feel like... It's straightforward, which is
also the problem with a move like king h8 is you feel like there is no way back. No, after king h8 you say like I'm going all in. Exactly, yeah. I'm not trying to recapture that pawn, and we of course all understand that black wants to open up that bishop, but you beautifully highlighted that if white gets this knight c4, knight a5 in and hits that bishop on b7, then suddenly with all this king h8 action on the king side, black is compromised.
Yeah. Okay, so Dubov, yeah, gave himself bit of a problem here by... Wait, was surprised by Sam's idea, the c4, and played knight a5, the pawn sacrifice very, very quickly. Now, he has to find a way out of this self-created mess.
Yeah, I think just very quickly here to understand, give the chance for the audience to understand that why he was sacrificing that pawn with knight a5. Yeah, just very quickly to illustrate that, yeah, if black plays the move b5, b4, which is a tempo move, then white plays knight c2. Now, if it's white to move, white is starting to play a4, a5, fixing that weakness on b4, then bishop bc to a4 appears with this pin, and all of a sudden the b4 pawn will be hanging, and if black stops that with a5, then you, I think, highlighted already that knight e3, and the knight is jumping very quickly to e3, via e3 to d5 or f5, and also putting pressure. Black is unable to, and maybe a move like knight d8 can even be answered by c5, potentially opening up the b3 bishop, and then knight f5 hops in. There are dangers in the position.
Still, this looks like normal play. Black can't be too lost, no, like even here, but especially this, he also knows Sam will have prepared, so he's trying to take him out of book.
Exactly, and then another very important strategical decision that instead of b4, black could have just taken on c4, which brings me the memories of that game between Magnus Carlsen and Dniepo from the World Championship, when the knight went
move by move.
Knight f1, knight e3, and then c4, knight takes c4. Black was also jumping with his pieces. Little bit tricky kind of position. Because black can never get this freeing d6, d5 move because of the hanging pawn on e5, and white will hope to improve his pieces. So it was a very interesting surprise by Sam.
Yep. Okay, let's surprise ourselves by looking at another game, maybe.
No, wait a second. Look at Mr. Shankland's tournament road, yeah, because he had this very big match against Vasily Ivanchuk. Because believe me, playing such a legend in round 2, this is a horrible, it's a total nightmare pairing, but he managed. And then with Vidit, this epic fight, Vidit was actually putting a lot of pressure, but Sam withstood all of it. And then this big match against Rapport, which was also tiebreak yesterday, where finally I think it was decided not really over the board, but because of Richie's nervous system, Sam withheld the pressure better.
Yeah. Defeated 3 giants already to get here. Now with a good position against Daniil Dubov. Oh, this position I know. Finally, I know some theory.
Well, you know all the theory, Jan.
I know most of this.
Yes.
But especially this one. Jose Martinez, who's talked a lot about he's preparing new lines and how much he's learning here. And here he decided to test Harikrishna. But Harikrishna, the Indian veteran, I've noticed already here during the tournament, he worked for Gukesh as a second, before he also worked, I think, for Zhu and June in the Women's World Championship match. His openings are much better than they used to be, because he's always been a very sound, like, strategic player who's just good at chess, but the openings were sort of a soft spot sometimes. And now I see he's very much into details in all kinds of lines, which he wasn't before. This line I know, this is sort of a...
This is your territory, so
yes.
I'll let you explain all this.
Okay, we can jump through all the stuff. One of my great courses gives queen f3 here, which is a bluff, but a tricky bluff. Bishop e2 is how Fischer used to play. Bishop e2, h6, and knight h3. Because if the knight goes here, he gets kicked. Also line, but nothing special. So the modern move is bishop d3, intending to meet h6 with knight e4, just to keep control of the square. There's a lot of theory. We can jump through it. Knight d5, knight f3, bishop d6, short castle. And here we've seen, I think it was Esipenko, or he played knight f4, which is the other main move. No, Esipenko played castles, rook e1, f5, which is the other main line. That's what I meant.
Yes.
This kind of stuff.
Yeah, this crazy jungle against Abbasov.
Yeah. But knight f4 is the quote-unquote more solid move. In top chess recently, Levon likes playing this line every now and then, but we've seen Fabi lose to Hikaru in this in Norway chess.
In the last round, a very painful, very painful loss.
And ever since, I think most people at least repeated this line or checked it once. Basically, black sacrifices a pawn, but white has these 2 weak pawns, and black is a bishop pair, a bit like in the Dubov game. What black wants is to go knight c6, maybe knight b4, maybe knight d4. Bishop g4, bishop f8, depending on how it goes. The main line is quite forcing here, rook to c1, and here Fabi went wrong, played f5, which was too much. After knight takes c5, it was just 2 pawns down, and Hikaru won that game kind of easily. But all of us with engines, we have seen the 0-0 after knight to b4. So has Hari. And this line actually, as very forcing, continues to an end game. So all of this might look like fancy moves, but it's both guys pushing the button. And the last detail I remember here, because this is a line that many people repeat, because nowadays everybody plays e4, e5, and most players after bishop c4 play knight f6. You always have to be ready for knight g5.
Yes.
So if you're, whatever, a second, a commentator, player, you meet this line all the time. And therefore, yeah, I'm not quite sure what, or I think Jose today overestimated his chances to surprise, because Hari will know this. Last detail I remember here, we're going to say, is rook e6 and rook a6. It's not the only way, but this was sort of clean, gaining some counterplay against this pawn. And then if, okay, white does whatever, king f1, king f2, you put your rook here, then you play g6.
Yes,
and
king g7 and you sit.
Your file says equal, and maybe you draw some arrows. No,
you might even have the rook a5, rook h5 lift, just in case if white is trying to get his king to d3, attacking d4 pawn.
Yeah.
I would also like to say one thing about Martinez, because I don't know him so well. I know that he's very famous in online chess world with a lot of success, that I think his opening choices are kind of clever, because he knows, I'm pretty sure that he has tremendous respect for all these top guys, that in some fundamentally kind of system positions where Hari has so much more experience and knowledge, he is not willing to enter. Yeah, he wants to find those tricky lines where concrete play and concrete knowledge is required, try to get his opponent by surprise. Of course, those lines come at a cost that if your opponent knows them, then that's why they are not the main lines, because they can be neutralized. So he's relying on surprise. And this is also how he tricked, I think, Sarana in that first game, that Sarana was not up to date with one of those lines, and he just immediately got the upper hand with black, with a tricky line.
That was surprising, this triangle. If you go for e4, normally it's supposed to be prepared, yeah? Brought back pleasant memories from me.
Yes.
From Dortmund 2008, the old days. Yeah, I played triangle against Van Willy, and I was prepared, and he wasn't. You can just win with black sometimes. Yeah?
Yes.
No, I agree. And his approach also against Nodirbek, I mean, I'm not sure he got a great position, but he knew very deeply, and he's talked about. He's coming with new lines, he's repeating lots of theories, so it's a new approach for him. But today, Hari, at least till now, was up to the task, and Hari is a very good endgame player here, even if Hari is out of book. You're not winning this.
Yeah,
G6 is also fine.
I remember when you were saying, like, I also had this in mind, that Hari was always like a brilliant player, but his openings were, you kind of thought like if Hari survives the opening, then outplaying him is kind of almost impossible, no matter who you are. So let's try to get something out of the opening, but if you can't touch him in the opening, then it will be very difficult to beat him.
Yeah. No, and I feel I haven't asked him or heard anything, but I feel something changed maybe because of this second work, these guys working for Gukesh and so on. Like he seems, like he's very much into details, and of course then he's very strong. Had a tough match against Nils, his friend, in the last round.
Yeah, Nils has a chance. He had a huge chance, so Hari survived that crazy scare. And he goes for a walk, He made his decision, g6, creating luft for his king. He, I think, knows that I need both moves, rook e6 and g6. The big question in which move order. Now, hopefully for him, g6 is just as fine.
I think it's fine, It's for rook c4. You can go here, you take this pawn.
Exactly.
Lift back, we can switch to this when we need to.
But there's always this funny kind of detail, right? When you are playing against someone like Jose, who was blitzing out all his moves, and now suddenly after g6 he starts to think.
Rook e6 is first computer move, as I told you. So
yes, exactly. Then now suddenly Hari, who might have remembered that rook e6, g6, but how do I start, would maybe be now kicking himself that it's very often when you finally convince yourself to make a decision and then you make it, then suddenly it dawns to you that, wait a second, no, actually, I don't know, it's probably because of the stress yeah, that we are encountering when you are kind of hesitating between the two moves, which one to play. This happened to me yesterday, which cost me the tiebreak against Arjun in a promising position. Should I play d5 or should I play h4? And I'm having this dialogue in a rapid game for 7-8 minutes with myself instead of just thinking about the position. Yeah. And yes, rook c7, just wait a second, just one highlight, yeah, that if after rook c7 you don't go rook e2, black plays, for example, the move a6, then rook c6, rook e6, and then we trade rook e6 fe. Let's just show this structure that this could be maybe even winning for white if white's king is in time to reach e4. Yeah, and then the knight jumps around because black has the bad bishop on f8.
Yeah, you don't want this. Maybe black king gets here and you survive, but no, this is very risky.
Yes, so after rook c7 you wanted to show rook e2.
You always have rook e2
yes.
counterplay and there's nothing direct. Okay, white can't give this pawn, so again, he would have to go back probably. Like this. Only black can be better, I'm assuming. Yeah, no, this is nonsense.
So basically white needs this extra king f1 move to cover the e2 square, and then Hari will play rook e6. That's basically
makes a lot
his...
of sense, yeah. Now we're in time to meet all these attacks with counterplay.
Yes. And white's construction is good as long as he keeps everything under control. If one pawn will be eliminated, everything falls apart.
Yeah. I mean, white can probably just make a draw by doing nothing. Yeah. If you sit here, there's nothing black can do, but black was also no trouble. Okay, let's check. Wei Yi against Sevian. Wei Yi, our second highest rated player left in the field, and he will face either Arjun or Levon next round. So that part of the bracket is brutal. But first, he's facing Sevian, who's a 2700 player himself. A dramatic Armageddon yesterday, but Sam made it through. What do we have here? Petrov it was.
Yeah, Petrov, but I'm trying to understand, yeah, which line, how did they get this?
Bishop d3.
Okay.
And c3.
Ah, it happened from this, okay.
You played this stuff in the old days.
I played rook e1 bishop against Kram. No, but Kramnik played d5 instead of knight f6 back in. In 99, yeah, I was one of the very first who played this bishop d3.
And Wei Yi, very direct approach. Okay, I'm assuming you can castle or whatever, but he plays very principled, c5, and he says, no, you're not getting d4, I will play d4.
But this is strategically risky. Yeah, bishop a4 check, white plays d3, and then bishop g5. I'm not sure that I like it.
I like it.
With which color?
Black.
With black, yeah,
you like d5, d4. I mean, it works, of course, but I like the approach.
No, I just, because you know the reason why I'm a little bit skeptical about this? That there is this anti-Berlin line in the rook e1, where Magnus has won a beautiful game against Jordan van Forest, I think, by provoking d5, d4 in this symmetrical position. And now also I think Jordan won a very impressive game from the white side against some very strong player. I can't recall suddenly which game it was, but this d4 on the light squares are weakened, and it's a fresh position getting Wei Yi. No,
it's
actually,
fresh for Sevian.
It's fresh for Sevian, yes. This is interesting because, yeah, computer might like it for black, but you have to be very energetic. I just don't think that you can play some lazy moves, because if white plays lazy moves like rook e1, knight b2, a3, and black plays some, I don't know, rook e8, h6, a6, or whatever, just randomly developing the bishop somewhere, without any idea, then time might be in white's favor long terms. So black should be energetic. Probably this weakness on d3, that the bishop goes to f5 might be a very important detail, that knight b2 is kind of stopped for a moment. Usually computers are playing this position very powerfully with black.
Yeah, good at chess. Bishop g5 played now by Sevian. What does he want? Does he want to take? Also, if
well, but
this,
knight
does
d5,
he want to take?
yes.
I'm not sure. Bishop g5. So obvious. 'Cause in theory, this isn't the quote-unquote bad bishop, no? So if we get rid of it...
Yeah, how do you capture back? Yeah,
everything makes sense.
Yeah, everything. Yeah, because you can also sack the pawn for compensation. Then is this
actually looks
yes,
looks quite cool, no?
Very promising. Yeah, actually, knight d5 is very tempting, just not to allow the strategical bishop takes f6 construction at all. And
If white goes here, then I feel like we improved this.
Yes.
Knight d2.
no, bishop
Everything's coming.
can't return to d2. I would like to say a few words about Wei Yi, because I was very surprised that Wei Yi did not play the Grand Swiss, because he has highlighted in his interview beginning of the year, I think, that he's trying to qualify for the candidates. This is very important, and China is supporting him, and after Dingland basically kind of retired, only playing rapid events.
Backhouse. He's playing a lot of backhouse.
Wei is the man, yeah, in China, and then I would have expected him to try Grand Swiss and the World Cup, but it just means to me that how seriously he took the World Cup. Yeah, that he wanted to be super prepared. He wanted to save all his energy, and what we are seeing so far is of course a dramatic tiebreak against Max Todlu yesterday, but he could have won the second game in the classical portion. Wei Yi, so based on this, I think he kind of deserved to win the tiebreak. Probably Parham had his chance there. And he's fighting. He's fighting, and if he would get a good start here with the black pieces, that would be a huge step forward.
For sure. Yeah, I'm not sure about his motivations. There was a break, so everybody else pretty much trying to qualify for the candidates play both, but here we are. So sometimes I'm not into details with the Chinese players. It can get tricky to get visas or arrangements. I'm not sure how stuff works, but I guess Yu Yangyi played, for example.
Yes, but Yu Yangyi is everywhere. He always plays every event.
Yeah,
yes,
he manages.
Exactly. So we know that Wei Yi actually is capable of playing some incredible chess. Yeah, just when it was in 2024, he won Vaikanze, and he won also this Grand Chess Tour event in Warsaw. I think the Rapid and Blitz. He also made with some incredible performance. Yeah, so
also
he's capable of winning big events.
For sure. Also, I don't know, nowadays he's almost a seasoned veteran at age. I don't know how old he is, 27, 26. But people might not know he was the youngest ever player to cross 2700 at age 15. He was a big phenomenon already 12 years ago. And I think the hype also got to him, like the Magnus comparison and so on, when he was 15, 16. And it slowed down a little bit, but now the last couple of years, everybody knows this is a top 10 player. He's incredibly strong, incredibly solid, because he used to be also very tactical style, but now just a well-rounded top player.
And very well prepared.
Big favorites here.
He calculates like a machine. He finds moves that I would say that, for example, myself coming from the older generation, find it hard, yeah, because we always like some concepts. And he can just find, for example, he played against Gladula Benjamin in the third round, and he saved some unpleasant endgame in a completely crazy way. Yeah, that's how he calculated some pawn endgame which looked lost. Yeah, you would have your automatic instinct as an experienced player would say that no, this endgame is lost. He said, like, wait a second, I still have time on the clock. Was thinking for 20-something minutes and find some study-like draw at the end.
Yeah, no, he's impressive, although against Parham it was the opposite. He had a completely winning endgame and he failed to convert, calculate, so he is human, but one of the favorites here, Sevian, obviously, no slouch, 2700, also a very young player, had this rough match yesterday, but can also, I don't know, give you some energy. If you survived the scare against the outsider, now feel okay. Had to rest anyway, not much to do. Can play a bit more freely, but it doesn't look like yet a lot of time to prepare details here.
Yeah, normally I think that if you have such a tough tiebreak, then you would love to get some help from your opening. Yeah, that you are familiar with, you are having things under control. Having played a dramatic tiebreak with so many ups and downs, and then next day in the game where you are playing with white pieces.
Refute the Petrov, please.
Yeah, and then you get some unfamiliar territory, and you know that actually if the game, something goes wrong, the match can be over. Yeah, if you lose the match with the first game with white, it's basically almost impossible to mount a comeback in modern chess against these players.
Very difficult. And he did play a fighting line, because you can also take the decision, okay, guy plays Petrov. I mean, you can probably make a draw if you want to. But no, bishop d3 is an attempt to fight, but looks like Wei Yi surprised him with his ambitious idea. And now we will see if Sam wins this debate for the light squares. All right, let's move on. Which game you want to see, Peter?
Well, okay, you can just pick any which is the most interesting from the remaining ones we haven't covered.
Let's see, this is maybe not the most interesting, but this is proper old man chess by Sargissian. Zero risk, maybe, there's a little something, not fe5. If not, we make a draw, also not the end of the world. This is how we play.
Yeah, I had a nice little walk yesterday night or evening with Gabi. And I told him that I'm very much supporting him. I'm so happy that he's doing so well.
So you're rooting against Yakubboev?
No, I'm rooting for Gabi. It's just older generation from this golden generation of Armenians winning 3 gold medals with.
We remember Dresden 2008.
Yeah, that was the second gold. Yeah, before in Turin 2006 and 2012
Dresden, he
in Istanbul.
destroyed everybody. Yeah,
yes,
like,
yeah, that
11
was
and a half out of 13 or something insane.
Yes, and that game against Grishchuk, yeah, it was one of the best games ever played.
I've lost a couple games to Sargissian before Yakubboev was born. Old man talk here. But also our biggest success with Germany. I had to draw Sargissian in 2011 in the last round in the Euro Team Championship. And for once I managed to, I barely made a draw. We won something. So always good memories.
Yeah, basically we're kind of absolutely agreeing that Yakubboev is a very strong player, very energetic.
Probably good, I think.
Fearless, yeah, absolutely fearless. But the good news was that Gabi has the white pieces after a long tiebreak. That was kind of the feeling that for older player, in order to recover from all the stress and from all the pressure that you faced in tiebreaks, probably it's nice to start with white, play some classical, quiet little opening where nothing can happen to you. And exactly like you said, if it's draw, it's draw. You get back your strengths, and it's clear that when Yakubboev will have the white pieces, he will try to jump on you. You have to be ready for it.
Yeah, and also it's not a draw yet. I mean, this is how Gabi plays. There's some small pressure. The bishop is here. The knight can jump. This is a little. I mean, obviously, it's not too much. Knight d5 or rook d8 or rook b8. I know it can't be winning for white, but these things can get a little unpleasant. And also stylistically, Yakubboev is very direct, great calculator, great feel for the initiative. So this is what you want as an old guy. I mean, like,
exactly.
Let him defend a little.
Yeah. And the bishop on g2, and there we have the tournament road for Nodirbek Yakubboev. Yeah, he beat Niklas Huschenbeth, 1.5-half. Then he beat Guyan, and we know how tough Guyan is. Yeah, he hardly loses, and it was a tie break. Very solid player, knows theory very well, incredibly stable player. Was knocked out by Yakubboev, and then Pranav, the local hero, who is, I think, a world junior champion, had also a big run. But this very double-edged Scotch, I think probably you were covering that game. Maybe not, but it was a wild affair.
I didn't see the entire game, but I saw in the end, Yakubboev broke through. No, he's very dangerous, but yeah, this is a pleasant outcome of the opening for.
Can we just see the first couple of moves a little bit more? And rook a6 played, yeah, he covers the b6 square. So it was a Catalan, yeah, dc, bishop g2, bishop b4, bishop d2, and he played this c5. This is the very modern line, right?
Yeah, the problem is there are all these sidelines like this one in the Catalan, which you first get excited about, and then you see, okay, Arjun also played it, and then you check a little, and it's always some slightly unpleasant position, so there's no easy way, and this is one of those.
Exactly.
But of course, it's fine.
Ah, it came from here, yes. Okay, now I know, yeah, that this is a little bit always unpleasant. Takes, look,
a6, yeah, you jump, I guess. I know what he wants, maybe knight here.
Yeah, knight d4.
The bishop is here, we're not.
Okay, rook d8 you want, yeah, king f8, you just want to stabilize somehow.
Yeah. Okay, let me see Donchenko's game.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Where is Mr. Donchenko? Here with the white pieces against Quang.
Wow, concretico.
Theoretical battle. What is this? C4. This much we have seen before. A3.
The
Fighting
old,
move here.
Old classical.
G3 is the old main line. Bishop F4. My favorite move. We also seen Anish played this against Donchenko, so maybe Donchenko got inspired to play this line himself, but he plays A3. More in his style, just stopping Bishop B4. This is one of the main lines.
It happened from here, yes.
Yeah, okay, this is all sort of theory. And I'm not into great details here, but it looks like Donchenko prepared. That's a good thing. It's sort of narrow territory, yeah, if you know. The guy will play Bishop C5, which I guess he played before. So Alex looks like he's still in book or close to still in book here, and it's maybe a little pleasant for White even. He's been very impressive with White. He has a very good feel for how to get a little something, beat Anish and beat Blue Bomb as well.
Yeah, always coming up with something small but poisonous.
Yeah.
And okay, C8, that's already kind of a pawn sack. But I think we have some news, no?
Okay, we'll get back to this. For now, we are joined for the very first time by Angelica here in the studio to teach us about Martinez's opening surprise today.
Not exactly about Martinez openings, but he is included in my news for today. I would like first to ask you a question. What do you think? I mean, World Cup is a very tense tournament, but how many players out of the ones who stayed till this stage have played online games during this event?
Nowadays, it's a sickness, no? They all play, even if it's not an official account, but I'm always so shocked when you see whatever important super tournament going on, then there's a title Tuesday and half the field plays it. So I don't have a number for you, but must be in the hundreds.
Peter, what do you think?
I have no idea, but what I'm also surprised and shocked to see, for example, Parham and MVL and so on blitzing there in the restaurant. Okay, at 11 o'clock and the tiebreak is ahead and so on. It just also shows the passion and love for the game. They can't have enough. Probably they also think like it's a good training to try to speed up, but I don't have any number. Please.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they've been playing after the game is finished. They've been playing against each other over the board online, but over the board blitz games, but also online. We have had Donchenko, he played only one game for some reason. We have Sindarov, who played a match against Nicolas Theodorou, which finished 10-10 on November 8th.
Wow.
He was playing during the night, and we have a winner. And the winner is playing this game today. He played yesterday the tournament, the online tournament, the first Thursday 3+0 edition, and he won it.
Won, right? Yeah.
Jose Martinez won 3+0 tournament yesterday during the World Cup. I mean, what do you think about it?
I mean, it was a rest day for him. He didn't have a tie break, and also for him, it's like breathing, or it's just what he does. No, play these online tournaments. It's his nature, and then if he has a rest day, why not get a little practice? I think. I mean, the old way is always, are you crazy? You play online during an important event, you should prepare and rest. But that's what people do. It's part of their routines. I don't think it affects them too much. I think it's very fine.
But still, we see that he is having a game today with Harikrishna, heading more into the equalish grounds. Do you think it's one of his strategy to kind of try to kill it in the main games and then going into tie breaks, knowing he has more advantage in the lower time controls?
No, and here he's defeated Nodirbek, Abdusatorov and Sarana, two world-class players in classical chess. Talked a lot about how serious he is about his prep. I think his strategy is to prepare some sharp lines and try to surprise people. Then, okay, if it doesn't work out, especially with white, you're probably not in trouble. If it's a draw, it's a draw. But he's trying to, do a lot of work and surprise people. I think that's his approach.
Yeah, thank you. And one more question I have to Peter. I mean, you've been playing the event, incredible performance, and it has been already the first hour of the broadcast. How does the commentator chair feels to you compared to the player's chair?
Yeah, somehow it's much more quiet. Yeah, there is no this incredible tension. But honestly, actually, during the game, I never really felt the tension. I was so focused on the games. But the pre-game preparation, yeah, that was kind of insane. I was basically already being very exhausted. But from 10 o'clock at evening, I forced myself to repeat and look at opening still like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Oh.
And once you repeat and think like about millions of lines till 2 a.m., it does not help you to fall asleep, yeah, because your mind is still working. So I basically barely fall asleep earlier than 3 a.m. And then playing the tournament like this every day, after 2 weeks, I felt like I reached my limit. Yeah, I can't take it anymore. Next Levon is coming. I think Arjun is the right man to take on Levon. I already can't take it anymore. It's no country for old men, yeah, as they say. But I enjoyed the World Cup tremendously. And I feel like if I would have had a slightly pleasant pairing, not Arjun. Yeah, it could be a very strong player, but not with this opening repertoire that he plays 200 things, and I can take little less, spend little less time and energy for the preparation, because I know that, okay, the guy can play 1 or 2 things. Okay, it might be nothing, but I can try this or that and we play a game. But Arjun already, without making a move, put pressure on me, yeah, with all his possible potential surprises. And I feel like that killed me. Not just his moves, but this whole thing that I had to be ready for so many things.
Yeah, and Arjun's attitude is really hard working. I mean, he's improving so fast.
Yes.
And yeah, it probably feels for you like a vacation now after the World Cup to commentate here.
Absolutely. However, I felt like, I was telling to myself, Peter, don't worry, if I'm getting knocked out, then the pressure is gone. I will join the commentary. I will have a better sleep. But I hope to have a better sleep later on. However, just being knocked down, you can't really calm down. Yeah, then you are thinking like it does not hurt that I got eliminated. It hurts that the way how I got eliminated. That I had a chance, and instead of having the chance, I just throw the match away and didn't give myself the chance to put up a better resistance in the tiebreak. That's what actually disturbed me and haunted me during the whole night. Okay, let Arjun eliminate me, but I wanted to make his life more difficult, yeah? But okay, then I got some message from friends that I think he was nervous enough. Okay, let's leave it like this. He was nervous enough. I didn't see that nervousness on him at all. But I think he was also having a tough time, because he plays me, the person who is supposed to be retired. He is supposed to be a commentator. He is the coach of Vincent. He haven't worked on his chess for the last 5 years. And all of a sudden he is here, and how do I crack him? He knows everything and so on. So I understood that in this regard, probably Arjun is also not so happy facing me, but probably it was also kind of a strategy that, okay, if we get to the rapid portion, then his tremendous experience should tell. I felt like if I get to the blitz, blitz will be easier switch from classical to blitz than this 50 minutes rapid, because this 50 minutes rapid, like you don't know, should you play fast, should you play slowly, and what happened, I played very quickly, and then suddenly I paused for one move for 8 minutes, and while I was thinking, I was telling to myself, Peter, this is the way how you're gonna lose. This is the way to lose. And this is exactly what happened after 8 minutes. Thinking, it was not even thinking, a dialogue between myself. I made a move which I cannot explain why I give a pawn, and I lost the match because of that one decision.
All right,
It's
Peter,
crazy.
enough. I need my break. Sorry. Welcome to Commentary Nirvana. I sleep from 11 till 7, 8 hours every night. Not a single thought in my head. We'll be right back with more action. Thank you so much, Angelica.
You're welcome.
The FIDE World Cup is not just about the trophy. It's a gateway to the FIDE Candidates Tournament, where the next challenger for the world champion is decided. The top 3 finishers in Goa, the champion, runner-up, and 3rd place, qualify directly for the 2026 Candidates Tournament unless they've already secured a spot by other means. That's why the 3rd place match matters so much. It's not just for pride. It can decide who gets the final golden ticket to the candidates. For every player here, the World Cup is a dream and a step toward the ultimate title in chess.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout, where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds. With a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
Goa, an adventure paradise like none other. From lush forests to rugged hills, from pristine ocean beach stretches to stunning lakes, there is something to explore in every corner of the state. And some adventures are wilder than others. Watch postcards from Goa on National Geographic.
In December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, rapid and blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake, the 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
the woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
Move by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again. This time, in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.
The most prestigious tournament in chess has come to India, the home of chess.
अरे यार देगी अरे क्यों चालियो घोड़ो
Yes! Chess! खेल ये हमारा है आओ दुनिया वालों ये वेलकम तुम्हारा है अपना गेम भारी है हैंडशेक की बारी है अब इंडिया बोलेगा It's your move It's your move गोवा कर रहा है वेट It's your move Come, don't be late. It's your move. It's the boy code.
चतुरंग के सारे रंग सदियों से हैं अपने संग शतरंज बिछता है हर आंगन विश्व को दिया हमने विश्वनाथन
डंका बजा है गोवा सजा है खेल जमेगा खूब It's your move हो न जाए checkmate It's your move check में भी होगा just It's your move गोवा कर रहा है wait It's your move come don't be late It's your move it's the go It's your move एक दो ढाई It's your move It's your move It's your move It's your move It's your move
The FIDE World Cup 2025 starting from 31st October to 27th November in Goa, India.
It's your move
Welcome back, everybody, to the round of 16 of the FIDE World Cup. I'm Jan Gustafsson. Peter Leko is here with us to explain all the action. Peter, where shall we go?
Well, we haven't touched the Esipenko-Grebnev game. It was a kind of slow affair, but I think it's quite an important encounter, and also to see how Esipenko is fighting against the Petrov, with which Grebnev so far managed to block everyone in the tournament. And I believe that White got something, a tiny small advantage also is up on the clock, or maybe not anymore, but he was up on the clock, and Black is a little bit passive. We will be soon getting into details. It was the knight c3 Petrov, and Black retreated the knight back to f6. Yeah, which is a solid but slightly passive system. Normally, when you play knight c3 and the opponent retreats to f6, then you feel like, I made the right choice. I have something to play with.
Yeah, Grebnev, he plays the Petrov, or looked like here more or less exclusively, but he prefers some sidelines within the Petrov. No, after
exactly, bishop d3, knight c6, the Murray. Yeah, this was Yakov Murray's find. I remember in '92 or something like this, it was the informant. The novelty of the year, kind of.
Yeah. And this time here, I think you had this fight in your first game after knight takes c3.
D takes c3.
D takes c there. A lot of complicated theory. Knight f6 you can play without knowing anything. You go bishop e7 castles, but you risk being a little worse.
Yes. For example, let's just very quickly compare this with what Wei Yi played with Black against Sevian. Yeah, that was after knight e4. Bishop d3 when Black fall back with the knight to f6, because White bishop on d3 is awkward, and that bishop has to move from there to open up the d pawn. But imagine instead of bishop d3 having knight c3 plus it's your move. That already gives you a lot of confidence, no? That if this is nothing, then there is nothing in the Petrov at all.
Probably both true, but still, this is slightly pleasant to play. h6, rook e1.
Yeah, and then normally knight e2 c4 is the plan. What did he do?
He exchanged rooks, went knight b5,
he went
prepare c4 with the tempo.
Yes.
Knight out, c4. Yeah, Andrey, and that's typically how he plays. Very classical, no nonsense, very good feel for where the pieces should go. a3 stops knight b4 just in case. Queen c2, the bishop comes out.
And look at this, there is the direct encounter. Hardly any games played, very few games.
Grebnev is 19, he just entered the scene, so...
Yeah, but one could argue that inside Russia they had played against each other, but they are different generations.
Andrey is 23, 24, so he's still young, but not like they played in junior tournaments or anything, no?
Exactly. So I think very important to highlight that because Black lacked space, that's why it was very important for him to exchange one pair of rooks. This we have to highlight, because let's just imagine White would have a rook on e1 and Black would have a rook on d8 in the same position at the end. Yeah? So this trade, like you're highlighting, was actually part of Black's strategy, that I go for slightly passive position, but because I change one pair of rooks and I don't need so much possibilities. Yeah, with the rook on e8, it's already doing its job. The other rook would not feel comfortable. Yeah, no, you cannot find a good spot for that rook. And how is White breaking through? Or how is White intending to break through, Jan? What is your feeling?
I don't know. I don't know what Black wants. I don't think he can go d5, at least not in the near future. Even c5 is probably unpleasant, and maybe sometimes there's some direct stuff. So he went a6, and now after rook d1, he went queen here. Doesn't look like White can do anything direct, no? Maybe you keep maneuvering, you could bring this bishop back over here, then shuffle the knight. I don't think there's anything direct, but it still looks pleasant for White.
Yes, the big question is that what is he intent? So with queen c8, actually, I feel like if White plays knight e2, then maybe Black wants to play d5. Is that a possibility? Not to try to break out, and after c5 to go knight e4, use that chance and then try to go bishop f5, or this is fundamentally wrong to play like this. Maybe you have knight e5 and f3. I'm not able to get bishop to f5.
Yeah.
That's a problem. Yeah, knight e5. And then bishop f5, f3 wins the piece, and otherwise c5 was a horrible move.
d5, yeah.
I mean, d5 was a horrible move. Yeah, this d5, c5 structure can be just unpleasant. Otherwise, Black also has this b5 kind of break.
But b5, I mean, it looks nice, but if White just sort of ignores it, goes b3, has Black achieved anything, or has he just weakened himself? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm with you completely. But if b5 and d5 breaks are not in the position, then really actually how Black is planning to play if White just squeezes the position.
Yeah, I think it's unpleasant. You just sit and wait. No, here. Even
but wait
g6,
a second.
I'm not sure.
Do I see correctly that Grebnev is with 120 on his clock?
Yeah, he's played quickly.
So this is still kind of part of the plan that he had foreseen for himself against knight c3. As a Petrov player, you have to have at least some kind of a strategy. And if he hardly spent any time, he is not coming up with this system over the board.
No, it feels like still. I don't know. I don't know him well enough, maybe. He also just likes to play quickly, and he knows that Andrey likes to go deep and think. Maybe he's saying, okay, I'll be slightly worse, but I'll make my moves as long as there's nothing direct. Let him think.
And we have to highlight Palavian, the second of Andrey Esipenko. He is a Petrov player himself with Black, and he is also known to be finding so many creative, tricky kind of lines. So maybe that's also something that plays with Grebnev's mind, that I want to avoid any kind of tricks from Palavian. I don't want to get into all these knight cc, knight takes cc, dc castles, long castle type of positions, because they are just way ahead. Let me find something solid and I will be patient. But Black has to be patient here.
I don't know enough. Could also just be that he always plays this, and they spotted this, so of course you go for this if you assume you will get this kind of position. Not sure at all, but it does look unpleasant here. Knight e2 or bishop f4 or any move really. If the breaks don't do anything, Black has to sit sort of passively. It's unpleasant.
And okay, yeah, basically this gives us a chance to move on, because this is not the most dramatic. And do we have an update on Levon's game against Arjun, because that's the big match of the day?
Let's check what happened there. We've seen the opening. We were speculating if Levon was quote-unquote bluffing, and he did castle, did not go for c5 as I wanted. Bishop e3, I'm slightly surprised, I think. Thought Arjun chose this. Took a rook d1, and then maybe you can put the bishop somewhere else. Bishop d7, knight jumps, queen e8. So Levon's willing to return the pawn, or what's?
But he's also eyeing the a4 pawn, yeah?
Yeah. Okay. Arjun took, takes, and e5. That's what he wanted with
Wow.
queen e8 as well. Okay. Arjun played f3. After which you get sort of a normal structure. Takes bishop e6. I don't know. Can we be more aggressive? d5 or de5?
And d5, then follow it up with f4, but always knight g4 will be in the area. So f4, maybe queen h5.
Queen h5.
Can I play queen h5 and then hit you with this knight g4?
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets out of control.
I'm not sure
yes.
it gets messy.
Also, I have h3, bishop c5. Who knows? Yeah, a lot of tactics.
I like queen e7 because we're attacking the pawn and threatening knight g4
Also,
as well.
yeah.
So,
Yeah. No, it's f3 is the thematic move. Yeah, I guess this is very natural, trying to cement and to claim that if I'm somehow able to keep that and the knight on f6 is misplaced, I have something to play with. But this a5, a4 fix, yeah, I think it's very important to highlight. If the pawns would be on a7 and a2, White would be really enjoying himself probably in this structure. But with this eternal weakness on a4 and this lovely square for Black's bishop on b4, Black should have probably enough dynamics, no, to keep the balance.
Let's see. So he took and went bishop e6. Also typical Vienna stuff behavior. You're normally not too concerned about bishop f6, but he has bishop c4 as well. Arjun went bishop d3.
Yeah, I wanted to say bishop e2. In any case, White wants to keep the bishop, right?
The bishop d3, I guess it depends how you assess what happens. So rook d8 was played, saying, okay, please take, I don't care. Now, yeah, he did take, which...
he took, yeah?
My feeling would be, I mean, maybe this is good, but in general, you wanna keep the bishop on the board, no?
But then already also bishop d3 was a little bit questionable.
Yeah,
I felt like bishop e2 and moving the bishop back would be more, or knight e2, yeah? Just
to cover.
Ignore this. Yeah, bishop d3 feels awkward. Yeah, how did Arjun actually continue?
No, he took on f6 now.
Yes.
gf, and now.
So he goes for some concrete knight d5 or what?
I don't know. I think if you give Black two moves, I don't know, king h8 and c6 or rook g8, I'm taking Black with these dark squares.
So that's why I'm kind of expecting. So this is the current position.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That basically knight d5 looks like the move in the spirit. You have to change the character of the game. c6 is in Black's favor.
Or e5. Yeah, do something.
Yeah, but e5 I somehow intuitively I don't believe. Maybe it's a good move.
Takes. Let's say I take.
Yeah, bishop h7, king g7. Okay, Black is way too active.
Anybody's better as Black, no?
I can never be worse with Black.
No, but I can win.
That's also my kind of feeling. And the other move would be e5. And then just fe5, bishop h7, and then try to play this bishop f5. Try to play like this.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's winning, but if we wait passively,
yes.
I mean, we'll be in trouble.
Exactly. I don't see or don't feel any attack against Black's king, but I want to make sure I'm not risking with White. Yeah.
So big decision here for Arjun, but we can make some moves. Maybe we're exaggerating, but something like this, I don't know, you make some normal moves.
Yes, c6, and okay, this is...
Yes.
This doesn't feel so... Or just knight e2 and then bishop c4 and the knight maneuvers and we can ignore the dark squares. Maybe, but it's so difficult.
Yeah. Also, maybe Black didn't even need c6 here now that we did all this already.
If you are not afraid of knight d5.
6, queen 7, g8.
No, I wouldn't mind this for Black.
Yeah.
What is computer's evaluation? Zeros.
Here it's -0, 1, then after gf, yeah, it says e5 is first move zeros, and everything else already small plus for Black. So
It basically, this is our feeling, that White has no chance or no right to fight for an advantage, and he should. And the e5 also somehow is Arjun kind of style. No, it opens the position. He creates loft for his pieces, and the bishop takes h7, bishop f5. This is kind of a key idea to sit on the light square, and then rook e1 is coming, and then maybe Black will have to be precise to liquidate somehow. Use the time.
Levon is happy. I think he understands the structure and yeah, it fits his style, and I let Arjun decide if he wants to bail out or keep playing slowly. Leaves the board, but so far, yeah, of course, so much class with Levon. I mean, he's getting older, so the consistency is not what it used to be, but the feel, the understanding.
And look at Arjun's road. Yes, so he won 2 matches in classical portion, and then suddenly I was the one who stopped him, and then he only passed me in the rapid portion. Yeah, it's very tough to play against Arjun. I prepared against him, and I knew that it will be very difficult over the ball because he's a very good practical player, but that also with all his jumpings and all his sidelines and all this, he can also play main line, he can play FC Nims, or he can play Queen C2 Nims, or he can play E4, it can be Scotch, it can be Ragozin, sharpest lines, it can be Catalan, everywhere he can test you. It just drives his opponent crazy. Clearly, Levon, having all this tremendous preparation and knowledge, is again maybe an opponent who Arjun is not that happy facing, because anyone else he could have been targeting much better than Levon. What is your feeling?
Very hard to say. I think Arjun, yeah, he has a very great practical approach. Of course, you can only have that approach if you're incredibly good at chess
Yes.
and playing any type of position, yeah, but since he's so good, I think he just picks one line, he tries to guess what the opponent plays and tries to have a surprise, and if it doesn't work out, he's still very comfortable playing.
Yes.
But he's not restricted to, okay, I have this one repertoire and I must know everything. He feels very free. I mean, he has some idea, he goes anywhere, and then he uses his tremendous practical strength. But when it comes to practical strength, Levon Aronian in form is one of the very few people on earth who I'm not sure who's the stronger player there.
Exactly.
Okay, but yeah, now looks like Levon at least did well in the opening, and Arjun has to take some big decisions here. E5, knight d5, or just keep playing king h1, rook a1. Everything leads to a very different game. We'll see which one he goes for.
Yeah, and this gives us a chance probably to catch up with Sindarov, Frederik, Svane, because things are heating up, and things went in the direction we discussed, that no matter how long Frederik will think, he will play the move Queen d7.
Queen d7, 1000%, and yeah, he didn't think that long, yeah, both sides.
Yes.
Apparently made some moves, but yeah, rook a1, rook a8, also good. Bishop a3, knight f4. Bishop f1, yeah, both sides are playing.
Well, just wait a second, because it's a very important moment. Yeah, that White played the move bishop a3, seemingly stopping knight f4 because there is this pin against the rook on f8, and Frederik played the move knight g6 to f4 because he wants to go after White's king. Some tactical shots will appear with removing the bishop and then queen g4. I just take queen g4 wins on the spot.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know that d5 is impossible, but look at the clock situation already. For queen d7 he played quickly, but rook a8, knight f4 already took quite some time for Frederik.
Yeah, he does this every game. I'm never happy with it, but it's how he plays, and has some drawbacks, of course, that you can fall behind on the clock. But also has the advantage, it's never like he has this cold start. He makes 20 moves of theory and then he has to start thinking, which can be awkward. He's always into details because he's been thinking about them all the time. Anyway, he plays correctly for now. Bishop takes and queen to g4. This was the first computer line. You can't take because of many reasons, but this is more than good enough. So king to h1. Now maybe this
and
is a
now
threat.
we are seeing one of the things which is the most unpleasant thing in modern chess. That's what I feel, practically speaking, that you know from Frederik that what I'm playing is good, this is how it was supposed to go, but I'm already 40 minutes behind on the clock, and my opponent is 127, so he's still in book, plays a tempo, and you feel like my opponent is one move ahead at least, yeah?
And look at the clock at 0:26, that is a bit excessive.
0:26, already 1 hour time difference.
Yeah. That is Frederik's weakness, if he has any. Sometimes he overdoes it a bit with the clock management, but I said the same against Gukesh, where it was the same situation on the clock out of the opening. And then he went on to win. And also Sindarov, I mean, probably he is still prepared, but he's also capable of just blitzing out moves when he's not in books. So he likes.
Yeah, but basically, if White chooses this line, with b4 and then with this d4, it means that he's picking the territory, and he will be very precise and he will be very careful in his preparation and all this. You mentioned, I immediately remember that, wait a second, this is how some obscure line was going. Bishop g4, queen d7, rook a8. It's easy to remember those things, but sometimes maybe you have checked it like two years ago, when the computer was even giving advantage for black, for example, and you were thinking that, okay, I know this kind of moves and it's automatically good, and then maybe you haven't checked with the latest engine, and the latest engine changed already its opinion, and it's maybe good for White, or it's playable for White, and you don't know the final details. This is modern chess.
It's
this is
0-0, like any position. But no, your point still stands. I don't know. Frederik always makes me nervous. What should he do now?
Is a move like queen g6, is queen g6 a move or not? Because
queen g6 is fine,
It's fine, it's the move that I was calculating, but it kind of, d5, knight g4 is probably easy, but stepping into some knight h4 tempo, hitting the queen away, and then g3 comes with tempo, it's already something that is very difficult to evaluate over the board. So good luck, and besides, White still has a use for rook a d1 move, for example, in his pocket. And black has to make a tough decision. This is his problem.
Let me tell you the first computer line. I'm cheating here.
Wow.
It's queen to h5.
Yes.
Fair enough. Clears the square.
That's
rook a d1, logical also. And now g5. Vamos.
Yes. You know, I was thinking about the move g5, but the difficulty with g5 is to find the right moment when it's working. And whenever you... And he goes...
No, he goes knight to h3.
He
What's
goes
going
knight h3. This is a little bit like a desperate move. He's trying to rely on this knight x e4 tactic. Is that a threat at all? Then maybe I can take on h3.
His point of rook d1, then he wants knight takes e4. This is good.
Yes. Yeah, because gh we can take on f3, and we take against bishop g2, knight f2, and knight takes h3 check against king g1, so that works. But somehow it's too artificial, no?
The problem is White has this move.
Yeah, rook e3.
Take. Now we can just take here. So it's a bit unclear what you're doing, no? Maybe once knight g5.
Knight
but
G5.
Is that improving his situation?
Yeah, well, the big question is, will White also be able to control the center, because there is this pressure also not only against the e5 pawn but also on the d4 pawn. Now both rooks, the f8 rook is pinned, the rook on e3 is pinned. It's a very kind of special position.
Very strange.
Yeah, very difficult to say. Now the big question also, it's a typical situation like many times Sindarov, this is preparation. He probably knows the top two lines of the computer, how it goes.
Queen g6, 0-0, and
exactly. He will blitz things out, and then you never have the luxury, because there is so much information, so much going on in modern chess, that often here I have a direction, I check the first, I go and play. And then your opponent suddenly comes up with a creative idea like knight h3, which the computer says it might not be so perfect, but in fact, in a practical game, you are the one who have to make a decision. And because you have been so far playing according to computer, you are not, you are cold, like you said, that you are not yet in the game, and suddenly you have to make a very important decision. It's never so easy.
I think the good news for him is he only has one good move, which is his rook e3, because there's nothing you can do about this threat other than cover here.
Yeah. And I also perfectly understand Frederik. If he knew that this bishop g4, queen d7, rook e8 is kind of a good line, that he believed in, that I can play like this, then he might think like he has to find a justification to make this work. And that's why he was tempted to find this concrete solution with knight h3, all this queen g6, queen h5, bizarre kind of things. If you are not backed by a computer that you can afford to lose tempo and play like this, you can never convince yourself, no?
What I'm a bit confused by, okay, it's not so important, I guess he maybe still knew, but why did you take the A rook to E8? Some knight G5 or what?
I think that was somehow, I also remember that this queen d7 was combined with rook A8. It was somehow important, but my memory dates back to 2015. That's 10 years.
Yeah.
It's kind of scary to rely on that kind of memory.
Generally, I mean, if white goes bishop A3, you have a rook on F8, there's always DE5. You have to keep in mind, oh, well, this...
Yeah, but maybe here white can play H3, and if bishop H3, there will bishop takes F7 check. Is that a problem? Or you anyway wanted to take on F3?
Take, and if takes...
you played
this, no?
Yeah, well, it's almost impossible.
It's a theoretical
yes.
question,
exactly.
but yeah, just to me, this sort of looks quote-unquote normal, but I'm sure there are many subtleties. And what he did was fine. It's the first computer line, just trying to understand. So yeah, knight H3. I think Sindarov has no other move than rook to E3. And Frederik also won't have missed this, so his point must be knight G5 to get rid of this defender.
Yes.
No, here. Whatever. Takes. And what is this position?
Yeah, probably you have to play rook D1, yeah, to strengthen your center. But it feels like black has some ideas, yeah, putting pressure on the E4, D4 pawns. But how exactly? It was more like assumption that and I will touch you somehow. But how do I touch exactly? I'm not sure. Yeah, because Queen F4 runs into G3, Bishop G2, Cemento.
That's the dream. If white gets this, then he can start torturing.
Yeah, he can get seriously better.
Okay, let's try to double.
So some more pins, yeah. It was not enough to have one.
Need the stupid rook to do something.
Yes, of course. Yeah, the idea is to hit the E4 pawn. Yeah, it's so picturesque. Yeah, and Sindarov's road, beating Nikita Petrov, beating Nicolas Teodoro.
Who's very strong. Petrov is also strong, but Teodoro has.
Wait a second, but I'm surprised. Didn't Angelica mention us that Teodoro was playing with Sindarov some blitz match on 8th of November, and then a few days later they played? What on earth is going on here?
I don't know. They like to play.
Wow. They wanted to clarify already who is in better shape before.
Maybe that was the real match, yeah, and then just they showed the result in the World Cup.
That's kind of funny. Funny little detail. Yeah, now all eyes on Sindarov. But okay, the game slowed down. He has 1 hour time advantage. He will take his time. Let's use the chance to jump somewhere else. Any news? Yeah, any breaking news?
See these games. Let me see. Arjun did not go E5 or anything direct, and what he did, this looks like he's playing with fire against Uncle Levon. He played F4, and Levon played Queen C6. Okay, this is very sharp now.
This is very sharp.
Still E5 is there. But if white plays some quote-unquote normal move, like here, this looks like something Levon would enjoy.
Well, white's king is still on G1. Yeah, this is...
Yeah, okay, you can go here, but in general, if
that's,
you give black
tempo.
some time...
Yes, exactly. The king, this is what I felt like. With the king on H1 and then white having a move, I would somehow believe, because it's very much about time factor. I can't afford this loss of tempo with king H1, but I need this move. And with rook D4, rook F8 coming, and then if black is able to play even king F8, then he can just abandon the whole king side and get very active.
Yeah.
White can get back rank problems or problems.
So typical Vienna style, yeah. Your king looks stupid, but it ends up on F8, and all the pieces are playing, and all of a sudden, a very dangerous situation. Arjun, thinking about it. He's about to make a move. He goes E5.
Yeah, he goes for E5. Yeah, he needs to open up. Yeah,
controlling before black is fully mobilized there.
Basically, I have a fair guess this game will end in a draw, because simply both sides actually know that they can't afford any any neutral move. Yeah, they have to go with the flow, and the flow of it should signals me that it's a dynamic equality.
Let's check the flow if we take.
Well, before we check, let's just look at Levon's World Cup record. It's incredibly impressive. I think the most successful player ever in this format. Played 6 times, one in 2005. That's how he got to the Linares tournament, which then he managed to win, beating me in the last round. And he also won in 2017 this epic tiebreak against MVL, I think.
Yeah.
It was some crazy, insane. It could have gone either way, but finally Levon was the more successful.
But look who eliminated him every time he didn't win.
Dingliran.
Every time?
The only man who can stop Levon, and he's not here.
Also, 2017, the final was against Ding, no?
Not against MVL.
No, that was
semi-final
or something. Yeah.
Ah, really? Yeah, because I remember some Armageddon decided there the match. Yeah, Dingliran, the man who is not here anymore. Then who can stop?
This, I don't believe Levon got kicked out every time by Ding. That's insane. Anyway, he is also our only participant, not just now in the round of 16, but out of all the 208 players that played here. He's the only guy who's ever won the World Cup.
Wow.
He won twice even, but no one else has won this.
Yes.
Because past winners were Magnus, Svidler, Kayakin, none of these guys are here.
Rajabov. Yes. Gelfand, 2009.
Kamsky.
Kamsky as well. Yeah, incredible.
So E5 played. Sorry.
Yeah, E5. Yeah, you have to open up. You cannot give black time.
Just check if we take. Ah, no, both.
Yeah, both are possible. Yes. And they might even lead to some transposition, yeah, because you will need both moves probably.
Let's take.
Yeah, let's take first. Yeah. King H8 or G7? Also already a question.
But I was worried about.
F5, F6, yes.
F6. Maybe not.
Correct, yeah. Okay, King H8.
Okay, we can take. Okay, this looks normal. Computer was giving takes some bishop f5 without fe as well.
Yeah, because here also I have some queen c5, queen takes e5, and then just is that possible just to play like this?
Yeah,
or?
Very possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually 0-0 as always. So
yes.
Bishop f5 and 0-0, which sounds believable. No, now white is active enough.
Exactly. No, for white it was very important to open things up. And Levon will have
clear
to
how black can deviate.
Make a decision, yes.
Because okay, you can't really cover. So no, this looks normal. This, I mean, we can still do the same if we want to. So the outline was taken here. Maybe that's more ambitious.
Yes, that's more ambitious, yeah. Just keep more tension. I feel like from Levon's body language, he almost like signals, leave me alone. I don't want to calculate lines.
Yeah.
I'm relying on my feeling.
Rook d4, rook d8.
Exactly.
Let me do my stuff.
I know where to put my pieces, but why, Arjun, do you force me to calculate lines? And he's forced to now after e5.
And actually, maybe queen c6, because he probably thought about e5 the move before, but then he thought, okay, it's not happening, and maybe he relaxed.
He
maybe
could have started with
was a little
king h8
inaccurate. Yeah, put the king here, eliminate e5, or now e5 at least. You have other options like takes and queen d7, queen d4, so it's a worse version for white.
Yes. Also, somewhere some bishop b3 kind of trick may be hanging there. Maybe it's bad, but at least you have to reckon with.
And then, yeah, maybe he could have done what he wanted to do. Yeah, play like normal. Just play king h8 first, because I think he thought, okay, e5 is not happening. So maybe I don't even need king h8. Maybe I can go to f8 after rook d4, rook d8.
fe5 played. All right. We believe in black that black should not have any problems, but black is forced to think and make decisions. And it's the World Cup. Yeah, whenever your king is a little bit under pressure and you don't have the chance to immediately get rid of all the tension, that hurts.
Yeah. They've thought about it. F takes E. Arjun takes the pawn instantly, and Levon immediately and correctly goes king here.
King H8, and bishop F5 will be played. I think it's very much Arjun style, bishop F5, keeping the tension, being ambitious, and asking some questions.
Also feels much more annoying than FE,
yes.
and you know, okay, with the queen
Yeah,
here,
thank you
can
very
come
much.
back, and
Yes.
that can be, no, like...
Yeah. We are on the same page.
Right, big moment. This is move 20. Okay, but... Sorry.
Okay, move 20, yeah, only. All right, it's... but okay, Arjun, I think, knows that he's having things under control. Yeah, he knows that the bishop F5 is in his pocket, keeping all the tension, and Black will have to come up with something. What is he up with? Yeah, bishop F5. All of a sudden, I wasn't sure that I understood its dynamic equality, but I felt before I mentioned also that maybe I would prefer to be black. After this bishop takes a6 king h8, bishop f5, I would like to be white because I feel like I have draw in my pocket, and it is black who has to prove that he can comfortably neutralize my initiative. Maybe just rook a1, maybe now I will have time for king h1. Is there, yeah, this rook f3, rook h3 direct kind of play is also happening. Not so easy. Arjun taking his time. He feels that this is a very important moment.
We take, pawn takes. No, it's also.
I still don't see the liquidation.
No, I'm seeing what the computer says, but this is far from simple. Computer says here, for example, only move not to be worse as bishop here, which is very strange.
That did not occur to me at all.
And okay, very strange stuff.
No.
We survive, but this is not how you play.
Yeah, this is what normally we say, that even if you have 1 week of time, you will never play like this as a human, because you feel that there is danger coming against your king. You cannot make neutral moves on the other side of the board, excuse me.
No,
it's just unheard of. Yeah, that's... but if not this, then already computer says that there are some dangers.
You don't have to take on c3, but the lines are all strange, so...
Yeah.
I mean, this, he says, is equal to... I mean, this is more normal, but still not so easy.
Yeah,
now take here. Okay, black survives.
Yeah, okay, this one, yeah, trying to open things up makes sense. This rook fe8 and then e takes f4 is super classy. Can you take fe5?
Yeah, I have other moves here.
Yeah.
Exactly. Takes,
I don't, yeah, and king h1, okay, thank you, queen e5, and maybe rook f3 or you take on e6.
F3 also.
Yes, no, this is already playable for white.
Yeah.
It feels like...
The computer holds everything, but that's not the question. I mean, this looks very tricky. For example, queen takes, he goes here, and there's all kinds of stuff happening.
And it's also Arjun, yeah, who, if he gets a chance to attack, he will not have double swords. He's very happy. And I do see some excitement. Isn't he shaking a little bit his leg? It looks to me like he is moving, like he's excited that, wait a second, maybe I have something.
Where's the leg camera?
No, but don't you have this feeling like he's moving a little bit?
No, I agree with you.
Yes.
I'm just wondering if we can see.
Yes. There is some excitement.
Yeah. Levon also very focused. I think Levon knows that with
he was
careless. He made his life much more difficult than it needed to be, which is unpleasant.
Exactly.
Because even instead of king h8, which we talked about, there are so many other moves like queen d7, queen d4.
With the tempo, hits the bishop. Thank you very much. Yeah,
and then
exactly.
You go and worst case you go bishop c4
and neutralize. Exactly. Yeah, this is now. All of a sudden, some hope for Arjun.
Yeah. Okay, we'll get back to it. Let's check what Shankland and Dubov are doing. And is Dubov doing Dubov magic?
Well,
what did he do after the CB? I went d5. I thought about this because it's his style. I just couldn't see how it works.
And look at Esipenko, he's also stunned about the position. He's looking there, he's not moving, because I also had the same feeling like, what on earth is happening? Yeah, first black sacrifice pawn or pawns, then the current position, Shankland managed to make a position exchange sacrifice. What a game.
Let's see how they got here. So d5, 2 pawns down for Dubov, but probably is getting one back. And Shankland went knight to f3. Not the computer move. Computer wanted d4 here and says white is a bit better. But he played knight to f3. Takes, takes, takes. Now it's just one pawn and the position opens up and black has the bishops. Bishop e3, bishop here. And Shankland decides to sacrifice with rook takes c7. Didn't have to, he could have moved. When I'm guessing the idea is here. Takes, and now some trickery. But Sam decided to take here, and what is going on? Takes.
Yeah, like they say, who is better and why, yeah?
Exactly. Daniil played rook here.
Probably equal after all, yeah. Rook f7 and then b6 is the way, oh.
b6 was played.
Cementing the rook.
But how cementing is it? Knight to d6.
Yeah, taking control of the
square. 1 minute 10, yeah? He's not...
1 hour 10, yes.
1 hour 10 minutes, sorry.
Yes.
But now he's slowing down a bit after knight d6. Compiori like black here after takes, which Dubov, he said he doesn't like to calculate if he can just play normal moves.
Exactly, yeah.
Here, computer is saying black is slightly better already. But he played knight d6.
And knight d3 was
knight
played.
d3, once again, computer wants to take, but now it says you have to take not to be worse.
And then is there a way to somehow target that c7 pawn, or that is just not possible because white is in time to protect it, yeah? Also, white still misses this hc move because back rank issues, but how do we activate that rook, yeah?
Like this.
Oh, wow, knight c4.
Strange move because you're moving the knight away from this, but...
Yeah, but once you put it there, it hurt me. Yeah, because now you touch the back rank, just in time.
And now white is fighting for... Not sure if survival. Computer says 0-0 always, but I mean...
Yeah, these are tricky 0-0s, yeah. As often people used to say that when engines are, wow, we have a draw.
Speaking of 0-0, draw in Jose Martinez against Harikrishna. Harikrishna passed the Jospin memory test, and yeah, that endgame is just equal.
Yeah, that whenever the computer says 0-0, it means that even computer doesn't know what's going on.
I think he probably knows, but it doesn't mean much. Yeah, like one side is better, but just that computer can hold it against himself doesn't mean it's equal. Yeah? I mean,
exactly.
In a way, it made things much harder because you can click and every line is 0-0. But I almost prefer in the old days when computers had opinion, 0-8 or 0-5 or something.
Yeah. Don't lead me into a wrong direction or something. Yeah,
exactly.
Assuming sometimes pawn down rook endgame, which is a nightmare for humans. Computer says it's dead draw. Okay, congratulations. Thank you very much for the help. Nice. Okay, Daniil is enjoying himself, I think. He knows that he actually probably has to solve the problems move per move, because if white knight lands on e5 and then rook c7, bc7 happens with the knight on e5, it looks like black can be cramped, yeah, or white gets time for hc or whatever. You have to be energetic.
No, it's clear you can't wait for all the pieces to arrive.
Yes.
Still takes on c7, of course. You want to be sure, yeah? I mean, you're undoubling the pawns, you're allowing this guy here.
Yeah, no, you take on c7 when you spot knight c4 that it works move per move nicely for you. Then you really believe that I can take on c7 before not?
It is kind of, once you see it, it's logical, no? Because here the knight can't go forward because of back rank.
Yes.
If it has to go back, then okay, at least...
Yeah, then also the king is coming to d7, e5, king, yes. It can get scary for white all of a sudden, yeah.
Okay, looks like Daniil out of danger for now. Let's continue quick tour. Quang, Liem. I learned, by the way, you probably knew this, but I learned that Le is the family name, Quang is the middle name, and Liem is the first name. And in Vietnamese order, you first say the family name, then the middle name, and then the first
all my life I called him Le Quang Liem. That's how I called him, because it's the Hungarian way of...
Yeah, the Hungarian way as well, so for you
exactly.
it's familiar.
Yes, yes.
And yes, he was. Is this equal? What's going on here?
Well, it's also a question whose move is it? Yeah, that's very important.
Answer that question. Okay, Alex, Queen C2. Compy didn't like. Wanted Rook C1. Takes Knight D2. Knight back takes. And Rook C1. Now it's Black's move.
Yeah, no, Black should be fine. This is dynamic equality with the light squares, with the bishop hitting on E2. White's pawn structure also AC B2, which means that White can never really... He can only cement the queen side once he takes on C5 and plays B4. Yeah, that's the dream scenario. So Black should always be careful, but you also agree, no, that Black should be fine. He has enough activity.
Like it, yeah.
Yes. In fact, who knows? Yeah, if Black somehow manages to coordinate Queen E5, Bishop B7, Rook F8, some Kasparov kind of dynamic can appear. Yeah, Rook B6, weakness on B2, long diagonal. I don't know. I don't feel. Or White has some stable way to.
No, but I guess White wants to take. No.
Yeah, but for example, if I play Rook F8, then you are not taking.
That's a bit slow.
And Queen E5. I'm getting my then there's some concrete issue, or what is the issue?
No particular issue, just computer. Yeah, he likes White. Yeah, F3.
Wow. Computer likes White. Yeah, F3, King F2, cement like this, yeah? And then Rook D2, Queen C3.
Or something, yeah.
Yeah, if you can get into an endgame, maybe you can try to torture a bit.
Yeah, Rook F8 plate.
Okay. Interesting position, very interesting strategical position.
Yeah, very strange. No, but looks like Aleksey, he's playing very well here. And, okay, we can talk more about him later, but he has that kind of thing where he looks like an absolute top player for half a year, and then he drops 100 rating points, and then he comes back. Somehow he does it every year. If he
but
could
okay, we will speak about this longer, because I have my theory.
I'm interested, and it would be useful. But for now, let's see what Angelika can tell us.
Yeah, hello everyone. I mean, it's been a very, very slow round, as we can see. I mean, there's some action happening, but as we can understand, no player wants to lose. I mean, and we have done some statistics on that, and we have checked how many games have player lost. For example, after losing the first match, 81 games have finished into the loss. So it's so important not to lose the first match. And only 10 games have been managed to come back. In the tie breaks, when players go to the tie breaks after playing 2 draws or after coming back with a victory, there we had another statistics. Apparently, when you're losing the first game in tie breaks, it's much easier to come back. There we have 44 games which finished in a victory for a player who won the first game. But if someone came back, it was only 21 games, so we can see around 1/3 of those games. So this is the statistics which we prepared, and this explains also why the players are trying to be so solid in the round. They're trying to calculate every move, as you were mentioning, Aronian calculating every option, because it's attack against his king in this position. No one wants to lose the first game because it eliminates the chances, it makes chances low. What do you think about this statistics?
But these statistics are so negative for a positive thinker like myself. If you win the first game, you almost won the match. So you might as well take a chance there. Of course, I agree, it's very, very hard to come back with this time control, especially with this format, especially if you lose with White, you're more or less out. But I also think that it leads to players being a little too cautious, which, I mean, I've always been a chicken, so I fully understand psychologically. But often to increase your chances, especially, let's say you're the underdog and you're slightly better with White, you don't want to make a draw in that spot, because this might be your one chance to win the match. If not, you'll be a big underdog in the tiebreak normally as a lower-rated player, and you have to survive the black game. So I think, for example, Aleksey is trying to win his game, and I think it's absolutely the correct strategy. Sometimes I like to talk about this fear of sudden death. If you make 2 draws or you make 1-1, you know you get to play one more day and you're still in the tournament. So it's very, very hard to resist that option. But to increase your chances, you have to take a risk, even if it also increases the chance of getting eliminated. So psychologically, I think it's very normal, but mathematically, people should push harder.
Of course. And Peter, I want to ask you, yesterday there was one of the interviews with Daniil Dubov, and he mentioned that he's trying to push with the black pieces in this event because there is not so much you can do with the white. What do you think about that approach?
Well, I think especially it's connected with the tie breaks. Yes, that he also wants to put all the pressure on his opponent. Okay, you have the white pieces. Please show me what you got. And I think also Daniil has his very specific own kind of lines, which he feels very comfortable. Probably he played tons of blitz, he analyzed them. Nobody really has experience in those positions apart from Daniil. And when the time control is shorter and he plays very fast and with confidence, you feel like, wait a second, I'm probably better. I should be putting pressure. And this is what he wants. Please prove me your advantage. Burn some more time on the clock. You get done to 5 minutes. I have 15 and I'm going to beat you. Yeah, and it works to perfection for him. I don't know how he does it. But it's super impressive.
Yeah, and also one more point and remark. We apologize for some mistake on the broadcast because, of course, you were right. Aronian didn't lose to all the games to Dingler. He lost to Yakubboev, Reshenko, MVL, and other players. So, yeah, that was a slight inaccuracy. But Aronian is indeed, as we were mentioning, as one of the biggest favorites in this event. Now facing Arjun, of course, it's a very tough pairing, but I think he will still try to go all the way to the finals.
Of course. That's his goal, that's his dream, clearly. Getting into one more candidates, yeah, because for Levon, whenever he got into the candidates, he was like a favorite to win it, yeah, and then he never somehow with his nerves was able to cope with all this tension. I can imagine what it would mean for him to get into candidates at the moment when nobody so-called expects anything from him. He's not the favorite. Everybody knows that he belongs to the candidates, and he can just quietly play his chess when he's the best. Yeah, if he just plays, he wasn't a favorite in Las Vegas when he beat Magnus, he beat Hikaru and so on, and he just is capable of playing brilliant chess. But right now he has to survive this position after Bishop F5, and he has some difficult headache because Arjun, if you give him initiative and you have to calculate, you often feel like you calculate against a machine when you face Arjun.
Yeah, we're going to see what's going to follow from that game.
Yeah, we will find out if he survives right after the break. Thanks, Angelica. See you guys soon.
We are at the beautiful Resort Rio, host to the 2025 FIDE World Cup, and this is your official venue tour. Most players are staying in the hotel itself. As you can see, the bungalows are well spread out. There is so much nature everywhere. It really is a go-in paradise, which is perfect for chess players, as we all know how much they love their walks during tournaments. The dining hall, which gets packed full of players enjoying the cuisine, which is both foreign and local yummy Indian cuisine. This is the entrance to the hotel, where guests are greeted by wonderful friendly faces, funny signs, and of course the FIDE help desk, which is here for every player's needs. I'm here with Matthias Blubaum, who recently arrived. What do you think about the venue and the hotel so far?
I mean, I enjoy the food quite a lot, and I haven't yet. I mean, yesterday evening I went to the playing hall the first time. I haven't played so far, so I can't really comment on playing conditions, but it looks very nice, so I'm looking forward to play.
Let's check out where exactly the participants play. The playing hall, where all the chess action is happening. Tickets are also on sale for fans to enter the playing hall and watch their favorite players live. There are so many cool spaces around the venue for fans and spectators to interact, and we're expecting this to fill up very quickly once the top players arrive.
And as with every major FIDE event, we also have a FIDE merch store. What is available here for our fans?
Hi, so we have different categories. We have all our collectibles, we've got bags, we've obviously got a chess set, we've got stationery, and we have some cool merchandise like your t-shirts and one hoodie by the FIDE itself.
There's also a space dedicated to beanbags and comfy chairs where fans can watch the action on the TVs, but of course right now they're enjoying the live commentary. Right next to the hall there is an awesome fan zone where fans can even get treated to live commentary by some of India's best voices from ChessBase India and Chesscom India. Now let us take you behind the scenes to the video broadcast room where you've got the hard-working video broadcast and media team as well as our awesome commentators Yevgeny Murozhnichenko and Jan Gustafsson.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout, where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds. With a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
Goa, a food paradise, both steeped in historical culinary tradition and at the forefront of a modern-day food revolution that is fresher, more local, and more global than ever before. I'm embarking on a journey across the state to explore the very best of food here.
This is honestly my favorite way to eat an egg.
Break bread with some of Goa's most loved chefs and understand what food really means to communities here.
Watch postcards from Goa on National Geographic.
In December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges, chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
Welcome back, everybody. The World Cup is heating up. It's the round of 16. So whoever wins their match in this round is going to go to the quarterfinals. And then candidates' angst will be supreme because we're so close to the semifinals. And the top 3 players here qualify for the candidates tournament, where if they win, they have a chance to become world champion by qualifying for a match against Gukesh. Now the picture how to get to the candidates and who gets there has become much clearer, because we know Bluebaum and Giri are in from the Grand Swiss, Caruana is in from the 2024 FIDE circuit, which is more or less points acquired over all the tournaments in that year. 2025 is not official, but Pragnanda is unstoppable. Same for rating, unless Magnus Carlsen decides he wants to play candidates and plays a bunch of Norwegian Opens to get there, which is unlikely, then it will be taken by Hikaru Nakamura. So that means we more or less know 5 of the participants. And then it's the top 3 from here, Peter.
Yeah, which basically just shows that how much at stake we are having here at the World Cup. And well, we see, yeah, it's incredible fights everywhere, and deep in the minds of the players it's there, yeah, that wait a second, I already got here to the last 16, 2 more matches somehow, and I'm there to play the semifinals, and whoever gets into the semifinal, finally there will be one so-called loser, which will also be kind of heartbreaking, right? Because to get to a semifinal in a tournament like this, it's already sensational. But then you cannot be really happy, yeah, if you are missing out.
I think it slightly depends who it is. Let's say it's Frederik makes the semifinals and then he loses to Arjun in the match for 3rd. I think it still will be considered a big success. Of course, you're unhappy in the moment, but it's different if you're Arjun or Wei Yi or to some extent Levon, who has the extent of expectations. Okay, you should make the candidates, yeah, and people are waiting for you to be there, while if it's Jose Martinez or Frederik or Sargissian, one of those, then it's already an incredible story that they made the semifinals. Yeah?
Yes, yeah, that's absolutely true. And yeah, there we see, yeah, there you see the tiredness, the exhaustion. Yeah, the players had nerve-wracking tie breaks. Both gentlemen played a tie break. Frederik knocking out Sargissian and Javokhir Sindarov beating Yuan in a dramatic queen endgame. So, yeah, they are not fresh, but they have to try to push this aside. The position that we discussed is actually in the on the board. Nothing happened yet, so we don't have to necessarily get into analysis.
The only thing that happened is Sindarov is catching up on the clock. Yeah? Yes. Last time we saw he had 1:25, and now he's 47 minutes, so he's also getting into details. And it often happens. We've seen it the most, I think, with the Ding Gukesh World Championship match. Gukesh was always an hour ahead on the clock, but then you have to get into the details and you catch up on the clock. So
And look at this. This is the picture I wanted to highlight. Arjun, after making his bishop f5 move, is walking around, and I would like to zoom on Levon's face, the way how he's thinking at the board, to see, is he showing, I see some nervousness. Look at this. This is not the cool Levon who was half an hour before.
No, because he can no longer play by hand.
Exactly.
Put the piece on good squares, this is not working, yes? So this is a key moment, and he knows it.
And now his opponent is walking there very quietly. He knows that I'm safe, but my friend, your king on h8 is in a long-term trouble. Not an easy spot for black. Yeah, how do you find the way to eliminate the danger? Very difficult.
Let's try some moves. We've already shown computer goes rook f8, very strong, or takes and bishop c4, which was not human.
Impossible, yes. Rook f8 makes sense, but after fe5, yeah, because I think fe5 is very strong from practical point of view. This rook f3 takes f4 was like a cold shower, because then suddenly the back rank issue for white also comes to life. But this one I feel, yes, this one I feel safe, and you have this very unpleasant question to answer, that you had this queen on e5, you don't want to take back with the queen, but probably you are forced to, and then where is your activity?
Let me show you some computer stuff.
Wow.
We can evaluate if this
so
is possible.
Rook e6 is
rook
possible.
e6, rook f7, threatening checkmate.
Yes.
Rook h6, also threatening checkmate.
Okay.
g3.
Yes.
Now you can go queen g3, or you can take here. And okay, the rook ending is a draw because we have rook d2.
B
so
takes c3.
B takes c, and
then queen d5 check. Yes.
And I think you could find this probably.
Yes,
rook
but
h6.
it's very important to take with the rook, right? Because if you take with the queen, it feels bad, yeah, that white will get the initiative.
Yeah, no, this is what we looked at. Then queen f2 was very clever, and f7 is hanging, queen h4, rook f3 is coming. This is very unpleasant. Like, of course, computer still says 0-0, but for humans, this looks very unpleasant.
This is, whenever that knight somehow joins the battle, it's game over, and you know it, yeah? So this puts tremendous pressure.
But rook f8 is a tough move, because also you want to
you have to foresee this rook takes e6.
Yes.
Yeah, and also the problem is that after rook f8, seemingly white has so many moves, yeah? I don't know, maybe king h1 takes, there are so many alternatives.
I mean, this is good for black, but just showing some options.
Yes. No, not very difficult. This rook f8 is like, you feel like danger is looming, and then you give your opponent a move with a neutral move, yeah, and computer calculates that yes, everything works out to perfection with defense, but this is not how the human brain is functioning, and the instinct and so on.
Yeah. Now this, for example, you lose immediately.
And queen g6 or rook f3.
Okay, it's not forced, just to show ways how it could end badly.
Well,
no, this is a key moment for Levon, because also, as Angelica taught us, if you lose, even if you have to come back with white, it's so hard.
In modern chess,
they can be solid too.
Yes, basically modern chess, playing white or black doesn't really make a difference. The difference is that when you are in must-win situation, then black you have zero chance, because white can kind of force you into bad line, because every normal opening line can lead to draw. So you automatically have to give an upper hand. But if you have the white pieces, getting an advantage is kind of almost automatically, it's kind of impossible nowadays, but you can maybe not play for advantage, but try to get a game.
You can get a game,
yeah. This is the advantage, so...
And even if the score is 0-0, the advantage is not so much you get an edge, so you put so much pressure, but you get a choice. If you want to be super solid and make a draw, you can do that. If you want a sharp game, you can do that. So you choose the territory, which is an advantage in itself, even if there's no computer advantage. Levon,
Exactly. It was so funny. I read the newspaper, how the Hungarian sport newspaper was reporting about my victory in the first round, and he said that, well, after making a comfortable draw with black, Leko used his advantage with the white pieces. I did not think about playing with white that I have any advantage. Excuse me, it was absolutely not the way I was thinking. I knew the Petrov is coming from Bobby-Cenk. He is a brilliantly prepared opponent. So I was just thinking, like, how can I at least pose some questions? Yeah, those were the only thoughts.
That is the advantage with the white pieces. You can ask a question. Right?
Yes.
Okay, Levon. And the problem for him is also, I know he will be kicking himself, of course.
Yes.
You shouldn't, but he knows if he plays King H8 here, he never gets into any trouble here.
Or this Queen D7 move, yeah.
Nice. Well, now he has to sit there. He's one of the most dangerous players in the world, so very, very complex.
I also feel like Queen C6 was like a happy move. Yeah, that I'm careless, it's in the spirit, very nice, and then you immediately regretted that, wait a second, okay, what have I done? I created problems for myself, and he's already thinking for over 20 minutes. He's behind on the clock.
Yeah.
I think now he's clearly behind on the clock, or not clearly, but certainly is.
Yeah, here we see the correct times,
yes,
31 minutes,
yeah.
He's falling further behind.
Yeah, but also the tendency, yeah, that Arjun's moves will be so much more natural, so his moves will come almost automatically, and Levon will have to have answers ready for almost every situation.
White's position is so easy to play, no? Yes. Fe5, King H1, Rook F3, like, I mean...
Exactly.
There's nothing to do. All right, we will come back to Levon's suffering. Daniil played the best line we talked about. This takes, and knight back to E1.
And what we kind of expected from Dubov to find, yeah. It's very much in his style to feel also when do I switch to concrete play. And the knight moved from E1 to DC. Now the knight had to move back from DC to E1, which is very sad. And yeah, the king is coming, E5, King F7, King E6. Black cannot lose this.
No, but interestingly, the move order seems somewhat relevant here. It seems important you start with E5.
Aha, so please show us.
King F7, which looks
very natural.
More natural to me. Then computer is very happy with this bishop D4 move, keeping an eye on this.
Oof.
And if Rook A1, bishop C3, and somehow you stabilize, and the pawn has to be stopped. So after
but
bishop
honestly,
D4,
bishop D4 is extremely difficult move, because I was trying to make argument that, so computer likes E5, is this bishop F4? But bishop F4 runs into Rook A1.
Yeah. No,
and you have all this bishop D4.
Stopping the king as well, and if you play some slow move G6, then white has time for F4, King F2, Knight F3, whatever.
And we see the Dubov is leading 2-0 in the blitz section. Is that
lifetime score? Yeah.
Yeah, well,
I haven't played so much, but yeah, in blitz Dubov is supposed to be the favorite.
He's leading against most of the players, yeah.
Yeah, this is online, but we can assume it was online blitz games. Maybe rapid, I don't know. Where, E5?
Well, I'm trying to read Dubov's body language.
It's tough.
I think one of the most annoying things playing against Dubov is that even in the most complex position, he seemingly sits there bored like nothing is going on, and your heart rate is maybe exploding, you are just extremely nervous, and you think like, wow, and there is no reaction from my opponent.
No, he has this aura of superiority. This might be difficult for you, Patser, but I understand what's going on.
Exactly.
And also he has something to back it up. Yeah, I mean, if he was making bad moves, that's not a problem. But no, it's also what he believes. Yeah, so it's not fake. But yeah, E5 not an easy move.
Not an easy move at all. Yeah, it's so natural to bring the king as quickly as possible. But if you already and he goes for it, yeah, he is good. Yeah, he knows that. Wait a second, my king is coming anyway. I don't need to rush, but I have to take control.
Stops F4. No, this is a very strong move.
But strong means that white can actually have a comfortable draw. Black will be able to squeeze this now.
0-0 as usual,
0-0,
now it looks more comfortable for black at least.
It feels, yes.
To me,
it feels like black cannot lose with all the light squares and all the activity, and white's knight on E1 and also black squared bishop is not active. Let's just highlight that, yeah, white has the chance to play bishop A7, bishop B8 to protect, guard that C7 pawn, and try to support c8, but then find his bishop will be blocked by itself. Yeah, and the black plays some bishop a6 or bishop rook a1 wins on the spot. But I just wanted to highlight that there is also the danger that that bishop gets boxed in on b8. For example, a black bishop gets to c8 or the king gets there. And then the bishop never moves in that game anymore. And you can just lose the game like this. So you
for white, it's not obvious what you're doing.
Yes.
I mean, you can play any move, nothing seems bad, but now the black moves are obvious. And with white, you play h4, you play f4, you play bishop d2, bishop c3, you play f3, I don't know.
Wow, wait a second. We even have cameras under the table, yeah?
That's what I meant. Like, show us the leg cam. Yeah. We're everywhere.
Wow. Okay. This is very interesting. So there is no privacy, nothing, finish, yeah?
No, nothing. Everything
the players
that
are
you do under the
exposed.
table is on camera.
Yes. Uh-huh.
But there's no kicking, yeah? There's this
no
wall.
more kicking,
So
yeah, now we have a proof, yeah?
Because Petrosian used to kick everybody, and it's no longer allowed. Yeah,
He
like
used
Tigran.
to. Oh, wow.
I don't know, someone told me that. I'm not sure if that's true.
He was my favorite player, so I only know positive
That's
things
why.
about him, yes, I don't know.
Cemento, prophylaxis.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, wow. So Sam, yeah, he was doing some pressure, but now he's suddenly on the defensive. And Dubov goes for a walk. This gives us a chance to move on.
Yeah.
Which game comes next?
I'll just keep clicking. If it's boring, we can go ahead. Donchenko took a pawn, but Quang activated a bit.
Yes,
The
this
rook
is
d7.
This is like Catalan, yeah? When you sack the pawn, but you get a lot of activity.
And Compi didn't like taking the pawn, actually. Compi wanted here. Cemento, no?
Cementovic, yeah, immediately, yeah. And Queen e5 on the board, yeah, black is...
And now Cemento's gone, because look at this here. Ouch.
Oof, double attack.
No more Cemento.
That hurts.
Not lost or anything.
Okay, rook d7, queen d1, but okay, it's fine for white. It should be equal.
0-0, as usual.
Yes, and I actually told you that I wanted to say a few words about Alex and about his jumping, because I'm also reading in the German media that, okay, if Alex plays well, then he is like this, he has then bad period. Well, excuse me, but who in Germany is supporting Alex? Please, sponsors, supporters, back him and also organize for him tournaments where he can play according to his talent, the opponents. Because of course, if you play open tournaments, you are automatically having some good period, you have some bad period. But if you have such a talented player, and I'm so happy for Frederik and also for Alex, Matthias has also made his breakthrough in the Grand Swiss. I encourage everybody, really support these guys, because these guys are very talented, and Germany should be very happy to have this incredible generation right now. Also, Vincent, I don't think gets enough support as well, but he is doing so much for his country. If you ask me what would have been his best way to prepare, for example, for the World Cup, okay, skip the European Team Championship, because you are losing way too much energy and everything. But for Vincent, playing for his national team is very, very important. He gives all his energy, and there's always this pressure. Is Vincent qualifying to a candidate, so he's not qualifying for the candidates? Putting pressure, support these guys, please, because they deserve it. They are just very strong.
No, of course, I completely agree, and we're very lucky in Germany to have this generation, which originally was also born out of some humble support, no? But we had this Prinzen group in Germany, people did something, and Alex, Rasmus Svane, Bluebone, they all originate from that.
Yes.
We're very lucky.
Yes, I understand, but this is the point, that doing something already people think like it's enough. But if we compare it to India or to Uzbekistan, to all the countries with which Germany is now fighting, and there are all these expectations at home also to perform well, when German team will get a medal in the Olympics and so on, then you have to kind of help them as much as you can.
No, I didn't mean in the sense that it's enough, but it shows that if if something happens, I mean, you get the result. Yeah, it's not a coincidence. Oh, we got lucky.
Exactly. Yeah, absolutely. No, I know. I only know that because the Bundestrainer, I felt like it's easier for me to say all these things. Yeah, that I really encourage everyone because.
As the Bundestrainer, of course, I strongly disagree with your message that Vincent should skip European Team Championship.
But I know how much it means to him.
Skip European Club Cup if you want to skip one of those.
No, but that was already before, so you get into some practice. Yeah, no, but before the World Cup, then you see also Arjun and so on. They also played
now you're arguing for both sides.
No, and also the point is that European Club Cup is much less serious. There is not so much mental nerves going into. Yeah, we know exactly when you play for your country, all these European Championships or Olympiad, you give everything. Yeah, and also before the European Championship, there was the Grand Swiss, and between Grand Swiss and European Team Championship, there was even Bundesliga. Yeah, I don't really understand that in Germany. People don't understand that in order to play on the absolute highest level, you need incredible power, energy, everything. If you keep on playing non-stop, you cannot perform, you cannot keep your mental state, you cannot regenerate from all the stress that you are encountering. I actually had it deep inside me, so sorry for everyone that I mentioned it, but I just felt like I have to give this message. Because I care about these boys. I also do training with the national team one week per year, and I know how talented they are, how serious they are. They are eager to fight and improve and so on, and they are actually handicapped compared to many other nations.
Yeah, still, they are very motivated, and that's the beauty of chess. Of course, I agree with your general point, but the great thing is if you're Frederik Svane and you love chess, of course, if you get support, it's easier. If you have the means to travel and play strong tournaments, stuff is easier, but you can't stop talent and the drive. No, I mean, he just loves chess and he's obsessed. Of course, if he gets the help, and now we're very fortunate because it's not all bad that Matthias, for example, he's getting some support even from the German public.
Yeah,
some
this is
crowdfunding for the candidates, so people understand. But the problem is, I mean, it's amazing that Matthias qualified for the candidates, but we can't take it for granted and then only start supporting. I mean, if we want this regularly, you need some
because it's like a fairy tale, that you qualify. Yeah, it's there is such competition, but now we have this so-called semi-cemento. Yeah, that Black was able to get Queen B8, Rook D7, Queen D1. We talked about it's roughly equal. Yeah, Black has more than enough to compensate for the night. Looking at the face expression of Alex, it feels like he also knows it that, okay, Black has solved his problems.
Yeah, now Black is active enough and the chance for a long-term squeeze is gone. Yeah, it was interesting that here, had he started with this, Queen E5 still good, but now he manages everything he wants.
Rook D1, then maybe
Rook D2, and now it's cemento and some pressure.
And some pressure,
I mean, not winning or anything, but unpleasant.
No. But there is something to play with, yeah.
Okay, so this looks drawish. Let's check in with Yakubboev, Sargissian. Okay,
yeah,
very
it's drawish situation.
Yakubboev solved his problems. We've seen Harikrishna. Martinez is over. I'm not sure. We need to analyze much, basically. Hari knew what he was doing, and Martinez didn't manage. Yeah, he even knew this maneuver, and everything was exchanged.
And what about Levon? Because he made the decision. What did he play? Because this was such a... He played Rook G8.
Natural.
Actually, more natural than Rook E8. You bring it to the open file, you counter-attack on G2. It makes perfect sense.
Threaten this and this, but it's white to move.
Yeah.
So Arjun takes, Queen takes. And now stakes are high. F takes C5 is a move, E1 is a move, and now maybe H1.
Actually, White only has one problem, that he has suddenly many candidate moves.
Yeah.
Many promising possibilities.
So at least Levon managed, because before we were saying all of Arjun's moves are automatic, now he has a choice. He has many good moves, but he has to choose one of them.
Yes, and look at Levon, he knows that he can't afford one small minor
carelessness.
Yes, minor inaccuracy.
So let's check. Maybe the most obvious is F takes E5.
F5. Also asking some questions. because now you don't have this activity like you had this with computer defense. Rook takes e6, rook h6.
Yeah.
Miracle defense, yeah, just in time with everything.
I can show you some miracle defenses, but they're not particularly intuitive. One move that computer gives, which is interesting, is queen g6.
Yeah, queen g6, okay, yes.
But
and
then
if
I
rook
thought
f5
if
or
takes, I thought the point was rook takes, but the point is pawn takes. Because if rook takes, rook f7, rook d2, g3,
G3
is just good for white.
Yeah, the knight is joining the battle, yeah.
Huge
And actually
problems.
I'm mating net, yes. That's a
But
problem.
this I would discard, I would think it's just bad, but apparently it's not.
Wow. Okay, this is difficult, but also, wait a second, so after queen g6 I can't play rook f5, because if I have time for rook af1, that would be brilliant. Is rook d2, I was also not afraid. Why can't I play rook f5?
You can.
Thank you. That's good, because it's frightening, no, for black, that, and there is a draw.
Which game is that?
Esipenko, probably, no?
Ah, they made a draw. That's a bit surprising. Yeah, still thought he was better, but Grebnev keeps him pressing. Okay, Peter, tactics training. Black to move. Very difficult.
After rook f5?
Yes.
Black to move. I was still thinking, like, did I see correctly that it was the Esipenko game finishing a draw, and yeah, putting me some impossible, mission impossible task, yeah? Black to move. Well, some rook d4, rook g4 is kind of human, but that's probably not the way. Any real tactical solution? Rook d3, I have rook af1. Wow. Yeah, killing me.
Black to move.
Aha, so rook d3 was correct. But even this doesn't... yeah, rook af1 seemingly it's... And what is this? This is completely
I will tell
crazy.
you it's -5.
What, rook h3 or what? No, don't tell me. -5? No, I'm already too nervous to think. All the world is watching, everybody is laughing.
Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. It's just beautiful. So I can show it.
Yes.
So rook d3 was correct. And now bishop c5 check.
Yes,
king
h1.
And now rook h3.
Yes.
And
now
nothing to do. We're threatening all kinds of checkmates.
Yes, incredible.
Gh, queen g1.
Queen g1, yes. Because I have seen the rook h3 idea, but yeah, whenever computer does it, it works to perfection.
Yeah, it's random, of course. I read it, but it's very beautiful.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, just to highlight that, yeah, how much potential there is also, and that's why the move rook g8 is the human move, because rook f8 is just, okay, computer can calculate something. Yeah. With rook g8, you know and feel that you are creating some play yourself.
Yeah, but my problem was I didn't think queen g6 after takes. If you see rook g6, you're worse. This fg, I find very hard to understand why this is equal.
And after rook a1, you just play rook d2, or you play what exactly? Where is the justification?
No, that's what I mean. It's very strange.
Okay, rook a1.
I mean,
yeah, rook a1 is played.
Not
yeah.
a natural move. Yeah, we haven't looked at, but also supernatural, of course.
Keeping the tension.
Once again, you have the option to go queen g6, but you have to give a pawn. What is this? Because this feels like a natural bailout, if at all possible. Takes, takes. Now we can take with the rook.
Now you can take with the rook, yes.
Because now fe is too slow. Now that's
then
rook d2,
yes.
c5. So you take with the rook. And
yeah, but also this feels okay for black, yeah? Too much activity, or...
That's what I thought. Compy says it's not, or says 0,
queen
plus
g6
0,
blitzed out.
Yeah, that looks completely natural.
So Levon already has a clear vision how he handles the position. Yeah, and I agree that if he can capture with the queen, yeah, queen take g6 happens, and how he recaptures.
No,
of course,
you
with the
take
rook.
with the rook, yeah.
Of course.
A tempo, yeah.
A tempo, yeah.
But after rook e5, there's nothing easy. That surprised me. I thought there has to be a direct way, but apparently there's not.
Yeah, that's surprising. Huh.
So rook d2 looks normal, of course.
And then rook f2,
rook
yeah?
f2 just covers everything. Let's say takes, takes. You can go rook f1, this typical mechanism.
Yes, and then you play g3, yeah?
Here, g3. Maybe just feels this has to be a draw.
And then, okay, some rook b6. Isn't
Yeah,
rook...
but
then
I
rook
can always
f2.
go rook f2
then
again.
Yes, okay, this is the... Yeah, this is the point, it's nice.
So the solution seems to be rook c6.
Yeah, okay, of course, if you
Pawn,
can go...
also normal. And okay, computer goes for this, but here I will humanly judge this should be draw.
Claim draw, yeah. This feels enough.
Aren't queening.
And it also feels like it's quite high class.
Yeah, rook e3, rook c4.
Yeah.
So this has to be draw. And
yeah, this is
maybe
how
this is
Levon
what he has in mind.
played.
I mean, because
Yeah.
the moves are sort of natural.
Exactly.
This has to be very precise here with this rook c6, because this apparently is real trouble. Yeah? 'Cause now
Yes, yes.
it's hanging.
Yeah, it was random. I was thinking about the rook b6 and rook c6, that which one I should say, but yeah, rook c6 is very precise. Okay, so Levon taking his time, controlling his nerves, coming up with the concept. Yeah, humanly this is always so important.
Very human solution.
Not random moves, but rook g8 takes, queen g6, willing to enter some pawn down endgame, but liquidation, and you calculate precisely.
No, and this is the key move. If he sees this, I don't think he's losing.
And what about now? Rook takes a5, rook takes a3, rook f2.
Fair question.
But you take and then give a check, yeah?
I think this
And
is
then,
probably holding, yeah. But yeah, maybe this is a better try.
Yeah, but with the king on g1, I also don't feel like... But okay.
I mean, at least
If
you
that-
have
yes.
potential. Yeah? Computer says draw, but I mean, with pawn down,
Exactly.
it'd be
Yeah,
no.
yeah, you never... If that king ever gets activated, it's game over, so yeah.
So even that is not super clean.
Yeah,
Can we
but
do
Levon...
anything else? No, we have to take.
We can also see the tension in Levon's body language change completely. Yeah, he's relieved. He's relieved.
But also now, at least, I mean, maybe he can be slightly worse, but he understands the
I will
position
hold
perfectly.
this.
Yeah, well,
Exactly.
the other, there's so much uncertainty, and am I missing some trick? And
Yes. It is always, as a player, this feeling that, yes, I'm worse, but I know what I'm doing, I will hold this, and you have a clear vision, clear picture. That matters so much. Then any 0-0 which you don't understand, it's equal to loss.
okay, so still some work, but looks like Levon Aronian weathered the storm for now. Let's check in with Frederik Svane, and he's in some trouble.
Well, White is trying to stabilize, yeah, as we said. Will he succeed? What's happening with the clocks?
What's happening with the knight? Knight h5,
Knight is
g3, rook e7. Too much jumping.
Yes, and he's down to 13 minutes. And White is trying to suffocate slowly. But
Okay,
there is
trying
still
to
some
take
tension,
here.
yes. There is still some
d5.
tension, yeah. But let's just show this bishop d3 motive, yeah, that Sindarov played, because it's quite nice, yeah, that the d4 pawn is hanging, but he relies on this e5 idea.
Yes, he can take.
Take and then e5. It's very nice because it's very easy simply to forget about this bishop d3 idea, thinking like White has just played rook d1 to protect the d4 pawn. And bishop d3 could have been missed by Frederik from a distance when he went for knight h3.
I think so, and was
Very
also the only
easy.
move to keep an advantage.
Yes.
So very strong by Sindarov.
Incredible, yeah.
And then you have a little time, you miss one detail, there's also the risk. Frederik sees a lot, but if you miss a detail and you have to
Yes.
start from zero, then it's very hard with little time, and all of a sudden there are problems.
Exactly.
Yeah, knight h5 is sort of normal attempt to be active, but after g3 maybe it just made it worse, because you still can't really take. Takes, and this is still strong.
And then finally someone who checks with the engine will tell, yeah, but how could you have played knight h3? Yeah, and actually knight h3 had
I
a
would
very
tell.
deep idea, but this final detail was this small little bishop d3, and Sindarov took like some 40 minutes. It wasn't obvious to find this whole rook d1 bishop d3, but kudos to him. He's very strong, yes. Also in these freestyle events, I think the absolute breakthrough he had in Weissenhaus when he was doing extremely well, picking Hikaru and then eliminating him. Okay, he was lucky eliminating Hikaru because Hikaru had all the chances to win that match, but still eliminating Hikaru at the end of the day is what matters.
No, and I was his teammate in German Bundesliga.
He was winning all the games, yeah?
Was very comfortable because he started with 8 out of 8, and normally he also won quickly. I mean, okay, it was just too strong, yeah, for report 4 or something, and he was just completely destroying everybody, and you could feel. The kid is special, yeah? Also very nice kid, yeah, always in a good mood, nice. Smiling, super friendly, super polite, and then just wins every game easily, so it was a big pleasure to have him on the team.
Yeah, also all these Uzbek kids, yeah, also, okay, Nodirbek, I can hardly think about kids, I mean, as a kid, because he's a top 10 player already. Yes, he is a superstar and an incredible player already for many, many years.
Abdusattorov, we're talking about, we also have to say, because I have two Nodirbeks, yeah,
exactly.
Abdusattorov,
and also now Yakubboev is making the breakthrough that I have been expecting from him already earlier when he won the Doha Qatar Masters 2023, beating Abdusattorov in the tie breaks, Nodirbek versus Nodirbek. And now finally he's getting closer to I was sure that like in 2024 he will reach 2700 already.
Yeah, I don't know the details, but I've heard from people that worked with these guys that Yakubboev is, well, they say the real star, which can't be true, because obviously Abdusattorov and Sindarov are incredibly good, but I've heard many times that, don't forget this guy Yakubboev.
Oh,
I mean, he's incredible.
No, Yakubboev is incredible.
Okay, bishop b2 played here, and Frederik goes rook fe8.
Yeah.
He's a bit worse, but okay, now he has to sit, yeah, knight f6, h6, and the
yeah,
problem is he didn't manage to keep pressure.
Exactly, and if how long you can sit, yeah, now after bishop b2, white is slowly preparing maybe rook d1, king h2, and f4 if you fall back with the knight to f6.
Okay.
It reminds me of one of those 4 knights, bishop b5, bishop b4, when white has a damaged pawn structure, but now he doesn't, and long-term potential is there.
The problem is also if you try to do something, you weaken yourself a bit. Yes. I mean, maybe you have to go c6, but then you give targets, you open the b file.
And doing nothing is also very difficult.
Yeah, and just sitting there while this happens, it's also not fun. Well, that's what computer does. He sits and says, okay.
Yeah, but this is
good
so
luck,
unhuman. Yeah, king g. You always feel like white knows 100 ways of improving his position, and computer maybe relies on king g2, edcd, knight d. Wow, there is a draw agreement, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, Donchenko, he didn't get anything. Yeah, he missed this one key moment we showed, and after there was nothing, so draw, understandable.
But wait a second, let's just show this beautiful trick, because if it works, then it's very important. After queen h5, king g2, there is edcd, knight d5.
Okay, but I made 3 random moves.
I know, but just to highlight that actually there is this knight d5 trick that one has to pay attention, and then there is this knight b4 idea, and maybe it's doable. Maybe when this is
also how a computer can defend you, because he sees all these small random tricks. I mean, black is still worse. He gives something like this, and it's still humanly you sort of quit here. I mean, the queen is in trouble. But of course, Compi defends anything, yeah, knight h7.
But okay, this is also now a committer from white's perspective. If white is not winning, then you regret all this.
Yeah.
It's never so easy.
Okay, so we have one more draw. That means we have draws in Quang against Donchenko, Grebnev against Esipenko, and Harikrishna against Martinez.
And basically Sargissian against Yakubboev, that was a dead draw. They didn't agree yet? I cannot believe.
Probably they agreed. And it's not shown yet, but 3 versus 3 normally doesn't get played at this level. So we have 4 draws out of 8. Yeah, there they are, just agreed.
The confirmation, yeah.
Yeah, many of these cases, with one exception, is sort of the underdog playing a more or less safe line and the favorite saying, no, I checked. And they may draw. The exception is Esipenko with white against Grebnev. Had a nice position, but then I don't know.
And it is sure, yeah, because I just made up. I simply thought like it was Esipenko's silhouette that got up from the board after shaking.
Let's draw it.
It's correct, yeah? Okay. Yeah, wait a second. No, wait a second, because the knight was on c3, queen was on c8, and bishop was on e6. You remember
He
we were
played
thinking
92,
like,
which looked normal.
yes,
Bishop
and
D7.
bishop D7.
And now he started doing slightly strange things. He went knight G3. Compi gives some, bishop F4 he likes.
Yeah, but this bishop F4, when you already mentioned, I thought like, okay, this is dismissed because nobody will play ever bishop F4.
The bishop looks nice here already.
Yeah, exactly. It looks nice. And black is maybe setting up knight E6, knight G5 idea. And then after knight G5, AG, and that bothers white a little bit because of this G.
Maybe why this is good, yeah? Maybe it's stopping.
Maybe because of this.
Compi is smart.
Of course, Compi is smart, yes. Yeah, it's scary how strong Compis are, yeah, but...
Okay, so he went knight G3, knight F1, and maybe it was too subtle. And here, H4, of course, intending to stop knight G5.
Yeah, but it's not a happy move. Yeah, weakening some squares.
And now, knight C7, he actually got a bit lucky, because here, Grebnev, if he was a Berlin player, he would have played the Berlin plan, no?
G6, knight G7, bishop F5, yes.
And black is actually better. I mean,
wow, yeah, with this G4 square.
Yeah, no, this whole stuff when the H4 was very unfortunate.
Yes.
Now he went for the bishop maneuver, but it was a little late.
You know, I feel like, okay, when Vincent sees this game, he will, yes, against Grebnev, he weakens the G4 square. Against me, he did not weaken a single square.
That's how always how you feel. Yeah, he played amazing against me, and then he makes these horrible moves. That's how.
Yes, because it was clear that against Vincent, Andrey was trying to be as solid as possible, not to give Vincent any chances. Yeah. While here he was looking for something, but yeah, actually Grebnev, kudos for all this. Finally, at least the way you look at this game, everything makes sense. Yeah, it was like
maybe for him it was all logical. Yeah, maybe he even played this plan before. He knows, okay, he can shuffle the knight around, and okay, slightly worse, but what to do? And now, yeah, Andrey had seen enough and offered a draw. There's some forced line, I guess. It takes.
Just a total liquidation.
Takes, and.
Okay, yeah.
Egalite.
Equal, yeah. Aha, so this is a big step forward for Grebnev, but Grebnev did not have to play the... No, he also had to play the tiebreak against MVL.
Crushed MVL tiebreaks, which is not the easiest thing in the world.
Not the easiest at all.
This looks drawish as well. Maybe Sevian can try a bit, but...
No, it should be draw, yeah. With A3, B2 pawns, but having known what happened in the opening, yeah, that actually very surprised him with his D5, D4, and yesterday's dramatic...
they already exchanged.
Yeah. They changed the... Yeah.
Or I guess Rook D4 was played, but okay.
So it's just a matter of time they agree to a draw.
Are we pawn up at least? Can we try?
Well, but even with this structure, you don't try anything, yeah? King E6, and then you push G5 or H5.
No, it's a draw, but at least pawn up.
Yeah, but it's not the F2, G3, H4 kind of stuff, yeah? That with the king on G1, this is hopeless to win or to pose any problems.
Did he play Rook B8? Why not? Oh, no, he played Rook C8.
Rook
C8. Better. Yeah, I was surprised.
You don't need to.
No, we're not even giving the pawn.
Yes. No, it is impossible even to do commentary on this. This is just a draw. It's formality.
So a bunch of draws today that more or less leaves us with Shankland Dubov, which could be a draw, but it's still sharp at least.
Yes, because now we see the bishop. I also thought like probably bishop A5, B4 is the most clever way that you protect both pawns, but also here this danger of that bishop getting out of the game.
Yeah, this bishop dominating the knight.
And the bishop dominate, yeah, and rook A6, rook C6, can I somehow try to activate that rook? Somehow, because if that rook gets into the game, it might be very unpleasant for white. He will play rook A6, yeah, he was leaning towards rook A6. It's a Dubovian move. You just cannot resist not to play rook A6. No, it's so beautiful. You activate the rook like this on the board. Not yet on our... No, it is, yeah. The camera just had so much tension that it froze at the moment when rook A6 was being played because it has an impact.
But where's that rook going?
Well, it's psychological. It's psychological. Probably it goes absolutely nowhere, but...
No, I'm saying there's no obvious entry squares.
Yeah, but okay, rook C6.
Yeah,
okay, rook C6. Do you really push?
You're not afraid? Yeah, probably you're not afraid. Rook C5.
Okay, I'm provoking, yeah.
No, let's say I go here.
Yes, and I fall back with the bishop to F5. and I will give you a check on c3.
Probably. I will activate and we will make draw, yeah?
Yeah, probably we'll make draw. Okay, rook c3 check. King d2, rook c2 check. King e3, king d6. Can I play on your nerves, so it's too risky?
I have stockfish. I have 0 nerves.
That's nice.
No,
Yeah.
yes,
Also,
that's equal with all kinds of stuff. I agree. It looks like black is pushing,
Yes.
but white has enough. I mean,
yeah, but the way I look at Daniil, also it shows me like he wanted to scare with rook a6, but Sam is not the guy
Sam is
that
not
that gets scared so easily.
Okay, so it's still dynamic
Yeah,
equality,
a
but a
bit
lot of
low,
stuff
yeah.
could happen. Compy by Wei gives this move also a nice move. I mean, just annoying this knight further. But then it says this is equal.
Yeah, you anyway jump out with the knight. Yeah, once you jump
Here.
out, yeah, this is draw.
You're active enough. Okay, let's
Yes.
check in
So
with
what about
the top
Arjun?
boards.
Yes, exactly. Arjun against Levon. Did we reach that endgame, or we are about to reach? Yeah,
Rook
rook takes
e5 and Levon is calculating. Key moments, so understandable.
Yes, it's still not.
And we apparently have some comments from social media about this matchup. Judith Polgar, maybe you heard of her, Peter. Aronian versus Erigaisi. This could even be the final, but the fact is that we are only in the 5th round of the 2025 FIDE World Cup in Goa. Your prediction?
Well, I have no prediction, but I perfectly agree with Judith's quote. Yeah, because really Arjun, and another quote by another incredible legend, Vishwanathan Anand. Yeah, this is insane matchup, and the position. Yes, this is what we have been looking forward to.
Yeah, great insight by these legends. Like, these are the big guns.
The legends are legends for a reason, yeah.
And they know
follow.
who the
Yes.
who the other legend.
Yes, exactly. And okay, Levon also has to make some legend decisions. Yeah, this after making this queen c6 inaccuracy, he has to show all his class with rook g8, queen g6 liquidation, and now he has to finalize his process, because if he just makes one inaccuracy, white is able to somehow get gc, rook f2, king g2 in, then he will have some compensation, but it will be long term very scary, probably technically lost.
Could also happen because Levon, of course, is also a great calculator, that maybe he calculated this line we were talking about, but some detail is annoying him.
There
Yeah,
will
like
be this rook f2
take a5,
afterwards.
for example.
Yes.
Something like that. It's because maybe he thought, okay, this and it's finished, but then...
No, or he thought like rook b6 and finish, yeah, because you just did this shuffling with rook f2, rook d1, rook f1, rook d2. But I'm still believing that he's done to 60 minutes. Move number what exactly?
Sorry.
How much?
25.
25. This is still some psychological pressure, because
no, also chess pressure.
Yes, together. Yeah, that you know exactly that this is a very important decision, so you have to spend all your time, but at the same time there are still 15 more moves to be played. So you might get nervous at some point. You can't really go under 10 minutes.
That's always a problem. If you can find a clean solution, you can spend all your time, but you're not sure.
Exactly.
And if there's 2 more questions in the rook endgame, you might need 10 minutes.
Yes, absolutely.
Chess is very difficult. All right. Let's check in with the Frederik Svane game. Okay,
Yeah,
status quo more or less unchanged. He's worse. Can wait, but he can't really do anything, and c6 or whatever.
But he's also trying to make sure that white is unable to get his will on the board, yeah, because white wants to play f4, he keeps the knight on h5 and queen on f6. Maybe somewhere some g6 could be a move or not,
I was
or it's
thinking
weakening.
this is a maneuver.
Queen e6 now.
Queen e6. Okay, he's just waiting. The problem is Sindarov has so many options, no? Like where to target her. No, queen can try to come to d1, g4, or rook f3 is there. No, I'm worried for Frederik here, also very little time, and...
Yeah, unpleasant position, yes.
Can just sit passively, which, of course, he's good at anything, but that's nobody's specialty in chess.
Yeah.
I mean, if you have to be precise while doing nothing, very hard.
And also Sindarov has big time advantage. Yeah, he still has like 35 minutes. No, he has now less.
Yeah, he's 27 and Frederik is 5, so big time advantage. But he's also spending time looking for a way to proceed. And has also just moved 26.
Yeah, and I understand. Yeah, that I'm getting tricked always that whenever we make some move, we go
the
back,
clock
then
jumps
the
to that moment.
Exactly.
Yeah, when I go back,
Yes.
it's confusing.
I have already fallen into this trap.
Been there. And let us bring Angelika back with some Esipenko analysis.
As we already know, we have already half of the games finished in a draw. We still have a lot of action happening. And just a short highlight from this game here, because here Esipenko played bishop d3 move, which is very logical. It's a human move. But apparently there wasn't, purely engine move, queen c3. Now the idea is to switch on the attack and create more threats. For example, right now, as we can see, engine suggests queen d8 as the best move. For example, if something like bishop e7 would be played, in this position, rook e1, keeping more pressure, because it looks like the position of the black pieces are a bit stuck. Queen doesn't have so many squares, and we see one more time, engine says the best move, bringing the bishop back, which is not so logical. In this position, after queen c3, knight e7 would be played, trying to remaneuver the pieces a bit. Here comes queen a5. Here, there is attack of the knight on a7, as well as ideas after knight e6, d5 are in there, creating already attack on the queen side. We can see that the pawn expanded to the d5 square, creating more space in the center for white. And here, probably, Esipenko could have continued to try and fight in this game. But let's follow the first engine line, queen d8, then h5, expanding on the king side. Knight e7 is coming. Now that knight left, there is knight h4, attacking the bishop. And here, if bishop steps to e4, there is bishop h3, taking control of the h3, c8 diagonal. But if you don't, if you don't want to, here, queen d8, h5, knight e7. If you don't want to lose a diagonal, you have to play queen c8. And in this position, bishop f4, now pressure on d6. And we can see how white's pieces have been improved in this position. But one more time, queen f3, purely engine move. What do you think about this idea?
Well, my first instinct is that's why we don't play against computers, and we don't want to play against computers, because even in a position where it felt like we did everything right with black, it had a spirit, we made bishop f5, we are provoking bishop d3, and everything is fine, and then computer comes up with queen c3, and we get a completely new bunch of problems. It's insane, but this is what computers are doing.
Yeah, exactly. And it shows that sometimes thinking outside of the box can help to have a great position. But in this case, one more time, the bishop d3 was a very logical approach, but queen c3, well, what a move by computer.
Yes. And then everything works to perfection. If we do it, it never works. Then the computer will say, no, my friend, you played queen c3 in the wrong moment. Yeah, the only computer is able to combine all these h4, g3s and not be afraid of black activating that bishop to f5, because now with queen c3 you give up all the light squares. Yeah, so there is this potential danger that that bishop gets to e4 and then knight d2, knight takes h4, and who knows, maybe I get checkmated. Yeah, the computer calculates everything and says, thank you very much.
And he says, you have to keep pressure, you don't have to trade pieces. But one more time, as you're saying, if it would be the opposite way, maybe queen s3 would be a bad move.
Exactly.
Also, it felt like Andrey lost control before that. No, he was even worse at some point, and then it often happens you decide, okay, I'll make it to move 30, 31. Probably I can get a draw if I don't hang a piece until then, and be done with this game. Yeah, I don't feel comfortable.
Exactly.
So maybe he wasn't looking for chances here anymore.
So we have now 4 games ongoing. What are your predictions? Will we see the decisive result in this round? Because we see a lot of action on the board. Erigaisi against Aronian. We were discussing it. It will be a game of the round for sure. Also, Svane against Sindarov is bringing some action.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm worried about my boy, Frederik. I would predict 1 decisive result out of the 4, but could also be 2 very easily.
Yeah, you never know when we reach the time trouble phase. Yeah, all the nerves and, for example, Levon, is he finding now the right way of liquidating that computer way, and then he holds? Even that isn't easy, but his clock situation was ticking down. There is so much at stake. And he needs to stay calm and focused. But how do you stay calm and focused when you have to make tough decisions and the clock is ticking down?
And Svane has only 6 minutes against 23. I mean, this is getting so much tense for German Grandmaster.
We will continue suffering with him in a couple of minutes. Thanks, Angelica. Thanks, Peter. See you guys soon.
Every top-level tournament requires a top-level broadcast. And with an event like the FIDE World Cup, that is not an easy task, particularly considering how many players there are, often in different time controls. A lot of work goes behind the scenes. Let me show you exactly what that means. Our broadcast brings you full coverage of everything happening at the board, as we have multiple cameras set up to catch the players and what they're doing, catching every emotion, every move and every gesture. There are also microphones set up here so we can hear conversations aside from all these wonderful angles. And this is included in the main broadcast, but every top board also has their individual stream. So we quite literally, you can't miss a move.
World Cup is one of the most challenging events in the year. We have extreme number of players and the format changed every 3 days. So the whole team, the commentators, the technical team have to adapt, have to rearrange the cameras, rearrange the cable set to get the most stable feed from each board and to capture all the emotions of our participants. As you can see, we have a large amount of cameras. We also provide individual streams of particular tables so you can follow your favorite player any moment.
Let's check in with our commentators to hear more about their roles. Miro, you're commentating at a lot of FIDE events. What's your favorite format to commentate on?
I think the shorter the better. And not necessarily the short working day, which like days at Rapid at Blitz are usually very long, but you know, more games to commentate, more events, more fun.
Let's also check in with Jan Gustafsson on this side of the commentary booth. Jan, you're going to be here for the entire duration of the event. What's it like commentating on such a long one?
I've never done this an entire month in a place commentating, so ask me again in 2 weeks, but so far so good. I'm having a good time. Like, weather's good, room is fine, I like the food. I go to bed early, I'm living like a normal person, going to sleep at 11 p.m., waking up at 7 a.m. Feels very strange, but maybe it's healthy, who knows.
And what's the most special thing about commentating here at the FIDE World Cup?
I mean, it changes all the time. Normally, not half the players leave every 3 rounds, so thus far we have some company, some of the German boys are still playing, but I wonder if it's gonna get very lonely here. Well, normally chess knockout is not that common, so you usually have everybody in the same place for the duration of the tournament. Well, here, you always check at breakfast, who's left? Oh, he got knocked out, he's gone, so it's a bit strange.
So Kitty, tell us what your role is here with this big, nice TV and chessboard. What goes on here?
Sure, Liz, this is my little corner here in the studio, and I'm showing all the exciting games what we have in the tournament, because we had at the beginning 206 participants, and of course commentators can't cover all these games. So whatever they miss, I'm coming here and pick it up, and also I have a chance to go to the playing venue. So I like to bring some stories too that they don't know what's happening there. So it's pretty nice, and we have a lot of fun here.
And you get to interview players as well. They come in, they look at the games, and you've already checked everything out?
Oh yeah, it's a lot of fun because basically we have 2 studios in one room, and when I have a player here to interview, there's always a discussion back and forth with all the 3 grandmasters and myself. It's a lot of fun, I should say, and I really enjoy that we have this opportunity to see the actual thinking process of the players here. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
The DGT team has a corner set up here in the hall, catching every move, and we are going to hear a bit more about what exactly goes on.
Yeah, it is a great experience to be here. Like what we do daily on is like we have to make sure the boards are set properly. We have to make sure the pieces are properly aligned and things like that, and we have to make sure the recording is start, and we want to capture that And also we have to make sure the VARs are also monitored in a timely manner, like because we have to make sure what happens in the game. We have to capture those interesting moments as well, and we have to make sure if there is any claims or whatever, the games are over, we have to immediately record the same. We have to correct those if there is any issues over there, and report immediately to the arbiters team as well.
So as you can see, there are so many working parts and people to make our broadcast a success, which is no easy feat, considering the fact that this tournament can be a month long for us. Players get to go home early if they're knocked out. We stay here throughout. So we try to keep the energy good, the vibes entertaining, to bring you the best quality broadcast in chess.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout, where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds. With a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Move by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again, this time in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
the woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
Welcome back, everybody. 4 of our 8 games of the day are still running. And Peter, let's go straight to the big one. Erigaisi, Aronian. We've had a few developments. Levon Aronian, after some thought, did simplify to a version of this rook end game, this double rook end game we're watching. But is he out of trouble? What's your evaluation here?
Yes, well, there are 1 pair of rooks still on the board, so there is a little bit more tension than the line we reached. Can we just quickly go through the moves? Because, yeah, we covered it
Yes,
in
rook
details,
e5,
but
e2.
something happened, yeah?
When rook d2, g3, and he decided to include rook h6. We were looking at rook c6.
Okay.
He went for this.
But then in one of the lines, I had to fall back with my king to g1 because h2 was hanging.
Yeah.
He
Pros and
wanted to
cons.
weaken the g3 pawn, but there is this rook h5, rook g5 check idea.
Yeah, here Arjun decided to take. He also had this when I guess Levon wanted this. That's the idea of provoking h4. But even here, it wasn't easy. So rook a5 played, rook c3, rook h5, rook g5, and this is the position we have where Levon is thinking where to go. h7, h6.
Yeah, well, normally I just wanted to highlight that normally you want to go towards the center, but king f6 here is very dangerous because who will stop the h-pawn? Rook f2 is coming, and then the h-pawn can be very dangerous. So in this regard, then moving the king back to the h5, but it's never a happy move. It's never a happy move. King h6, rook f2. It's why is this? Look, first of all, do we keep the rooks and try to rely on this hitting on g3 and then some f6 kicking that rook away from g5? If it backfires, it's very risky. Or we rely on trading and then cutting the king, but white has connected pass pawns, and those pawns from b7, c7 are not really moving. White can also push a5. I'm feeling that this is progress for Arjun.
Let me give you, what is he played? King h7,
King
best
h7.
move.
Yes.
Okay, apparently there's a difference. If you go king h6, rook f2, computer says you have to keep the rooks. And if you go rook d7 here, let's say king g2.
Well, he actually played rook d3, yeah, so he keeps the rooks, but keeps, yeah, exactly, that f6, rook g4, and then all these f5, rook g6 ideas are also appearing.
Maybe that's why the king is better here, because then in the distant future you don't run into this check.
Yes.
So rook f2 played, or yeah, rook d3, good move again.
But just quickly look at the direct encounter. So the classical games ended in a draw. And
Levon's doing well.
In Blitz.
Yeah.
But yeah, Blitz is still far away.
Very far.
Blitz is still very far away. Levon needs to survive this scare. So what happened? Rook d3, and Arjun is going king g2.
Yeah, you have to go f6. You can't tolerate this rook there. So rook g4 is forced.
Yeah, but then this king on h7 will be very loose, yeah? If white activates with rook e2, we can get into a kind of mating net.
Yeah, this looks scary. Computer defends with rook c4, computer doesn't care.
Yeah,
but this looks extremely unpleasant.
This is now much more unpleasant than that endgame where we were pawned down, but we felt like somehow we should be able to.
So how do we survive here after rook
e2? I don't know.
Just rook d7 and hang in there.
Wow.
Tough.
Very tough. Very tough. And Levon has 7 minutes, yeah? And Arjun 50, yeah. This is the point, that all the moves are so much more natural for white, and black is fighting for his life. Just one mistake and it can be all over.
Yeah, and in practice, of course, Levon has very good technique. But my experience is with little time, the attacker, it's so much easier in all these rook end games, even if it's theoretically drawn
because
or 0-0.
The good moves come automatically. Yeah,
and being the attacker, you make progress, and when the defender, very often you more or less have to guess, is this lost or is this lost? I mean, it's very tough.
And on one side, it's understandable that f6 kicks away the rook from g5. On the other hand, f6 is fundamentally so wrong because it weakens the 7th rank. Yeah, so. And pawns never go back. It's such a difficult choice. Yeah, f6 and then rook d7 together. Yeah, doing this combination once again. The computer, yeah, that somehow he navigates all this uncertainty.
Also here, I don't understand why this is so bad, but now all of a sudden, Compy gets excited for white. I mean, I can believe white is better, but why with f6 it's fine and why this is not fine?
Yeah, can we push f6 here just to understand? Because rook h5 and rook h8 and we are getting checkmated. And then f5 is happening as well. f5.
This is unpleasant. And even if you don't get checkmated, you might lose some races all of a sudden.
Yeah, this is already you. I thought like you could have even maybe started with Duki and yeah, no, it's very dangerous.
Okay, so very difficult spot for Levon Aronian. We'll come back to this in a minute.
Well, but wait a second. Look at the camera. Look at Levon Aronian. He's down to 5 minutes and he's in a state of shock. He knows that he needs to find something very special to save this.
Yeah.
It's not a relaxed Levon that, okay, I'm pawned down, but I have enough activity and I will make a draw. No, this is very serious business.
Absolutely great. Frederik Svane also in trouble. Here there was one funny moment I saw on the break. What Sindarov does is also strong. But after knight f6, it was possible to play d5. Strange looking move. Queen goes away. It doesn't matter where. And rook takes f6. And Compi is very excited for white in this position, which I was surprised because there's no direct threats, but he just goes queen d2. He just says, nothing you can do. If you try c6, bishop c4, white keeps complete control.
Yeah, but this is really only once computer shows us we can think about it, yeah?
Yeah, no, this didn't happen and it's unlikely, but I was surprised it was so strong.
So he took d5.
Yeah, also
and
good.
What is the idea? So he wants to... After d, what happens?
Nothing, but he's just better.
He wants some queen e2, bishop c4. Yeah, the bishop probably wants to end up on the diagonal or... Because, okay, d5 is a commuter move, yeah, it gives the c5 square away, so it's connected with some special idea, otherwise he's not doing this.
No, I think it's the combination, yeah, let's say go for the c5 square. This is very unpleasant. We're threatening this, h6 here, and what do you do?
Bishop c5. Queen b6. I'm hiding or not. And then you will checkmate me on the king side, yeah? Yeah. Very tough. Bishop on c4, bishop on c1 is lovely, and if h4, g5 appears, it's gonna be checkmate.
Yeah. Frederik goes d, knight d7.
Wow, and d6 splits out.
Just wait, but this is a pawn, yeah?
So was expected, queen takes d6.
I took with the queen. Okay, he's looking for some activity, at least in time trouble.
Yeah, and he wants to breed.
But it's, of course, big concession to give a pawn and the bishop pair.
But okay, it's a good practical chance. Because, okay, also, typically white had the agenda with d5, that's what he wanted, and all of a sudden now the knight is setting to jump to e5. White has to make some decisions. How much time does Sindarov have? 12 minutes. That's
12
not
minutes versus 2.
Yeah, but that's not so much. Yeah, if he has to make a tough decision and he isn't sure.
Yeah, I like what he did practically, because the other line you just get squeezed. He's fighting. Sindarov not hesitating.
Yeah, he can hardly hold himself back. What is he intending to play? He was moving towards the rook.
Like rook f4.
But rook f4 is also so artificial. No, rook f4, knight e5, and then what next? Yeah, because this rook f4. Yeah, but what is this rook doing on f4? Or now the rook
anyway, huh?
Yeah, the rook maybe have to go there. No, I thought like maybe somehow he can move, pair, move, get out, but he's not able to get out. Frederik is fighting back.
Yeah. Frederik does this a lot. I always tell him I don't like it. He's showing the opponent what move he wants to play, and then he thinks for some minutes, and then he plays the move.
Yeah, look at f4. Your move.
But Sindarov did it more quickly.
Your move on the board.
Okay, I guess you jump to e5.
Yes, I somehow feel like, okay, there is potential for black. Yeah, knight e5, try to get counterplay on the d5 with the rook d7, rook d8. Okay, clearly white will play bishop e2 and have rook d1 ready.
No, bishop e2 you can't.
You can't play
Knight G6.
Knight
and we
G6, but
take-
then what you said rook D1 then after knight E5, yeah? What's the move? Yeah, knight E5 played.
Yeah, only chance.
So rook D1 will be played. So then already rook F4 is also understandable that white has to kind of survive the next two moves, and once he's
Then he's
sponsored,
spawned,
then
yeah.
slowly somehow I will try to get out. But I wouldn't be so sure, because with black I have this idea to put pawn on G6, kind of trap that rook on F4, and then it's if it would be time trouble already, I would say that black can survive this. Yeah, he's about to make rook D1. Yeah, very strong of course.
D1, no, he's playing very well.
But still, after G6, what he will do?
But G6, I'm so worried. It weakens the long diagonal. Then I can go between 2, C4.
And maybe also some rook H4, Queen C1, Queen H6. Yeah, many things.
He's just a very, very strong player, Sindarov.
Yeah, and Frederik needs to make a decision.
Looking for something. It looks like he's active, but it's not active enough to to solve things. Yeah,
and he might also, because he doesn't know the computer evaluation, that he might feel like now is my chance. That if I miss another chance, and there should be something for sure, computer tells that it's okay. These kind of things are very tricky.
Unfortunately, it's not okay.
Yeah, no, this is not. You can't really take this bishop. You have to rely on this knight. I don't know. I don't know how.
It's just no good move. I mean, you can go rook d7, but then bishop e2 stabilizes. Yeah, he plays rook d7.
Yeah, rook d7, yeah.
Is the best move, but
he has to try to fight the d file. This is the only chance.
yeah, as long as his rook is clumsy on f4, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we should stay here, but can you just quickly update us in which direction is the Levon game? So rook c4 and f6 had been played. All right, so what we talked about, Levon actually managed to come up with...
Levon finds everything. f6, rook g4, rook c4.
But will he be able to survive the game nevertheless? Yeah, because this is so tough. You find 2, 3, 4, 5 critical moves, and then you finally don't find the last detail. And
meanwhile, Dubov is much better now. I mean,
wow,
we
look at
felt
this.
that Trent was his friend, but yeah.
The knight never moved from e1.
His knight never get out.
The knight never moves out.
Yeah, g4 was
no,
too
this
much.
g4, no. This. Yeah, but only with Stockfish you were able to neutralize my optimism. I was feeling very optimistic with rook a6, rook c6, and then you killed my optimism with some king e3, knight
That's
f3.
what the guy does.
Yes.
Breaks any joy.
But poor Sam has to fight himself, and yeah, he's very unhappy.
Yeah, now he's in real big trouble with the e-pawn running. Check. Oh, this might be lost.
Yeah, it could easily, because if it's bad, it will be lost. Yeah, that was the danger for white. Yeah, if it ever gets bad.
Dubov is amazing. Yeah, it doesn't try with white, but if you take him on and he's black, I mean, you can lose. I mean, Praga very close to losing.
Of course.
Okay, back to the time trouble drama, because this is more or less clarified, and also they made the time control. So let's stick with Frederik for now. Move 32. Sindarov has 9 minutes, and Svane has 150.
150, yeah, very important. 151 even. Yes, every second counts. Of course, with 30 seconds increment, it's not true. Yeah, the trade on d7, so 30 seconds are extra added to Frederik. And this also highlights why you can never play against your opponent's clock with increment, yeah? Because it might look like, oh my God, my opponent is in big time trouble, let me try to know. You cannot.
Guys are so good with
Yes.
30 seconds. It's
Exactly.
not even such a big edge, unless you're playing someone old like me and I get very nervous. Yeah, I write down my move, I look up, I have 20 seconds, I'm panicking, but there I used it. I mean,
Yes. They don't panic at all.
no, in a way, it's because how your brain is programmed. Yeah, because my brain is programmed to panic with 20 seconds because I grew up without increments, so 20
Exactly.
seconds means danger. Yeah, but
Yes.
I mean, like, no,
Yes.
okay.
I know, yeah, we are the same generation, yeah, so I feel exactly the same. Yeah, and Levon, which move number is it? Just to know the move number, because he was
This
also...
is move 34, so...
Okay, still 6 more moves.
6 more moves.
But at least we know that he knows against rook e2 he goes rook d7, so he relies on
move.
this defense.
And yeah, apparently everything's fine, yeah? He's just...
Yeah, unbelievable defense if he really manages to hold this.
Still far from a given, but so far... Great job by him.
Yes, would be incredible. But is White
Also
able
shows the
to...
class. I mean, even if you
Of
put
course.
pressure, something goes wrong. I mean, he's not not collapsing.
No, okay, he's Levon for a reason. There is just one line that kind of interests me. If I play rook e2, rook d7, and I try to be active with king h3, you take rook takes f1, and then I play h5. How is black neutralizing? Because if you don't neutralize move per move, then you get into trouble. That's what I felt, at least.
You want me to neutralize move by move?
Okay, yes. Because rook g6, you even have rook f7. But yeah, interesting how you neutralize it.
Let me play maybe here.
Yes, king h4. This I have foreseen.
Now comes the tough one.
Oof. Rook f5. And then rook g6.
Now it's time.
Wow. And takes rook e7, king h6. No, okay, but this is very tough.
No, rook f5 is a very strange move.
If rook f5 is the only way to hold, probably not for computer, but it was impressive.
For computer, there are many ways. But yeah, this look.
Yeah, I just felt like if I make progress with rook g6 with my king being active and you have to sit with rook f7 or rook a6, you might get nervous.
Okay, let me play. I don't know if this is more human, but at least it's threatening.
Yeah, rook
something.
g4.
Rook g6.
Yes, it was. I mean, sorry, rook g6.
We run.
Wow, and you can, yeah?
But it's
rook
still
takes,
very difficult.
Rook takes f6, I'm getting checkmate or what?
No. Not
Rook
counterplay.
g7, rook h2, rook g1, yeah? And suddenly I'm tied. Well, I don't know, it's very difficult.
Yeah, but the good news for Levon staring at the computer is he has more than one move to survive. No, I mean, rook d7 is only move, but it's also obvious. And then there are some options at every juncture.
Yeah,
like here, he doesn't have to take, for example. He can also go rook c1 if he gets
Yeah,
very
but
scared.
I felt like if you have to play rook c1, then at least my pawn is not hanging. I made psychologically, I made a serious step forward with white.
Well, you're so stuck, eh? You can't go h5, you can't move the rook.
Yes.
So,
Okay, I have this rook h2,
illusion.
h5, king h4 kind of progress.
Okay,
At least
I have this
for
progress.
myself, I'm making progress, but you are queening your c-pawn. Yeah? Yes, it's tricky. It's tricky. Now both players are shaking. It
Yeah,
just
this is
shows
tense.
the tense moment, yeah. Also, if white tries to be principled, he's also taking risks, yeah? So, yes, this is very
the rook
tricky.
is already a bit clumsy,
Yes.
the c-pawn is a pass pawn, so...
And it's still time trouble, yeah? It's very tricky that you think like, okay, till the time trouble, I will try to put pressure, and then all of a sudden after move 40, you over-pushed it already.
Arjun, normally even in chaos. He's called the Iceman for a reason. He is quite good at navigating it, but of course, there's also so much pressure on him. I don't know if he hears too much about it, because probably it's a tournament he prepares and he ignores like media and whatever expectations, but of course he knows. Yeah, I mean, Prague is in the candidates, Kukic is the world champion. They want me to join the party. I mean,
Of course. Of course. And what support means, actually, talking about all the support. Yeah, he got the sponsorship, and he took maximum benefit. Yeah, he was just improving as a player. I don't really mean improvement just measured by rating, but as a player, he's maturing. Yeah, he's getting stronger and stronger.
Also has to be said, like 2 years ago, he was getting no invitations, and he was playing Menorca Open, and he played Opens and kept winning ratings. So he just said, okay, if I don't get invitations, I'll show everybody. So it's very, very impressive what he's done. But of course, and well-deservedly, he also does have support, so he can afford to pick his spots and rest.
Exactly.
I mean, he doesn't have to make money from.
Yes, this is very
chess.
important.
He can train and then
he can
pick
train and focus on the big picture of improving. Yeah, Rook E2, Rook D7 played. Yeah, and there we saw the record of Arjun. Yeah, that in 2023 he had that epic match against Pragnananda, which was like a crazy tiebreak, where Pragnananda finally prevailed and got into the semifinals, I believe. It could have easily been Arjun reaching the semifinal there, 2023.
All right, this is move 35, and yeah, now it feels like it's a big decision for Arjun if he goes for something ambitious, or if he says, okay, you know what, I'll be
what is the safe way?
Rook A2 maybe, for example.
Yeah, Rook A2, yes.
Walk towards the center.
But yeah, somehow going passive.
Strange move, yeah, I agree.
Yes.
No, this looks like.
Yeah, but also maybe I can start with H5 and then go Rook G6. Is that a logical way?
Now this is what we looked at. No, Rook takes, King H3.
I started with King H3, but Rook G6. Yeah, just to force you to make a decision already. Rook A6. Yeah, and then you start. If you get C5, Rook C6.
And who's better and why?
Exactly. The very famous saying is coming.
Of course, it's 0-0 as always, but you feel the risk. Okay, let me just switch to Frederik real quick. He's in big time trouble, but now he has a chance, according to Machine Friends.
Sindarov
Knight G6
had to think, yeah, because Black got counterplay, yeah.
And Rook F5, he can at least take the pawn back.
But does he? He already played Knight G6, yeah. Then.
Yeah. Now he has to take. He does take.
He takes.
Takes, and Sindarov wants Bishop F3. Attacking this. Oof, and this is tough.
And always some Bishop D5, are always hanging in the air.
But here the only move is Rook E5, which looks very difficult. I think you take, which is bad. And this is so tough.
But Rook takes A4 is bad because of Bishop D5, or?
Oof. Yeah, Bishop D5.
Yeah, Bishop D5 is a problem. Yeah, Knight E7, Bishop F7, and the Rook moves back. Yeah, no, this is
a bit too much. Nice line, though.
It's very nice if you are not rooting for Frederik. Yeah.
Okay, but at least you can sense that Rook A4, Bishop D5 is bad. Yeah, so.
But yeah, so Rook E5, then you take Bishop B7, you rely on Knight D3. And this is counterplay, because Knight C5 is coming.
You're even winning.
Yeah, this is winning for Black. Yeah, it's good Knight versus bad Bishop.
Tension. Sindarov also thinking. Of course, he will also understand things aren't so simple. And maybe this gives Frederik a chance to catch his breath and see, okay, Rook A4 is too much. Rook E1, Bishop D2 is not going anywhere. So what do I do? But still, Rook E5 looks very difficult to me.
Yeah, look at the way how Frederik is behaving. Yeah, he knows that this is a vital moment.
But also that he got here already is good, yeah? I mean, because he was in danger of getting squeezed or of being a pawn down, and none of these things happened. But still not easy.
Yeah, well, this pawn sacrifice was practically a very good decision.
He's very, very strong.
And that Sindarov was unable to play as perfect as a computer, it's, I think, absolutely understandable from human point.
Yeah, especially when there is counterplay. If there's no counterplay, even I can improve the position.
Exactly.
I mean, here.
And maybe he had, from a distance, missed bishop f3, rook e5. He relied on that. Okay, this line works for me with bishop f3. I'm activating the
Yeah, because he went for this happily, it looked like, but now he's pausing. That gives Frederik a chance to spot this, I think, if he hadn't already.
And yeah, there are no other real alternatives. Yeah?
No, rook takes h4 looks nice, but it's probably just resigns after bishop d5 or even rook d5.
Yeah, no, I meant for white. Yeah, that because Sindarov is pausing.
You can go somewhere else. You can go bishop d1,
but yeah,
strange. No?
It's not about the pawn. Yeah, the pawn is not hanging after bishop f3. So is it that just to keep the rook alive? Because after bishop d1, rook e5, you can come back rook f3 and maybe try to avoid the trade.
You can, but bishop d1 is not doing anything, so you can go here. Yeah,
you don't need to cooperate. Yeah,
still incredibly difficult with so little time. You can see the nerves. Yeah, Sindarov's legs are shaking. Frederik is playing with the white pawn.
Yes, actually, from older generation, one has this experience that in such moments you can call the arbiter and just tell that, please tell the opponent not to shake the table. You cannot play with the pawn like this. Yeah, for example, I think
both sides are doing it. Well, shall I both call the arbiter?
Yeah, basically, yeah, exactly. No, it's basically. I also think once you see that and you don't say anything to your opponent, then you feel like I can also do something. Yeah, it's kind of normal.
I don't think either does it to disturb the opponent. Sindarov also has a pawn there.
Yes.
Well, he's rotating
this is
quickly.
forbidden. I know it from our legend Portish. Yeah, he was always telling to the opponent that please stop this because I will call the arbiter.
Yeah. Yes. But normally what's important is if you're going to do it, you do it the first time. Yeah? You establish precedent and then no one cares. But if the opponent does it all game and all of a sudden you complain, it's also
in time trouble, you will not complain about
it. Hang a pawn and then you start complaining.
Yes. Bishop f3.
And rook e5. This is an absolute key moment. If he finds rook e5, he's in business. If not, he's bad.
He finds it.
Yeah, he's very good.
Yeah,
so impressed with the guy, also his composure and with little time, not... I mean, obviously he's nervous, but it doesn't impact his chess. Yeah,
exactly.
Very impressive.
Exactly.
Sindarov.
Sindarov is nervous. He cannot
best move, rook g5.
Wow.
I didn't even mention it because I thought, okay, no one plays rook g5, but...
Now he wants rook g4, so you cannot play h6, yeah? Then he can just fall back with the rook. That's the idea.
You can, but it keeps being a mess. Yeah.
Yes.
I think you take, no? Take.
Brilliant move, yeah, rook g5.
But you can take. Bishop takes. This is, it's so difficult. Because here, sorry, I'm just reading out computer lines, but I'm tense. So here the only good move is knight to f8.
The knight has to come from that angle, yeah?
Which, once again, once it's here, it's logical, but if you're so focused on knight e5,
yes.
Knight e5, bishop b7, now is too slow. Knight d3, bishop e4, white keeps control.
Wow, and with knight e6 you hit the bishop on g5 and you get that tempo. Okay, this is insane. How much time?
It's too difficult.
Yes,
h6 is not losing.
Very tough.
But rook g5, what a resource, no? I mean, they're both so strong in
very
time
strong,
trouble.
Yeah. Sindarov is also absolutely
h6,
amazing,
good move. I mean, so knight f8 was sick, yeah? So h6 and rook g4 will be played, but then the game continues. Then you move somewhere with the rook.
Rook c5 would be kind of natural if it works, but don't ask me if it works.
Rook c5, it does work. I mean, it's still tense, but it looks like maybe the worst is over, yeah? Like knight e5 is coming. This is compy line, which...
Yeah, this feels like it should be doable.
Should be survivable.
Yes, once you remove that light square bishop.
I mean, even here, the computer will be unpleasant.
Yeah,
Of course,
the rook is kind of trapped, yeah?
Okay, let's see what happens.
But also not an
Well,
easy
tense
choice
stuff.
for Sindarov, yeah? But he will play rook g4.
Yeah,
If
he
he
can still
wanted
take on
to-
e5 and go bishop e4. Could even argue, I don't know, h6.
But this
Doesn't
is
help.
too delicate, yeah? For time
Yeah,
trouble.
just he feels rook g4 is too tricky after rook e1 or rook c5. I mean, taking on e5 is safe, but...
Frederik down to
Either way,
36 seconds. Oh, yeah,
he does take on
e5.
e5, which I think is understandable. And also, once again, the best move. I mean, it's the insane thing. Rook g5 was best move. h6, rook e5 is also best. I'm not sure if he... but the feel these guys have is incredible. Now, bishop b7, knight d3 is once again fine for black.
Yeah, so bishop e4 keeps control, yeah? Or bishop e2. But if you can play bishop e4, of course, bishop
Yeah,
e4
keep
is...
an eye on this.
Yeah. Move number?
This is... Oh, this is 40. Okay, now they have time.
Okay.
Then we can go somewhere else if there's still some time trouble. Because now Sindarov will think.
Or
But
at least...
all things considered, great outcome for
Yes.
Frederik Svane.
Or at least we think that he will think, yeah? But it seems like he's about to make a move.
Yeah, okay, maybe we'll blitz up bishop e4, but...
Yeah, let's see Arjun.
Uh,
Let's see what Arjun has done.
Arjun.
Because he had... Wow,
Don't make
walking
it
around
bad.
with king on e2?
Yeah, but he has his own stuff. Huh?
Yeah, draw a
How do you
grid.
do it? Draw, yeah?
Yeah.
Rook d3
Wow.
and perpetual. Great defense by Levon Aronian.
Yes, and he's shaking his head and complaining that I had a normal position. Why did I do this?
Such an
Yeah.
idiot.
Well, this was a real heavyweight battle.
Yeah, it was serious stuff. And shows Levon's class. I mean, to hold this game, not many people are surviving this. Okay, so...
Well, wait a second, since there is no more time, I even want to see how the players are discussing, because they played such a great game. I feel like it's interesting to see this.
Maybe you can even get some audio. There's no privacy.
You have to sign so many score sheets. I feel like
Great
this discussion just shows how much tension was in the game. Yeah, that the players are very happily discussing after the game that, yeah, what did you saw, how you felt, what was going on.
But I think that's always beautiful about chess, with all the
Exactly.
competitiveness. Once the game is over, immediately they want to know, okay, I had this move, and they both become scientists or are very interested in like what's going on. I mean, like,
Yes, that's why I felt like, okay, if we have a chance, we have the camera, then we have to just enjoy this moment as well. Wow, Levon survives.
yeah,
Levon
White
survives.
tomorrow, we'll see if he will have the energy or the opening to make it a big fight. Because with Arjun, you never know. He could also play a shady or slightly dubious, provocative line.
yes.
Say, okay, if you want to fight, you get it.
But okay, in such an important game, probably we'll try to be as... And wait a second, Sam reached this position. He might hold this, or... This is the current position.
Yeah, why
This
did
is
the e-pawn
holdable.
disappear?
Exactly. This is
Dubov
what
did
I
not
mean.
play e3 check. Went here and bishop b6.
Ah, wow,
and maybe
if
missed
he
bishop
missed
b6.
bishop b6,
That's
because
an important-
it's so easy to miss this, because the king on b7 covers the c8, the rook from c8 covers the c8 square, yes? So you have the feeling like, okay, I have c8 completely under control, and all of a sudden bishop c4, bishop b6.
Yeah, there was a big miss. Maybe he thought I can play e3 at any moment.
Any moment.
But now
Wow.
Sam's back.
Yeah, he will hold this.
Yeah, this it's not even worse, I think, no, with this
Yeah,
construction.
should be holdable, but this is now a complete cold shower for Dubov.
Oh, that was a big chance.
And it was
for
move
Daniil.
what? Move number?
No, yet time. This was move 43.
For move 43. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, just a total blackout.
Yeah, and this is winning. I mean, this is, I think, even mathematically winning, not just.
Okay, after EC check, what is he doing at all?
Yeah, no, he has to
Bishop D5 check and then...
go somewhere. But now Bishop C4 is good. He just wanted to be more comfortable to keep
He
the option
wanted
of going E3, and that blew it.
Wow.
Because now it's just collapsing. Yeah, okay, 3.
And if I do the same Bishop B6, then I lose how? Not, no, instead of B5. If I just play Bishop B6.
Okay, but my pawn is here.
Yes, I know. But can I block it on, yeah, Knight G2?
Ah, you're trying to go Bishop F2 or what?
Yeah, E2, Bishop F2. Okay, total desperado. But it's the same position
situation,
with the
just
pawn on
this
E2.
pawn,
Yeah,
which
it's
is
probably lost.
helpful.
Yeah. Wow.
Oof. Okay, so big chance missed by Daniil Dubov. Now it looks like we should be headed for a draw in the Wei Yi Sevian game. They've been
Wow, we reached such an endgame.
discussing this for a while, but
I have given up on this game. I thought like, okay, that's just formality. It is still formality, but...
I think it's stuck on move 40. Also have my doubts.
Okay, but this is
A5
the
was
camera.
played.
Look at the camera. A5 is
I
played.
did play A5, okay.
A5 played.
What is this about? Takes
Rook C4.
King G5, let's say. Ah, he's just saying this
King
is a draw.
G7, yeah,
Once you
thank
get
you
the
very
king
much.
out.
Yes, be careful, mating net.
We'll probably survive.
Yes, oof, but okay, it's interesting that
And his
the
point,
game lasted so long. Yeah.
his point is also, because white may wants king H7, H5 or something. So he goes A5, and if king here, now he can go rook C5,
Rook C5.
cover his pawn again.
Yeah.
Stop H5.
And
No,
then
he's
ask,
good.
where are you going, my friend? Yeah.
Still, why not shake hands or something
Yes.
before? What happened here? Okay, all still fine.
Wow.
The problem is, since everything is 0-0, it's hard to
Yeah,
point out a mistake. But
okay, basically,
would you play G6 here? Like, I'd be so scared. I mean, maybe F6. Why give them a pass?
maybe
pawn?
he was a little bit upset with himself that he thought like we are just reaching move 30, and in fact, Sam had some idea that I will still play this G4.
But seriously, why play G6? I mean, it's so risky to give him a chance here.
But okay, it should be very drawish, no?
Yeah, no.
Anyway,
I would never allow any passer.
never, yeah?
Never,
You
ever.
are too professional.
Too scared.
Yeah, okay, it will be a draw, so this means Levon survived. That was, well, we kind of was hoping for a brilliant fight. We got it.
Yeah, there was, I mean, maybe not the most fireworks on board, but the tension
very
and,
high quality, yes.
The effort was insane.
Exactly.
So Levon survived. Shankland looks like he will survive. That leaves the one remaining question: will Frederik Svane also survive? Bishop E4.
Bishop
Still
E4
under
played,
pressure,
yeah.
but Knight D7 at least is a nice move to play. No, I mean, like.
But okay, yeah, with bishop on c2 and then white starts advancing with h5, g4,
white is
f4,
better.
g5. It will be still very unpleasant.
I don't even know if Knight C5 is correct.
Yeah, bishop
Just
c2. I
show.
just wanted to, yeah, that white plays this g4, f4, and then g5. And if you play AG, FG, then I can create a passer and white's king can go towards the center. I once lost against Svidler something very similar in a rapid tournament in Frankfurt, 99. And I felt like, wow, thank you very much for the lecture, because it was some Caro-Kann. I felt like I'm very solid, and Peter managed to get this kingside majority going, and I created problems. I got into problems. Yeah.
That's how I always feel doing commentary with you or Peter Svidler. One of the Peters. It's always thank you for the lecture. Yeah? And let us see, no pressure, Angelica, but what lecture have you prepared?
So we have seen so many ups and downs in this time travel on all of the boards which we had. You already discussed one of the key moments from the game of Sam Shankland against Daniil Dubov, where Sam Shankland had a huge preparation, and at the end we see that he sacrificed the exchange. But in this position, that's where the first mistake kicked in. Because in this position, f3 was the best move, trying to keep this diagonal closed. So now the bishop would have to step back to b1 like in the game, but there would be not so many pawns expanded. Here he played g4, which was the first mistake. And Sam Shankland has a book, Small Stops to the Giant Improvement, about the pawn play. And here he makes this mistake with the pawn. And one of the key rules is that the pawns are not coming back. And this was a big mistake which happened, to which the position led later on, which was much worse. So rook c4, immediately clarifying this situation that there are some weaknesses there. And after f3, here bishop b7 would be more precise, because as we have seen in the game, the bishop tried from b1 to go back to this long diagonal to the c4 as he tried, or to the d5. So it would be better to keep it on b7, also keeping the square c8 under control. Not only king is defending it, but also bishop and also rook. Everything is getting defended. But he was scared probably of knight d3.
Yes.
But here he had e4, and after trade, we can see that the pawns are getting a bit shaky there. Knight f4, and after a few moves, there would have been, I can show this a bit longer line.
Yeah, because it's important line. Yeah, it's important.
Exactly. So here g6, and now the key idea is that to create a weakness on h4, to play h5.
Okay, yes. But it's like some correspondence deepness, yeah?
Exactly, and that's what computer says to us. So coming back to this bishop b1 move, now here h5 was played, still coping with the position, but here king e3, another mistake, allowing the check on c3, with which also the problem started. But here, if king e2 is being played, now it's a different story, because now, as we can see, the same position, there is no rook on c3, there is no check with the pawn on e3, it's completely different now. But yeah, this king e3 brought to the position, and the move, of course, which you showed, of course, this was beautifully found by Sam Shankland after bishop c4, bishop b6, keeping the e3 square on the board. But one more time, everything started with a g4 move. So Sam Shankland, maybe he tried to be more ambitious, or why did he?
No, I think this is sign of nerves. Yeah, you are just uncertain. If you sit tight, then you make a draw not, and then your hand makes something. You want to do something, but you create problems for yourself.
And of course, he didn't know that he created, because he has such a strong pawn on c7. Would you say it all started when the bishop went to a5? All this problem started for Sam?
No, the problem started actually when Jan mentioned that, wait a second, now Dubov has a chance to take on c7 and play this knight c4, because there was the back rank issue. So when Sam played the move knight e1 to d3, actually was practically probably a very unfortunate move.
Move 24.
Move 24 here.
Yes. Here, can you just put the knight back on e1?
Yeah.
And now he played the move knight d3 with the idea I'm activating the knight is far away. But after knight d3, look at the counter that Dubov showed. Rook takes c7 then, and after b takes c7, knight c4, and suddenly the back rank issues forces white back with the knight to e1 and losing too much time. And from here on, black took over. Yeah, knight e1 passivity. And e5 was very strong here from Dubov.
Not allowing
any blockade. And after that, it looked like it's so difficult for white, because you are uncertain. How is it holdable? Will it hold? Do I have to do something or not? You have to make decision, and you go crazy because there are no answers to it.
And by the way, the knight is still there, right? Is it? Is it still on e1 from that position? Look at this. Knight is still on e1.
Yeah, cannot get out.
But yeah, for now, of course, Sam has chances. I mean, he's holding the position. He has 3 pawns already against 2, and surround b6 pawns. So the draw is very likely here that he's going to hold. But with such roller coaster, I mean, this was truly remarkable, the time travel.
Yeah, and also we have to mention that it was Dubov's chance to win with black, which might have basically sealed the match Yeah, so missing because if you miss a chance with white, okay, one could argue that okay, your opponent has a white color, you are not through yet. But if you win with black, so can you imagine in which horror state Dubov is now when he was choosing between do I play e3 check or should I play bishop c4? Which move to play first? Both are winning, and then you get this incredible cold shower of playing bishop c4, allowing bishop b6, and you basically fall from your chair because this is such a shock.
Yeah, it's truly shocking. I have some déjà vu, by the way, in the earlier round when Dubov played in the first game against Pragnananda. He also had winning chances, huge winning chances. And then he played a draw, and as he told, his plan was to go into the tie breaks where he wanted to show that he's stronger. So yeah, we'll see how it's going to continue.
Oh yeah, this was the most dramatic moment of today.
Yeah. This bishop c4. Of course, he wants to push e3, but with bishop c4, probably he wanted to improve. Yeah, e3, then e2 immediately.
Yeah, to be even more smarter. Yeah, this is normally always a problem when you want to be even smarter. Just being smart, it's enough. And let's just show that.
Not for Dubov. Dubov needs to be smarter.
Smarter, yes.
Dubov needs to win World Cup without playing with white.
I think his line was his justification that okay, because I'm settling e3, so knight g2 is kind of obligatory. And then I'm going to give rook f3 check, and then white loses coordination, and then I play e3, and it's game over, finish. Yeah, and that was the reasoning why, okay, let me be more precise, I start with bishop c4.
The best is the enemy of the good, so that's why you have to play good moves.
Yes, that's always good. Yeah.
The break is the enemy of the broadcast, and the broadcast will continue after this break. Thanks, Angelica. See you guys soon.
The most prestigious tournament in chess has come to India, the home of chess.
अरे यार देगी अरे क्यों चालियो घोड़ो
Yes! 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 Chess, 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 chess. खेल ये हमारा है. आओ दुनिया वालों ये वेलकम तुम्हारा है. अपना गेम भारी है, हैंडशेक की बारी है. अब इंडिया बोलेगा. It's your move. It's your move. गोवा कर रहा है वेट. It's your move. Come, 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 don't be late. It's your move. ए तो कोई खोर.
चतुरंग के सारे रंग सदियों से हैं अपने संग. शतरंज बिछता है हर आंगन. विश्व को दिया हमने विश्वनाथन.
डंका बजा है, गोवा सजा है. खेल जमेगा खूब. It's your move. हो न जाए checkmate. It's your move. check में भी होगा just. It's your move. गोवा कर रहा है वेट. It's your move. Come, 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 don't be late. It's your move. Esto todo. It's your move. एक दो ढाई. It's your move. It's your move. It's your move. It's your move. It's your move.
The FIDE World Cup 2025, starting from 31st October to 27th November in Goa, India.
It's your move.
I'm on a quest to explore the history of Goa. A land steeped in diverse and intersecting cultures and traditions.
I think this is one of my favorite pieces of art in the city.
Here, influences from multiple faiths coalesce in beautiful ways. From religious sites to charming villages and vibrant streets.
Watch postcards from Goa on National Geographic.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world with a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Move by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again, this time in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.
The FIDE World Cup is not just about the trophy. It's a gateway to the FIDE Candidates Tournament, where the next challenger for the world champion is decided. The top 3 finishers in Goa, the champion, runner-up, and 3rd place, qualify directly for the 2026 Candidates Tournament unless they've already secured a spot by other means. That's why the 3rd place match matters so much. It's not just for pride. It can decide who gets the final golden ticket to the candidates. For every player here, the World Cup is a dream and a step toward the ultimate title in chess.
Welcome back, everybody. 5 of our 8 games have ended in draws. This is day 1. Everybody's tired. People are being careful, but we've had a big fight in Erigaisi Aronian. That leaves us with 3 games, and one is particularly tense still, at least to me. Frederik Svane trying to defend with black against Javokhir Sindarov. The other 2 games still running are Dubov versus Shankland, where it looks like Dubov, as we've seen before the break, misses chances, and Wei Yi Sevian is a drawn rook endgame. So we can stick with Frederik Svane, and before or during the break I was just praising here after bishop e4. Very nice defensive choice by Frederik. I think h5, just not allowing this expansion you mentioned earlier.
Exactly, yeah. If white is able to fix h5, and then we already can understand why Sindarov had foreseen or anticipated that this rook g5, h6 sequence of moves will be in his favor. So h5 played. The big problem, and look at Frederik, he knows it, that yeah, I'm defending well, I'm playing well, but the position remains unpleasant and the clock is ticking down. Yeah, it's not the classical 7-hour time control that, you get after move for another 1 hour for the next 20 moves, and then slowly eternal time trouble is approaching.
Yeah, he's used to it. Probably didn't even have that many 7-hour games. But it's still tough, because you can't force a draw. You just have to keep making good decisions and hope you don't collapse. But even here, I don't know, let's say. At some point the knight will be forced to move and g4 will happen. It's not like you get a draw. I mean, like,
yeah, the same issues will apply, yeah, because if you allow g8, g8, then the h5 pawn will be very vulnerable. And if you take a, g, f, g, then again the same issue that white can create a puzzle later on with the pair of bishops. It's
this computer's just smiling and saying 0-0.
Yeah,
what do you want from me? But
exactly, you have to decide, convince yourself that you have to keep that pawn on h5, and it's not a weakness, but it's so difficult humanly. It is just so difficult. And if you take, can you just tell me that if you play a, g, f, g, then it's already like serious advantage, yeah?
Okay, I can check, but
yeah, just to know the computer evaluation that yeah, if a, g, f, g, then
and now it's 0-7 already.
And with the tendency that maybe in 2 moves it will plus 1.5 already.
Over the board. Yes. I think you just lose. I mean,
exactly.
The good news is he will understand this, but he likes to be super precise, yeah? And that's often the enemy of the clock, of course.
Yes.
I mean, he's managed here, but you can't pull that off in every time travel. So still a very tense spot, and you can see he's not happy, even after all this great defense. G6.
Yeah. He will play G6.
Yeah. No, he's just playing incredibly well.
Yeah, these young guys are actually having this mental energy also the physical, everything, to be able to withstand all this pressure and like this, yeah? It's very impressive, because I know from myself that I would definitely need the 7-hour time control to be able to control my nerves, my system, my whole, body and everything, because it all reacts together. But as you said, that they are used to this time control, so their biorhythm and everything is based on how do I play this control good.
Yeah, no, it's always what you grow up with, yeah. And
exactly.
They're used to, not just to this time control, but also endless Champions Chess Tour and whatever it's all called, like playing with 15 minutes, making quick decisions, few breaks, and just be concentrated for 5 hours. Yeah, I mean, it's
for example, personally for me also, like rapid is 25 or 20 minutes, yeah, that already they reduced it to 15, makes it for me, like my instincts are not working anymore, yeah, it's a completely different game. But yeah, everything is speeding up.
No, still, of course, mistakes happen, that's why we play, but the level of both these guys, and these are not top 10 players, but yeah, I mean, the level shown is amazing to me.
Yes. Yeah, there was a question yesterday that I received from a journalist here from Times of India, and he asked me that what FIDE could do to make things better and like this, and I said, well,
these are good.
actually I would really love to see more and more money into chess so that these guys get also all the chance to be fighting not just one World Cup in every 2 years, but more possibilities. Also, the Grand Swiss is a brilliant event, but can you imagine if we would be even able to have more of those events and these players have more chance to show their incredible skills? Because right now, the absolute top guys are having all the possibilities, and then these incredible players often have to go to open tournaments and like this, where actually succeeding is hindering your development against the top guys because you need completely different skills. It's a very tricky kind of spot.
Yeah. No, in a way, of course, it's natural selection. Not everybody can have close tournaments all the time, but it's also a common problem. Yeah, I mean, you develop some habits that some guys like Arjun or Prag can even use at the top level, like switching openings, surprising, playing whatever the French.
By the way, the Dubov game ended in a draw. It was clear that what a disappointment. Yeah.
Daniil, yeah, he will be slightly disappointed here with missing this chance.
He will be kicking himself. Yes, this was too big of a chance. Yeah. Probably in his mind already, he thought like it's finished. The game is over.
Yeah, and it more or less was it. Just he was too smart for one moment. But okay, nothing too bad happened. Tomorrow, most likely, he will make his quick draw and then play tie breaks, so he has another day to recover. But yeah, that was. Because also, I mean, even he says he doesn't like classical chess and he's not so concerned with it, but getting closer to candidates and having a great result. I mean, he won this World Rapid, but it's been a few years.
Yeah, 2018. So, I mean, sure it was the first time I did the commentary in that event. Yes, the World Rapid.
He deserves another one. All right, so we also have the Wei Yi Sevian game, where not much is happening.
This is dead draw.
Yeah, there's not all that much to do. Check whatever you can take if you wanna, but.
Yeah, Wei Yi sitting there like, okay, let's get over with them. We both know it. Well, you could have even make the risky choice of trading into pawn down and pawn endgame. Yes. Okay, that's another very safe draw for Wei Yi. He's like a rock. Wei Yi is like a rock. Yes.
But if you give him a chance, he will take it.
Yes,
he's
because
quite tough in this
he's like a rock with his openings, but in reality, in his mindset and in his blood, he's the one he's a killer. Yeah, that if you give him a chance and he calculates beautifully everything, I feel like his openings that trying to be so solid limits himself. He hardly plays any Nodirbeks, for example, and he used to be a Nodirbek player.
And Italians feels like every game. Which, of course, he's very good in them, but yeah, I don't know.
Yes, it's always it comes at a cost. Yeah, like when you are trying to build an absolute bulletproof repertoire. That yes, you can basically play against anyone without any problems, but it also comes at a cost that you cannot create so many problems for your opponents.
It's so tempting, especially for guys that work a lot. I mean, why am I looking at these 50 main lines in the Nodirbek when I can just play the Petrov and get my zeros without trouble? Yeah, but no, I hear what you're saying. Okay, let's stick with Freddie Svane. Still under pressure, King F1. Yeah, there's never anything direct. He just has to decide on a setup. Probably this knight can't stay on e5 forever, because bishop f4 could happen at any moment. And the key is how does he handle this type of structure. Apparently King G7 is good.
Now that we know that King G7 is the move, then it makes sense.
I can show you another move for your entertainment. F5.
F5.
Strong.
Yeah, this is a Cemento spirit.
And if you manage to get the king here, at least you smell the cemento.
Yes, yes. No, actually, this is a stylish kind of solution. I'm much more of a fan of this than sitting there passively with King G7 and waiting if my opponent can do something or not.
Also, Sindarov, yeah, he allowed this here because he's thinking he has all the time in the world. F3, King of 1. But still, easier read from the computer than done.
Well, the good news for Frederik is that if he says like, I anyway have to play knight d7, knight c5, then he can just by accident land there. But forcing the idea, it's very difficult because it looks like it's all about, do I take AG against G4 or do I keep the H5 pawn that I can even try to counter it with something else? It does not cross the human mind.
And also what I'm wondering is knight d7, does he have to do it to keep the pawn? Like, because here we could take, but it's still nothing. Knight
What
d3
changed? Nothing changed, no? Knight c5?
d3, yeah, this pawn
Thank
is
you
nothing,
very much.
but knight c5 and draw, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, now this is nothing. Because then it could be, or to me it feels more normal to play a move like
King G7, yeah.
instead of
If you already
just
played
voluntarily.
G6, yeah, then let's just make one more useful move. So white will play King E2 if he plays King
The
F1.
problem is he has to do this at some point.
Yeah, he will have to.
But hang on, can we go f5 here?
Yeah, exactly. Can we go F5 or not?
Because if the bishop goes away, now we don't need any nonsense now.
Also maybe bishop c5. Maybe you can finally activate that bishop. Quickly use that chance.
and
Bishop
John, we can
c5,
just sit,
cemento, and
no.
King f6. Thank you very
You
much.
got your cemento.
Yes.
And b6, King f6. And if white takes, which I think he has to do, how safe is
Then
this?
knight d7.
Okay, this is not over, yeah?
Okay, knight c5.
Yeah, but white just plays like no.
Yeah, he's about to move the knight. Yeah, and with the c5 square under control with king c4, bishop e7, this is still scary.
You know, everything is 0-0, but I mean, it still feels like he hasn't achieved safety. Yeah? But he plays knight d7 now. He's just
knight d7.
He's
yeah.
very precise. Do you teach him how to achieve cemento in these training sessions?
Well, we are doing many different things. Yeah,
Mainly cemento.
No, not mainly. No, not at all. I'm
That's a
trying.
pity.
Yes, I feel like, okay, they know cemento quite well.
I've heard of it.
So, yes, also some other things.
You also teach some intermezzos.
Intermezzos are very important, yeah. Zwischenzug. Very important. Yeah, let's see how Sindarov, well, he will play King E2 because he wants to put the pressure on the clock as... it was you who played the King E2.
Yeah. I'm still looking for harmony.
You know, the funny point is that after... Yeah, please put that position that you just put, because I wanted to tell you the funny thing. That, yes, this is kind of logical, and we think like, okay, King G7, King F6, so white has to break with G4, and are we in time to break with G4? And what was computer doing? Okay, I'm doing knight C5, and you have pawn on G4 to play F5. Yeah, it's just completely different way of thinking.
No,
yeah, he will go G4.
Normal.
Yes, of course. Of course, to stop F5.
Yeah, and this is the big moment. Yeah, G4, knight C5, bishop C2.
F5. Okay,
If
it's
you
a
go-
giant move. F5.
I mean, you don't have to play F5, but
it's a giant move.
you shouldn't take.
Yes, you shouldn't.
That's the big thing. Because F5 also doesn't run away. I mean, you can do it whenever.
Yeah, he plays G4, putting the pressure. And time is ticking, under 10 minutes. And because of this, I like the knight c5, f5 kind of move, because that clarifies the direction. Yeah, you don't... Oops, Jadub. Yeah. Some hair or something appeared on the board. Yeah, and this is why I like this fundamental decision like knight c5, bishop c2, f5, because then you give a clear sign to yourself that I know which direction I'm relying on in my defense. If I just fool around with king g7 and I don't know what I'm going to do, and white will play bishop f4, bishop e5 check, and I have to decide, do I play f6 or not? Is that a weakness? Then you will end up with 2 minutes on the clock for the rest of the game.
Give yourself a much bigger chance to make a mistake at any moment as well. Okay, this is still very, very tense there. We see Sindarov walking around. Was one of the youngest grandmasters in the world. 12 years, I don't know, 7 months, somewhere, something like that.
Yeah, it was incredible.
Frederik.
Yeah, the
has
badge.
Other problems to solve.
Honestly, I cannot play with my badge on. Yeah, I always put it on the side.
Yeah.
And I have seen that Frederik also used it on the side. I feel like he, after move 40, was so much into this end game that he forgot to remove his badge.
Yeah, it's not what you're thinking about.
Yeah, but still, it would drive me crazy, yeah, because I know that I have problems to solve over the board, then something is hanging on my neck. I'm old school, I can't take this.
If he plays knight c5, f5, I don't care how many badges he's wearing.
Yes, knight c5, bishop c2, f5, but this is such a sensational move. It's a life-changing. It's life-changing.
That is maybe a slight exaggeration.
Well, but thanks to that move, you stay alive. If you just passively wait with little time on the clock, I don't think.
How scary is this? Because this is what I would be afraid of,
Yeah,
like bishops on the open board.
Of course. But now suddenly my construction is very good for black, yeah? All of a sudden.
It's still... Okay, it's not cemento, but it's counterplay.
Yeah, you can't take my h5 pawn. But yeah, very tough, super tough. If you would have not mentioned this f5 idea, I don't know how long we would have been talking about this endgame till we come up with, wait a second, what about f5?
Let's see what he does. The key thing is not to take on g4, that he no doubt understands. Can you... No, looking for ways to mess up? No, even this is not yet messing up. Okay, white has to take.
And then after AG, bishop g5, king g7, or what are you relying on?
I also have knight d7.
Knight d7, yes. Actually, you have.
Well,
I realize. Yes. But this is very bad news for Frederik. If there are so many different alternatives and everything looks seemingly more or less okay, but it goes on and there are always some problems.
Yeah, better to have one path.
Yes.
Because he doesn't just play a move by feel, he tries to calculate everything, and that's difficult.
Yes, I have so much sympathy and empathy for this kind of games. This is just incredible because I think it's heavily underestimated that after move 40 with this time control, the new time trouble is coming, you have so many problems to solve. It's extremely tough. Yeah.
There's a draw in Sevian against Wei Yi, no surprise there. I mean, in this rook endgame.
It was a surprise that it lasted so long. That was the biggest surprise in this game, I believe.
Yeah. That leaves us with just one game. 7 draws. Not all of them were very dry, and especially the marquee game. Erigaisi, Levon Aronian was certainly big struggle. But
and Dubov's missed chance, yeah?
Yeah, that was tough. Still, red at chess. These guys are fighting. Go easy on them, even if it's 8 draws.
Yeah, and this is an epic battle, yeah. What a defense. And he will go knight f6. He's going towards the f6
style, yeah, just trying to make things very direct.
Wow.
It's not conceptual, so it's a bit risky, yeah?
Well, but actually, maybe it's conceptual, because he just wants to make sure that my king side is intact, and I will rely on the c5 square blockade.
But now his queen side is not intact.
Okay, but thanks to knight c5, he will always block that.
Yeah, but I thought you get something like this. Okay, he's on time, yeah?
The knight will get back to knight will get back. But besides, there was your move knight d7 instead of king g7, which fits into our concept as well.
But then,
but okay, knight c5. No, but I think this should be fine, feeling-wise at least. Knight takes if I'm being too active.
I'm still scared.
Not bishop f6.
I'm scared.
I was more scared of bishop f6, and you try to queen your. But I will knight c5, knight d7 tempo. I will jump around. No, I feel like I'm holding. No, knight f6 very interesting.
I prefer king g7.
King g7, yeah. Stability.
Okay, he will take,
Yeah,
takes,
he takes,
it's forced.
takes.
Bishop g5 also looks very logical. I mean, it doesn't make a big difference, but at least ask him a question, you know, like... Also, strange question.
Well, but if after, there is knight h7,
no, but knight h7 is too far away.
It's too far. The bishop protects back on f3 anyway. Yeah, no. But if after king g7 you anyway take fg, then it's a very legitimate question that why did we include bishop g5?
Oh, so this is just dead draw, should be, yeah?
Yes, this should be dead draw.
Yeah.
This should be dead draw.
Does not queen.
When I see such end games, that's why my heart is like screaming that, that's why I have to do the commentary, because to highlight that how tough this is and how much it should be appreciated what these guys are doing, because it's so incredibly tough.
No, computer might show this. I like to fall into as well. You sit at home, you look at the engine, it shows zeros, boring, and then it shows +1. Oh, he blundered. I mean,
exactly.
It's very serious skill that is involved here.
Yeah, this is just completely crazy. And the nerves, clock is ticking down. It's all connected. Finally, if a mistake is happening, it also happens for a reason, because you are under so much pressure that finally, at some moment, you miss something.
No, so we all know, if you play somebody much stronger, all of a sudden it feels like to him every move is easy, and for you every decision is tough.
Yes.
I mean, you have to ask questions to provoke mistakes.
Bishop g5 played.
Normal.
And king g7. I think Frederik will play king g7.
But he's always thinking, let's see.
Because he has, of course, he has all these choices, but king g7 is the conceptual, if he has already played knight f6. He will not allow this knight d7, knight c5, bishop d5, bishop f6
No, it's
position.
f3 business.
Yes, he will not let this happen. Under 5 minutes, do I see correctly?
Yeah. 4:30.
4:30. And Sindarov knows, I know, my friend, you are putting up incredible resistance, but I keep on pressing you.
Yeah, and he's shaking his head. It doesn't mean he thinks position is bad. Normally with him it means he missed something and it annoys him. But I think that is an area where he can still improve. Like, you can be expressive, but I feel it gives your opponent some confidence as well. If you're always shaking your head and it looks like you're hesitating.
Well, but if you are shaking it too often, then also your opponent cannot read you anymore. So it might be a strategy, that you are shaking your hand often, and then also Hikaru is doing many kind of things, and you already don't know when is it serious, when it's just some fake show, whatever. But in Frederik's case, of course, there is no show at all. It's really like...
That's how he feels.
Yes.
Okay, go king g7. You can shake your head while Sindarov is thinking.
Yeah, king g7 is the move. It's your concept.
He chose this knight f6. Maybe the other cemento was easier to play. It's what you mentioned. Now
yes,
you have to calculate, and you can see.
Exactly, because the problem is that if it does not hold, then it just loses. Then white will have this c4, c5 push, and something worries him.
Ugh, I can't watch this.
What disturbs him after king g7? Is white's king coming? What I thought like his idea is that, for example, fg, knight g4, then place the knight on e5 and rely on this knight e5, bishop b6, kind of that white's king is unable to come closer.
No, but the body language is very...
Body language is...
very hard to watch. Sindarov, confident nodding, and Frederik just...
is nerve-wracking. Yeah.
But it's 2 minutes. This was my entire European team championship. Because as a captain, I had the seat next to board 4. Frederik was board 4.
I know, this is completely crazy to be a team captain, and you can't do anything. This is
also I'm trying to keep a poker face. I can't shake my head or not or anything else.
Yes.
Pretending I'm not watching, I'm reading my book, but it's driving you insane.
Yes. Basically, one has the feeling that you can't do a good move there, because if you are following, it means that you are stressed, that you are worried. If you don't follow, then you don't care what is going on. Yes, how to behave.
So to play this in 30 seconds is too much. I mean, you need some room for thinking.
To make some decision.
Why does he look so desperate? Because King G7, everything seems to work at least, no? 97 also everything seemed to work, but it's just a lot less natural.
Yeah,
1 minute.
It's very hard. Yeah, he opted for knight f6, so I was completely sure that he believes in this King G7 move. But now I'm puzzled.
Almost feels like he missed bishop g5.
No, he cannot miss. Yeah, he goes knight d7. Yeah,
also good, but it's now with 30 seconds, it gives more room for.
Yes, because his concept was relying on not to allow fg4.
Yeah.
Now all the moves will be blitzed out. Knight c5. Bishop comes back to d5.
So, and now, Cemento's gone, yeah? I mean...
Cemento, and look at this. He's holding his head like he cannot believe what he has done.
Yeah, he missed something, and you can always tell with him, like, if some detail... Okay, the moves can keep being good, but this is a scary spot.
Yeah, this bishop d5, now it's such an easy way for white. Yeah, bishop d5, bishop f6.
So the board you don't know, there's 0-0 or 0-3 or something, you think, okay, I messed up, you can create h-parsec as the two bishops.
He played bishop c6. That's a surprise. What is bishop c6?
Slightly strange square, no?
What is he?
He wants bishop f6 and he wants to control the d7 square. It's not so stupid.
Because of this. But on the other hand, now the a pawn will be faster, yeah?
No, but this is actually, it's very tricky because now knight c5 is bad.
Wow.
And then the king just comes over. No.
And the king controls the a pawn. Oh no,
what Frederik did, this was not practical choice.
And look at this, he is so upset with himself. Maybe he missed bishop c6, what a move by Sindarov, how sharp he is. Not making the natural bishop d5, but bishop c6.
Nice, incredible.
Calculating all the lines.
Okay, this is very tough, no?
Yeah, this is very tough.
But what two unnecessary decisions? Yes, knight f6 instead of knight c5. Okay, maybe it's slightly worse, but nothing too bad can happen even on 30 seconds. And then not to play king g7. I'm not sure what bothered him there. I'm sure we'll find out. Well, now it's hard to believe this will.
Well, actually, this is one of the reasons why I don't like this time control. That I always feel like, okay, we play 90 minutes, 30 seconds, but after move 40, it would be nice to give okay, don't play 7 hours time control, I understand, but give 50 minutes so that, when you have to think critical moments, you can think and it's not immediately eternal time trial, because we are calling it classical chess after all. This is a little bit in my heart, I feel this contradiction, that we are speeding the game up a little bit artificially too much after move 40.
It's tough for the players, but as you mentioned, they have sort of adjusted to it. It's the same. For both and most players, I think they prefer 5 hours to 7 hours. No?
Yeah, but I'm not saying 7 hours. I just want to give after move 40. I think in Bundesliga you are playing this kind of time control. That because the game won't be extra very long because of those extra 20 minutes. It will be very long because of the 30 seconds increment.
If
it gets 150
I think if you
moves.
ask the guys, or normally I hear, they prefer this time control.
They prefer this.
Well, Frederik now.
He's
makes
in the
best move as usual,
bishop
but
c5.
he's shaking his head and he looks completely broken. But so far, it hasn't affected his chess yet. It just feels like the trend is so bad, because even this is still fine. Bishop c5 was very good. He has bishop f8, bishop g7 as a resource.
Bishop f8, but okay, bishop f8 always bishop e5, then you have to play bishop d6.
Yeah, then bishop d6 you chase.
Yes, you chase.
The knight can go to b6, but of course.
But with 1 minute on the clock, excuse me, this is...
Also the way it looks like he thinks he messed up and now he's just fighting, but it's just making random moves. Yeah. That's the problem. It's no longer conceptual. Yeah? I mean,
Yes.
like you survive or not. Come on, Frederik. Hang in there.
He's
Sorry
hanging
for
in
being
there,
biased.
No, of course, we are also praising Sindarov. He's amazing. Yeah, what he's doing, it's clear.
Very nice guy and amazing player. Just
Yes.
Frederik, I spent so much time with, of course.
Anyway, I feel like whenever somebody's on the defensive, one has to show sympathy for him. Yeah,
I would show zero sympathy for Sindarov if he wasn't.
No, King E2, yeah, bringing the king. The king controls the A pawn.
Bishop F8, vamos.
No, but Bishop F8 is like almost impossible. No, this is so double exclam. Well, it's a double exclam move.
And the problem is also it doesn't resolve the issue yet. Yeah, Bishop F8, Bishop E5, Bishop D6, Bishop D4, and again you have to decide.
Yeah, and then with Bishop C5, do you chase? Can you chase? Or then you run into B6 trick. Wait a second, B6 wins there or not? I think B6 wins. You
Which
cannot
position
chase
is
forever.
Yeah. Bishop C5 you can't do, yeah, exactly.
Yes, Bishop C, because B6
oh,
wins.
nice spot, yeah.
Crazy tactic. Bishop takes D4, already BC, and things are falling.
This is no longer draw.
Yeah. And he played knight B6, banging the
Also
clock
fine,
with.
also
Wait a
fine.
second, with 1 second on the clock, he played knight
Too
B6.
much.
Okay, he banged the clock, so it was a controlled 1 second move. Yeah, he probably started with 3-7, but wait a second, and he knows that this is not, this cannot hold. This is the problem, that the feeling, and look at Sindarov, is also looking at him like, do you think this can hold?
Yeah.
I can come king D3, I will have...
Cemento.
This is not
D3,
cemento.
C4, Bishop.
Exactly, D4 and C5 hang in the air. This is an uncontrolled move with no time on the clock.
No, this is very hard to
Then
hold.
king is coming to B3, yeah?
As usual, computer is unbeatable, but there are no computers playing, yeah?
Yeah, no, it's... No. Okay.
Sick stuff as usual. Yeah?
Impossible. Whenever you lose the control, then
Over the board,
it's
it's
total
impossible not to make
randomness. Yeah.
mistakes. Yeah. For white,
Exactly.
it's easy. Yeah? White is still in
Of
control.
course.
King D3, C4.
Well, Sindarov is also playing an absolute model game, yeah, that how to squeeze, yeah, that he created this F3G4. This is absolute the Soviet chess school.
No, they're both amazing players. Sindarov took his foot off the gas a little bit for a move or two, yeah? Like after the time control with his F3, King of 1, he gave Frederik the chance for cemento,
But okay, it was a concept, yeah, he was following
No,
his
I
concept, yeah. They cannot play absolutely perfectly, but especially with this time control, yeah, you also want to put the pressure on the opponent.
No, also, okay. I hope it doesn't happen, but to lose such a game where Frederik showed such class, yeah, such defensive ideas,
Yes.
and saw so much, it's also very tough. Yeah, King D3, of course.
And A4.
Okay, now at least you have to run and hope for the best, huh?
But the problem, if you run, then also this pawn becomes a target.
No, no, of course.
But you don't have... Yes.
Yes, you don't have a fortress, you need to run at home.
Yes.
Okay, C4 also looks obvious. This is because you can't even keep control. So, let's start with this. Push. King looks on as well.
Yeah, because C4 pawn was hanging. Yeah, that's...
I was showing these incredibly messy lines that seemed more or less impossible. Like...
yeah, A2, King
nonsense
B3,
and
Bishop E7. Yeah, okay. But it's such a trick that if it doesn't work, you resign on the spot with black. Yeah, so that's why you don't feel like fundamentally this is correct.
Yeah. Can you do this? I mean, it's all... No,
But
it's all
then-
hanging by a thread.
Yes. Frederik, please remove that badge. Yeah, you are in terrible trouble. Just remove this badge. Yeah. Yes, C4 will be played. Yes, and he removed the badge. Yes, thank you. Yeah, exactly. Of course, you cannot play with a badge in such a crazy situation.
C4 played?
Yes, C4 played. So we might be seeing this A3, but yeah, he pushes.
Yeah, what to do?
He gains some time, but
King C3.
Basically now he's in desperado mode. Yeah, he knows that he cannot control it, and yes.
But sometimes it's good. Yeah, I mean, not that we like the position, but at least you can't go crazy. Should I do this or this and calculate everything? You just trust your instincts. You push the pawn.
Yeah, you feel like otherwise I'm losing, so I have nothing to lose anymore. But
still. Okay, King C3 also very normal. Yeah,
of course.
Sindarov is not doing anything wrong. Now this A2, bishop E7 seems like it's the best chance, but it's so tricky. And the problem is White's moves will be found. Yeah, King B3, bishop E7, bishop E5, bishop D6, bishop D4. All those are easy.
Those are very easy. I don't even see that what it brings. Yeah, he goes bishop F8.
Which, yeah, doesn't help. King B3.
Yeah, he's trying one of these tricks, yeah, but just bishop C7.
Like this, but he's always in trouble, unfortunately.
Yeah, the two bishops.
Two bishops.
Should do the work.
Rule. Okay, King B3 is only a good move, but it's also completely obvious, of course. This also. He has to do, like, taking on G7 is not yet winning. Because we jump.
And knight A4, yes, there is this trick. Yeah. I saw this save, but of course White will, unless he sees that he wins on the spot, he will never trade the bishops.
No.
Just rely on the power of the pair of bishops. Yeah, and after knight C4, yeah, how do you break? You can even afford this, yeah?
I don't know if it's lost. It's +1 or something, so it might be draw, but it feels like it's impossible to hold over the board, or very difficult. Okay, King B3 played, of course.
White's play is also so easy. Yeah, Black has the tough decisions.
That's the problem. Bishop G7 is the only chance. Or A2 first. Or maybe you actually go A2 first, I don't know.
Yeah, it's maybe more human, not just to push A2 first. And the bishop still controls the C5 square just in case. But after A2 we have to calculate bishop D5. What about bishop D5?
Bishop D5.
Yeah, he goes bishop G7, yeah.
Here he goes. Bishop D5, you had knight D5 CD, bishop E7, and you're just in time again.
Just in time.
Okay, he does this. Bishop D8 will be played. What about bishop E5? Oh, then C5 works, yeah? Yeah, here.
Yeah, then C5, yeah. Control.
You're running out of ideas.
Bishop D4, B6, yeah?
Yeah.
There after bishop E7, bishop D4.
The line I was doing.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I can't find it again. But
okay, it was with bishop D8. Yeah, but it's a very important line. Bishop E5.
E5.
Yes, C5, knight A4, bishop E7, and bishop D4, and then B6 works again, or what?
Yeah, B6 is good.
Yeah, there's no way to. Bishop takes C5. You can play B7 or BC. And knight c5, you just take and bc. Yeah. Okay, this is
lost.
So bishop g7.
Okay, but now also a big decision for Sindarov. I mean, not so big, because he will see bishop g7 is not easy, so you just go bishop d8 and play the position, I think. Such a big fight.
Uzbek players are also such amazing technicians, yeah, because they, I think, train this kind of things.
Why is that actually? It's
the Soviets chess school influence, I think it's big. Yeah, bishop d8 played.
Yeah, he has to go for some variation of this. Knight takes c4 or bishop d4. Bishop e5, of course, is tempting. Yeah, I mean, if you don't have time to calculate, but
yes. Okay, basically this knight takes e4 and then bishop d4, trying to rely on some Grünfeldish kind of defense. Yeah, because that's a Grünfeldish. It's a bad Grünfeld, but
no, there's nothing better.
Yeah, he has to go for it.
What's the clock? 25 seconds.
No, he goes bishop e5.
Yeah, that was the move you want to play, just it doesn't work. Yeah, and Sindarov will spot this stuff.
Yeah, of course. He look at his body language. Yeah, he already knows that b6 is coming there.
Yeah, Frederik shaking his head. Now this is how the game will go. Yes, c5, knight 4 here.
Bishop d4, b6.
b6. This is the problem. Technically, that's the first mistake Frederik has made, like in the last 100 moves. But of course, to get here practically,
yes, it's very tough.
Very dangerous already. Yeah, he knows it's not looking great. Yeah, it's the only way for White to continue, and it wins. So it's very hard not to do this. Yeah.
And also Sindarov is so sharp.
Yeah.
He did all the technical parts extremely well. Now this is already kind of. I think he has foreseen this even before. Just double, triple checking, because if it wins, there is no reason to rush.
Yeah.
Right? This is the only golden rule.
And that's also the difference between having 10 minutes and playing on 30 seconds.
Exactly.
If there's a moment to think, he can think. And
yes. He can afford taking. And look at this, yeah, how he moves on his chair. He can hardly control himself. And he looks at Frederik, wait a second.
He knows he's winning.
Yeah. Very professional.
It's amazing, yeah, because this guy's a kid. And the experience he has in like technical positions in games, the composure.
Well, as you said, yeah, he became a grandmaster at the age of 12.
Yeah,
so he's already playing on very high level for quite some. He's now how old? 18, 19?
I think he's 18.
Only 18. Wow. Because time flies, but not with him, yeah.
No, it always feels like all these kids have been around forever, but that's why they're kids. Yeah,
yeah, c5 played.
Yeah, no, he's not forgiving here.
Yeah, and Frederik knows it.
19 already.
19, yes. This is
old man.
This is correct. And from which month is he?
December. So
December.
He even turns 20.
Yes. Then at least it's okay. That's why he's so good in technical positions.
And I take it all back.
Now we understand.
Yeah. Knight A4. What else? But okay, of course. Sindarov knows what's happening. Bishop E7 will be blitzed out.
it was the feeling that whenever white gets c5 in, it will be game over. Yeah, that was the feeling. Yeah. Bishop
No, this is game over. Very tough because Frederik played so well. But what can you do? Sindarov fully deserves it. Okay, we'll try bishop d4. And the problem is b6, you resign, yeah? What else?
Yes, there is
happen?
no way to defend after b6, to continue. It's just over.
Okay.
Yeah, here and
some other move. Okay, this is it. Now just king a3 or b6 also wins.
Yeah, he will take on a3. There is just no reason not to take the pawn, and then you are winning anyway.
Keep everything. Yeah, okay, the rest is agony, like maybe you don't resign immediately.
Yeah, but maybe you should. White can even just take on a3 and play g5 and then even threaten with bishop f6 check and then queen the pawn.
Okay, you can also win a piece with b6. I mean, it's not, there are no longer any wrong
Yeah, he takes
choices.
the pawn and it's resigns. And Frederik looks that this was hanging. Yeah, okay, resignation comes in. No, this is the tension and everything takes. The good news for him is in the set story that already bishop d4, b6 would have been resignation. Yeah.
No, this wasn't the decisive blunder. You can't resign yet. The tension is too high, so you play knight.
He will play one more move, yes. He will play one more move and then calm himself down. You need to somehow forgive yourself, yeah, because this is how it is. You are putting so much pressure and on yourself, you want to play perfect. You have to let it go finally.
Which is also, it's so tricky even to give advice on this, because you can of course say perfect is the enemy of good, you're so strong, play faster. But also what makes him so strong? He's never happy, he's always looking for the best way, the trickiest try. Has to go even deeper, so
yeah, now king b3 will happen, yeah, just to make sure that you get out of any jumps, and that's the end of the game. King b3.
Yeah, this is it. Okay.
Yeah. Total heartache, heartbreak, everything.
Okay, but the trend was there. I mean, the blunder is unfortunate, but we could see where this was going.
Yeah, no, because of his heroic effort. Yeah, this knight f6 and then switching back to knight d7.
Yeah, and there was some conceptual hesitation. I mean, it wasn't bad. But,
yeah, f5. Yeah, there is not much to commentate anymore here because
it's just agony.
It's every move is winning. White can choose between so many wins.
Okay. Just take.
Also, the knight is kind of trapped.
I mean, what he does is correct. Yeah? You reduce the number of pawns and you hope for a miracle, but no more miracles.
Yes. Yeah, I think we basically with our silence we are showing respect for the players and for this tremendous fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, G takes f5. Because I always feel like it's some kind of injustice. Yeah, when in tennis somebody wins in 5 sets, then everybody understands that, wow, it was such a heroic and so on. And in chess, it's not visible that how many, this small nuance decided basically the final outcome. People only look at this final mistake. But yeah, this was some incredible battle.
Yeah, often it's even the other way around. Yeah, the games that get people more recognition is like some 30 moves, you sacrifice 2 rooks and a bishop, and what a genius. But I mean, like these types of battles, yeah, it's... Also, even if you're a grandmaster, if you're not watching live and you don't see like the emotion, the work,
Exactly.
the time spent.
We
it's hard
have to see the
appreciate,
camera,
Normally I
everything.
click through it and the idiot, he didn't
Yes.
set up this drawing construction or something. I mean,
Yeah. It's no one really has to do this commentary to cover
Also-
every single inch of these fights. Yeah, to highlight what a big players they are.
yeah. But for me, it's also very humbling. I mean, for you, it was much more impressive what you did. But sometimes I play chess, yeah, and then if you go back to playing after doing this commentary or clicking through games, you're sitting there without your engine
Exactly.
and without theory.
Good luck.
This
Yes.
is a tough game, yeah. I mean, like,
Exactly. It's not so easy. Like you can just lean back and every question is answered in a second.
no, even though it's normally very sad what happens when I play. It's still, I feel it's important to not lose like this feeling. Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
to see, I feel very alive. I mean, normally it doesn't go well, but at least even Bundesliga, some random games. Yeah, no one cares except me, but
But you
feel
care,
so
of
alive that
course.
weekend. Yeah, I mean, you prepare,
Exactly.
and this guy could do
Yeah,
this or that. And
They also always tell me, but Peter, why don't you play more often and just enjoy? But okay, for me, every game I want to play a good game. Yeah, it just playing is not really what I want. Yeah,
no. So I mean, as your level goes down, like you still play amazing, but it's not your 270
exactly. With
top
super
player level. Yeah, I mean,
precision
like-
and so on. Yes.
So I always admire people as you get older, because of course it's natural. If you can just enjoy, play some nice open in Sardinia, okay, have a
Like
2500
Nigel was
performance.
doing it brilliantly. Yeah, he was
Yeah,
traveling all
for-
around the
for
world,
example, yeah.
enjoying.
Not 2500, but yeah, you get the idea. Just okay, you play a little weaker, but you have fun. You go to some nice locations. You're treated nicely. But yeah, it's it's very, very hard. Even now, I mean, I'm not working on my chess, so it's obvious. But to accept you can't play.
Yes.
like
That's
used
why
to
you
is
go to
very-
Thailand Open and all this. Yeah, you just at least.
But I still suffer. I mean, I go
you
for
suffer.
holidays. It's a great hotel, and I'm having a good time. But I still suffer greatly
Of course.
playing these kids. I mean,
Of course. Yes. Yeah, and the reason why we are talking about all this because this
yeah,
is
the
just
game is over.
Its game is over. It was an incredible fight, and it means that Sindarov will win the first game of today,
Yes,
right? In
only
this
game of today.
incredible marathon, and all the heartbreak and everything for the German fans and for Frederik. But there is still a tomorrow. And we talked about it, that if you lose, you have to lose with the black pieces, because you know that you get a game the next day. Yeah, you don't have to go crazy in order
Comebacks
to.
are so hard after this today, but yeah, well.
But at least you have a chance. You
Of course,
still have a chance. Yeah.
No, Frederik is incredibly good, but this is a rough one. Also, I feel like, not to make excuses, he beat Gukash, but I felt like Sindarov was the toughest possible pairing he could get in that side of the bracket, like because he's so precise, so young, so energetic, so strong.
Yes. Exactly. He will also be playing the freestyle final now in South Africa. Yeah, he's among the top 8 players on the leaderboard, just showing also that he just has incredible skills. Yeah, just incredible player. And here's the tournament road of Frederik. Yeah. He had
Right,
to already.
beat Gabriel is not so easy.
Exactly.
He's not a beginner.
That was great, and he also had to play the first round, which rating-wise it's not such a big deal, but it means that you have to come earlier. So he's here already for 2 weeks playing. Yeah. Every day with all this tension that one mistake can mean the exit.
Okay, no matter what, I can feel the improvement with him. Yeah, I mean, he gets so much better.
Absolutely.
It feels like every month, and the rating means nothing. He was 2670 a while ago.
Okay,
but I feel
he's now
stronger
much
than
better
ever.
than
he's
of
much
course.
stronger than he was then.
No, it's clear. This is what I also told Vincent, that of course, it's a pity he did not make it now for the candidates, but life continues. He made a giant step forward. Now he established himself in the top 5 in the world. It's absolutely crazy. He will have plenty of brilliant tournaments next year. So let's focus on them. And
No, I was very happy to see that, because of course I'm biased as German national coach, also that's why I'm suffering with Frederik now. But with Vincent, I always felt, even without the German angle, that he was not weaker than his contemporaries, yeah, then Nodirbek, Prague, Gukesh, all these guys. But at some moment, yeah, he was 2.720, they were already 2.780. So I was telling that, but I was looking stupid. But now it's nice to see that, yeah.
Yes. Yes, and now, for example, exactly, Abdusatov has fallen back on the rating, which means absolutely nothing. Exactly. He's the same person, a player with tremendous potential. After half a year, he will be laughing with his 27.70 again. It's that's how it works.
No, it's not about the rating, but about the level
Exactly,
and
the
the
level.
attitude, and you can feel who can fight with whom and how
Yes.
he carries himself. Yeah, and with Vincent, I was always there.
Absolutely. Yeah, the two bishops are just dominating. This is like Grünfeld, which I was playing Grünfeld. I know what it is. When the two bishops, Kramnik or Bariev's bishops, are dominating, and finally one of these pawns. Normally the D pawn was queening there in the Grünfeld, but now it's the B pawn.
Yeah.
And Sindarov's road. Yeah, we have seen this. The big mystery about this Nicolas Theodorou match, that when did they play this online match? Prior to that, or what was going on? But definitely he beat him here, 1.5-half. Actually, also Theodorou is an incredible player.
Also improving.
Improving,
So quickly.
yes. I have seen him now in the European Team Championship, and yeah, a giant. He will be also 2700. I have no doubt about it.
Yeah, okay. This is agony. Probably we should cover more chess in general. There's just no hope. I mean, this B pawn cannot be stopped.
Yeah, there is just bishop d6 coming. The B pawn is queening. The knight is already very far away, but the knight was running out of squares.
The knight
The two bishops and the king just dominate all the position.
won't be allowed back. And even if the pawn doesn't queen immediately, I mean, white is another pawn. The F pawn should normally fall. Okay, it's just resigned.
Yeah, it's designs. Yeah. If it would not be a knockout tournament, he would have resigned already in any open or whatever. But
No, sometimes also you need some time to digest what happened. No, I mean, I never blame anybody for
no,
not resigning.
no, we are not blaming anyone, of course. He can't even sacrifice a piece for the B pawn. That's the big problem, yeah,
No.
because bishop d6 will just block the diagonal.
Dreaming of playing knight versus two bishops, but
Yes, no, it's never gonna happen.
how's knight versus two bishops? By the way, it's a draw normally. Yeah?
With a knight on G7,
and
yes.
then you sit.
Yes. I don't know, maybe computer breaks it, but
And
I'm
more
not
than
sure.
75 moves.
Yes,
There was something
yeah,
weird
yeah.
with it, okay.
I always feel that this computer influence of changing some evaluation means practically absolutely nothing. Yeah, you just have to know the old classics, how you get the best defense, and sit there. Nobody will find all those computer moves.
No, with the Garris or Smyslov endgame book, you're still doing fine. Yeah,
Exactly.
Not so much change.
Yes, yes. Basically, maybe the only big change is this queen endgame with
Queen
H and
G8,
GH. That this is a draw. This is
But even there, it's only that we know it's a draw now. Yeah, I mean, I still have no clue what to do. I just know it's a draw, and before you would think it was lost. I mean,
yes.
I had it once over the board, and I won, and I thought, okay, it's completely natural. I was winning. It took a while and was complicated, but I mean, okay.
Yes. Yeah, Sindarov is doing the absolute right thing. He has no reason to rush.
time. Yeah.
He knows that he's completely winning. The only way to spoil this position, just rushing some
Blunder.
decision. And he collects the pawn. He wants to collect.
Okay, it's also winning it.
Yeah, and because he's inviting bishop f5, knight h4, bishop e4
He wants to dominate. And
to dominate the knight. So it's not about the pawn, but just to dominate.
No, it's not the only way, but it's completely winning. Slightly strange because you don't have this complete control of the knight with the king here. But it's
takes
not
the
that
pawn.
good enough. Also, in a way, it's professional. Yeah, you just get rid of the last pawn.
Yes, exactly. Knight a5, bishop e4. There is still the h-pawn on the board.
That's a problem. You have the wrong bishop, but you also have the right bishop. I remember when I was 8, when I started chess, I was practicing how to mate with these guys. I haven't done it since, but I think you figured out probably.
Yes. Yeah. He takes knight takes h4, but now bishop e4
bishop
will
e4 and you resign.
happen with big pleasure.
Yeah, no, it's time to shake hands.
You just jadub it on e4 and you get up and you know that your opponent has to resign. That's it. King
If the knight
f7.
moves, now you can even take it. Takes. And these endgames are always lost because there is no space here.
Yes. The short diagonal, it is called.
So you can't really move the knight.
Yeah, he played knight g6, so we're gonna see this. It will be blitzed out.
Also, you don't even have to. I mean, you could do
But
this,
but he will. Yeah. He's just double, triple checking. Like I know that it's over, but okay, no miracles, right?
D6 is also resigns here. I don't even know which one is simpler.
But he was almost picking up the knight already. So he takes, You always choose the most straightforward. And there is the handshake. What a victory! What an incredible endgame grind by Sindarov, and it just shows the brutality of classical chess. That you defend for 5 hours brilliantly, but you run out of time, one inaccuracy, and then the blunder might happen finally.
Yeah, and it's all one big picture. I mean, Sindarov surprised him in the opening, so he had to take some time and he had to find some solutions. Then, Black was worse, had to defend, and was great defense. But no, it's well deserved. But I also sometimes it feels unfair to lose a game because with the amount of ideas he showed in this game,
exactly, resources to defend. And basically, whenever I have these games like this, I feel like running to the players and hugging them, because it just I know what it means for the players.
No touching, maybe awkward clap on the back.
That's all,
Yeah. No, congrats to Sindarov, amazing player, and I've said it to me. I know by rating he's not the strongest, but to me it almost felt like he was the favorite in that part of the bracket. I mean.
He's full of confidence. He has the energy. He has the determination, confidence. So many things.
Also, last year everybody started to understand. Okay, it's not just Abdus Satorov. The Sindarov is just one of the guys. Like
well, but
Yakubboev
excuse me, in Chennai Chess Olympiad, they won the Olympiad. It cannot be only Abdus Satorov.
No, but as an absolute top player, I mean, Sindarov for me at least. I started to understand when this freestyle and when I saw him in Bundesliga, like how strong he is.
Yeah, well, to me, I had no doubts about his strengths for the last 3-4 years already.
Yeah, well, I think
I'm keeping
strengths
track.
also increased.
Of course, of course, but of course it has to increase. And here we have the results. Yes, Sindarov wins the only game today. What a epic battle it was. What a fight from Frederik, but he ran out of time and it was very difficult to save that position. You mentioned, Arjun Erigaisi, Levon Aronian was an incredible heavyweight battle of giants, and the crazy miss by Daniil Dubov. I don't know how he will come to terms with that miss, because it could have meant that he just walks through this match, but now it just starts.
Yeah, I mean, most likely he will try. I mean, even that against Sam, he likes to fight, and maybe he will also see that Dubov normally tries to make a quick draw, but you have to play 30 moves, so you have to be a bit careful if you just want to make a draw.
Exactly.
And play 30 moves. But we'll see how Dubov comes back from this. The other games, there was some excitement. Esipenko was a bit better against Grebnev, but generally normal draws. And tomorrow,
I think Grebnev showed again his class. That he is so-called only 18. You don't expect this kind of precision at that age. But he's controlling the game, and Angelica showed that with Queen C6 there was this but it was not in the game that Esipenko created something. It was always under control by Grebnev. That was the impression I had.
No, I felt he was under a bit of pressure, but okay, it doesn't matter. It's a draw, and tomorrow, yeah, he can, with the white pieces, either try to make something happen or opt for the tiebreak. One thing's for sure, we'll have a lot of excitement tomorrow, where some people will probably get eliminated, and we will also have tiebreaks the day after tomorrow. I don't know how many, but I don't know, 4 or 5.
Anything is possible. This is
7,
the World Cup.
8.
You just never know what's going to happen next.
I don't know what's going to happen next. There's I understand. How
waiting for infos, yeah? What's going on in the background?
Trying to see if Sindarov feels like talking to us for another hour, or if maybe he's saying, maybe
yes, I feel like in such moments he needs to, one needs to let the players go. And when they qualify, they should come to us.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, this is the right way. Yeah, we understand the players.
Rest, so
yes,
I agree.
We have sympathy and empathy for the players. We want to have them, definitely, but of course the result is the most important. They have to be able to show their best.
Yeah. Okay, let's have a look at the highlights, and then we'll see if anybody's talking to Sindarov.
The FIDE World Cup 2025 in Goa is one of chess's most intense events, a knockout that tests stamina, strategy, and nerves. Here's how it works. It's a single elimination bracket played over 8 rounds. In round 1, lower-seeded players face off while the top 50 seeds receive a bye into round 2. Each round runs for 3 days, 2 classical games, and if the match is tied, tie breaks on the 3rd day. The drama builds until 2 players reach the final. The semi-finalists who don't advance play a separate match for 3rd place, and that match matters because the top 3 finishers qualify for the next candidates tournament. It's simple. Win the match and advance. Lose and you're out. Every game takes a player one step closer to the title and to a possible shot at the World Championship itself. From start to finish, it's a fight to survive, one match at a time.
That was it for today, everybody. Sindarov, as he should, decided to focus on dinner, prep, and rest. In general, I think, it's the correct approach.
Absolutely.
Once they won the match, if they want to show, it's good. But now, I mean, it's such a tense situation, and there's nothing to celebrate. So
yeah, we absolutely support and understand this decision.
If you want to support and understand this little program, what you can and should do is subscribe to FIDE Chess on YouTube, like, comment, do all the good stuff, of course. There's more on the other social medias. We would also like to thank the organizers for making this World Cup happen here in beautiful Goa, India. And we'll be back tomorrow with a lot more action.